You'll feel when you're pushing. Okay. In the a little hard to act. Kind of feel gotta with it. Okay. Oh, yep. I'll just be stressed. I should stop. Oh, see, got it down.
Try that again. Good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday, July 9th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July 2025. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence their phones. And may I now ask that you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. pledge allegiance of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one under God, with liberty for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Today, we will be covering all items noted on our July agenda. Madam Secretary, let us proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. First, let's start here in Carson City. If there's anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. Okay, seeing none. Anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning, Ira Duyanen for the Culinary Union, AIRADUYANEN. My comments are about Station Casino's Chief Financial Officer, Stephen Coody. Mr. Coody's job duties include devoting full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company according to his employer's 2017 filing with the SEC. A CFO of a publicly traded Nevada gaming company should be credible when testifying under oath about significant matters. We know that in September 2022, the commission discussed in the licensing hearing Mr. Coody's ability to recall a significant event involving law enforcement. In November 2019, Mr. Coody was in a meeting with Station Casinos owners and other executives where senior management made a written presentation seeking approval for millions of dollars in spending to finance new health and retirement benefits. The presentation emphasized key points through underlined and red bolded text to stress how funding the benefits would take away union power and disincentivize employees from supporting it. In December 2019, Mr. Coody was a participant in a group text chat with Station Casinos owners, where its chief legal officer crowed that employees had removed union buttons after meetings announcing the benefits. So Mr. Coody was in a meeting with underlined, bolded red content and in the group chat with updates about the rollout of plans partly discussed in that meeting. Yet, according to the judge that presided over the unfair labor practice trial, Mr. Coody and other executives testifying under oath refused to admit that there was any discussion at the meeting regarding the underlined and bolded red points in the health insurance and retirement proposals about incentivizing employees not to vote for union and taking away union power. The judge found Mr. Coody's account not to be credible. Station Casinos is appealing that finding, but you should ask yourselves why there should even be a doubt about Mr. Coody's ability to provide transparent testimony in a government proceeding. As the chief financial officer, Mr. Coody is supposed to devote his full time and attention to the business and affairs of the company. We believe a chief financial should be able to provide credible testimony under oath. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? If so, please step forward.
Good morning. My name is Jerome Harry, 353 East Bonneville, Las Vegas, Nevada, Unit 612. I want to address El Dorado Black 55 LC, DBA Cantina, El Dorado, 650 Sky Point Drive, Suite 110. I was a previous tenant at this location for 15 machines. I was open for 2 months, me and the landlords had a dispute over electrical, plumbing, water, and gas at this particular location. I had to surrender my gaming license after 3 months of being open because next door to me was a dispensary. And with the dispensary being next door, the tavern was originally 6,000 square feet. They reduced the tavern to 4,500 square feet. When I went and addressed the problems of paying the lease or paying the rent, the landlords pretty much locked me out, illegal lockout of the premises. So over $200,000 was spent on my behalf. I spoke with Senior Agent Joseph, who's actually investigating El Cantina. And pretty much like I told him, I got letters from the Nevada Energy that when they downsized the tavern to the dispensary, I told them to protect my gaming license at all costs, that I couldn't do business with a dispensary of sharing bills and electrical, power, water, and so on. So, and with that regards, the landlords and Cantina got together. They put together an LOI, which I refused. And when I refused that, that's when I was illegally shut out. Till today, they actually have all my liquor, all my equipment, and I had to give the gaming board, Golden Gaming, back $40,000. They put me in the bind, and for Cantina to actually go into this location, knowing the facts of they would be doing business with a dispensary, this is illegal, and I was want to come address my concerns of denying them to move forward. And pretty much, I talked to the Nevada Energy. They actually told me that they cannot actually charge me for electrical because they were supposed to separate the meters at the location, but they refused to change the meters. I went to Nevada Energy 2 weeks ago. They have no paperwork saying that they is going to change the meters to the location. So I'm trying to get 5 machines at my location at a bar that I own in Las Vegas. So I reached out to Cantina on a senior agent request. And when I contacted them, I told them that they actually received stolen property because all the furniture, all the liquor, everything that's in that building right now, I own. So,
Excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yeah.
1 second, Mr. Harry. Just so
Yes.
you know, your 3 minutes are up. I'll give you an opportunity to finish up if you may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So in regards of Cantina moving forward with this location, it's illegal to share bills with a dispensary, which is 5 feet from door to door. And I just hope someone look into this matter, and I have all the documentation to prove what I'm saying is valid. If they are approved to go move forward, they're actually doing business with a dispensary. They lost their grandfather clause, and pretty much I said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else in Las Vegas wanting to be heard for public comment? Please step forward, sir. Please
Good
state
morning.
your name for the record.
My name is Dan Serwinowski, D-A-N, Serwinowski, S-E-R-W-I-N-O-W-S-K-I. I'm a banquet server at Red Rock Spa Resort Hotel. I started working there back in December 2006, about 6 months after they had opened. I started out as an on-call banquet server and enjoyed it so much, I decided to move my way up from on-call to part-time to full-time A-list. This was where I wanted to retire. I also had aspirations of Red Rock becoming a union hotel so we could have fair wages, free medical care, a pension, and other benefits. I decided to become a Red Rock committee leader with the culinary union to start organizing, which was our right. With all of our hard work, including several picket lines and dealing with union busters, we were ready to vote to unionize. We had secured an election date of December 19th, 2019. Management told employees and used a flyer stating that they were having a mandatory captive audience meeting on December 16th and 17th, 2 days before the election, to vote yes or no on the union. It was a mandatory meeting where, according to the flyer, we were a captive audience. I attended one of these meetings. The company made announcements and promises about benefits. Top managers said that the benefits were only guaranteed if we rejected the union. Right away, one thought I had was, how could they be doing this right before the election? I ask you today to please examine this company flyer and ask the company about it. Why would they hold mandatory captive audience meetings days before an election? I also have to say that the period of time between the mandatory captive audience meeting and today has been a very stressful and sometimes depressing time. From 2006 to 2020, I served Red Rock with loyalty and dedication. I worked my way up to the A-list. I had hopes and real plans and real savings for building a home. But in 2020, during COVID, management chose to separate me from the company. Then I came back as an on-call banquet server. I wish the company had not held mandatory captive audience meetings for its own employees. And again, I ask you to examine the flyer and ask the company about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone further in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment at this time? Seeing none, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's dispositions.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for June 2025.
I believe we all have had the opportunity to review the dispositions. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the disposition?
Thank you. Good morning. Chairman Dreitzer, I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of June 2025.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. With that, we will turn to non-restricted number 1. Madam Secretary, please read it.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Brandywine Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. You also have the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Casino Valle Verde Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Casino Valle Verde, and Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Ellis Island Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Ellis Island Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Village Pub Management, Inc. and Fame Operating Company, Inc. doing business as Ellis Island Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Joseph Asher and Brandywine Gaming LLC for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a sole member, manager, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of Brandywine Gaming LLC, Boomers Sportsbook LLC, and Joseph Max Asher. With me today on my left is Mr. Asher. He's perhaps needs no introduction, having been licensed multiple times here in Nevada. He does, as he embarks on this new venture, have an affirmative presentation he'd like to make to give you an overview of what he intends to do with the venture, the team that he's put together, and his outlook for the future. So That will take approximately 13, 14 minutes. And then we've got, we understand there were some questions from Rump yesterday, and he will attempt to address those affirmatively, another 4 or 5 minutes or so. So approximately 20 minutes, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Sounds good. Please proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is Joe Asher, and I am the president and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook. With your approval and that of the Gaming Commission, Boomers will become the newest sportsbook in the state of Nevada. At the outset, I would like to thank the board staff, Chief Luke Rippey, Supervisor Eric Kaufman, and especially Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke for all of their efforts in connection with the investigation and working diligently to have these matters on today's agenda. Mr. Chairman, it is an honor to be the first matter you presided over in your first board meeting, and I congratulate you on your appointment.
Thank you.
I would be remiss if I did not also thank your predecessor, Chairman Hendrick. Scott and I met with him last October as I was starting to put this new venture together, and his supportive comments encouraged me to proceed. I thank him for that and for his service to our state. I have many others to thank as well, and you will hear a few of them mentioned during my presentation this morning, but I am conscious of time, and I know that you have others waiting for their matter to be called. So I'll try to be somewhat brief as Scott outlined, but give you a good overview of this new business. And before I get going, I want to thank Scott. Scott has been my gaming counsel since I started working on Brandywine bookmaking back in 2007. And he has been an invaluable resource and trusted advisor and friend for the last 18 years, including with this venture. Boomers is seeking a license for a non-restricted gaming operation, including a racebook and sports pool at the commercial casino in Elko, and to operate satellite race and sports books at Ellis Island Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas and the Casino Valley Verde in Henderson. If we are licensed, we intend to open for business in Elko on August 1 and a few days later at Ellis Island and Valley Verde. If I may, I will start by telling you a bit about Boomers, the corporate structure, the team, and the opportunity that we see in the marketplace. Boomers Sportsbook LLC is a Delaware entity that is 100% owned by Brandywine Gaming LLC, another Delaware entity. I am the sole member and manager of Brandywine Gaming and own 100% of that entity. Boomers is capitalized with convertible debt, and you have the list of the investors and the amount of their investments in the report. I greatly appreciate their confidence and trust in me. My capital investment in Boomers is through the Boomer Drummond Trust. That is our family trust. My wife Cynthia and I are the co-trustees. I have had no more stalwart supporter in my business ventures than Cynthia. In case you were wondering, Boomer Drummond was a harness racehorse who came down from Canada and became the top older horse in the United States for a period back in the 1980s. Cynthia and I got a rescue dog in 2008 and named him after the horse. Boomer the dog had a great run and lived for 17 years before he passed on Thanksgiving Day last year. So that's where the name of the business comes from. Through Brandywine Gaming, I have complete control of Boomers from a legal perspective. This corporate structure is similar to the structure I used for Brandywine bookmaking. With respect to my personal background, I've worked in the sports betting business for 17 years now. I started Brandywine bookmaking in 2008 and sold it to William Hill in 2012. I was then appointed as the CEO of William Hill US at its inception. I held that position until the business was acquired by Caesars in 2021. After taking a few months off, I joined IGT as the president of sports betting and held that position until 1 year ago. I have been granted the privilege of a non-restricted Nevada gaming license 4 times and was approved a few months ago as a minority equity interest holder of Stockman's Casino in Fallon. Now I'd like to talk about the Boomers team. It is without question the most talented team ever assembled for a venture like this in the state of Nevada. I don't know how many people here have been to the Sphere to see the Eagles show, but the band is comprised of several key members of the old band, along with some newcomers. And so it is with Boomers. Dave Grohlman is here today. Dave, who was in charge of the retail sportsbook operations at William Hill, then Caesars, and most recently with Fanatics, is a well-known and popular figure in the Nevada sports betting industry and is our Senior Vice President of Sportsbook and Customer Support Operations. Our head of trading, Nick Bogdanovich, is perhaps the most well-known bookmaker in Las Vegas and has had a storied career for over 30 years, including at the Old Binion's Horseshoe, Mandalay Bay, Calneva, and with William Hill, where he was the head of trading from the very first day in 2012 until the sale in 2021. Most recently, Nick was at Circa, and I'm grateful both Dave and Nick quit very good jobs to join me again at Boomers. Nick's number 2 at William Hill, Adam Pullen, is back with us at Boomers, as is one of Dave's top operation guys at William Hill, Dave Lichterman, who left Caesars recently to join us. Another key member of the William Hill team is also back with me at Boomers. Debonique Watts-Blackburn is our Senior Vice President of Human Resources. Most recently, Debonique was working with Gary Ellis at Ellis Island and his other gaming businesses, and I'm grateful that Debonique wanted to join me again and that Gary gave his blessing for me to hire her away. Sean Odell is here today. Sean is our controller. Sean was the controller at Brandywine back when it was sold to William Hill. He stayed on to work for William Hill for a while after that transaction, but then left the industry. We've stayed in touch, and I'm glad that Sean is ready to get back into it. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about some of our new band members. Andrew Patterson is here today as well. He is our Vice President of Mobile and has worked for a number of sports betting related companies, including OpenBet and most recently with the Sahara Bets venture. Andrew's family owned the famed Las Vegas sports consultants business, so his roots in the sports betting world run deep. Desiree Reed recently left Circa to become our Director of Marketing and will play a big role at Boomers. Next, I would like to introduce you to Gina Cervone, our Vice President of Legal and Compliance. One of the things I learned from starting Brandywine was that it's important to have a lawyer on staff at the start of a business like this to help with the myriad of legal issues involved. When I wanted to find that person for Boomers, a friend told me about Gina, a Boyd Law School graduate who was working for MGM Resorts at the time. Gina became teammate number 1 late last year and has done a terrific job. Finally, A.G. Burnett is here today. He, of course, needs no introduction. A.G. chaired the compliance committee for William Hill and has agreed to serve in that position for Boomers. And as was the case when we worked together before, I will also seek AG's advice on many other issues as well. If we are granted a license, Boomers will become Nevada's only independent sportsbook. And what I mean by that is that ever since Caesars bought William Hill, every sportsbook in Nevada is controlled by a casino operator. If you own a casino and don't want to operate your own sportsbook, there is no independent operator you can partner with. Circa and stations each operate a few sportsbooks for others, but they are in the casino business. We think there is room in the market for an independent operator, as William Hill was before it was acquired by Caesars. Someone casinos can partner with for sports betting, but who is not a competitor to their core business. As I will discuss further in a moment, we will meet the predicate license requirement, but our business will be a race and sports wagering business. That's our focus, and we will not be a casino operator. We think there is also room in the market for a new sportsbook at the business-to-consumer level. As you know, in Nevada, a customer must go into a retail sportsbook in order to open a mobile account. That is consistent with the long-standing public policy in this state of encouraging investment in brick-and-mortar casinos. Having a network of retail locations at which customers can sign up for mobile and deposit and withdraw money from their accounts is a convenience customers appreciate. In some parts of the state, like Elko, my old friends at William Hill literally are the only game in town. They have 100% market share. It will be good for customers to have another option so they can shop the price on the game they want to bet. Hopefully that gives you a sense of what this business is about. If I may, I will turn to the applications before you. First, the commercial casino in Elko. In order to operate a network of satellite sports books in Nevada, a company must first have its predicate non-restricted gaming license. Brandywine had its predicate license at the old High Desert Inn in Elko. The commercial casino, which is located in the heart of downtown Elko, is no longer being actively used as a casino, but has maintained its non-restricted gaming license. I go to the horse races at the Elko County Fair over Labor Day weekend every year with my son Carson, and it was there that I learned the license might be available, so I drove over to the property. I've known Dave Zorns for many years, and with much appreciation for his work on this project, Boomers has obtained the rights to the gaming license, subject to commission approval, and is leasing a portion of the property in which we have built a sports book. We intend to operate a manned sports book at the commercial 7 days a week. Once we are open at the commercial, we would then have the right to operate satellite sports books as well, assuming you and the commission approve those applications. Our first customer was Gary Ellis, and I am so grateful for his support. I believe Gary is appearing in Las Vegas today. As you know, Gary owns Ellis Island and Casino Valley Verde along with other businesses. If you haven't been to Ellis Island lately, it's well worth the visit to see what Gary and his daughters have done with that property. I'm grateful that Gary was willing to end his agreements with William Hill and sign up with Boomers. With your approval and that of the commission, we would open at Ellis Island and Valley Verde a few days after we open at the commercial. We will offer a full menu of sports wagers, as well as register customers for mobile accounts at each of these 3 locations. We have another sportsbook application pending with the board and are in active discussions with other casinos to operate their sportsbooks as well. We will be using IGT's Play Sports platform and hardware. Obviously, I have some familiarity with it from my tenure overseeing that business. It is now in the capable hands of my former Brandywine and IGT colleague, Joe Bertoloni, who is here with us today. The system is approved and currently in use by a number of operators in Nevada. We will have our own customized betting app and have been working closely with IGT on some enhancements that we think will improve the customer experience and look forward to that update being approved soon. We know that we have a lot of work to do, but I feel good about where we are and look forward to getting Boomers open for business. As Scott mentioned, I understand that there were a few additional areas that the board wanted me to address this morning, so I thought it would be best to do that now. I was asked how I intend to spend my time with the business. Mr. Chairman, as you know from your time in the industry, that varies greatly depending on what's happening at any given time. However, for us to be successful, obviously we have to acquire customers. Because of the in-person sign-up requirement that I referenced earlier, there are 2 levels to that here in Nevada. First, there is the relationship with casinos that allows us to offer a retail sportsbook at their property. That is the way that we connect with the end user of our product. So I will spend a lot of time pursuing and maintaining those relationships. Alignment of interests is critical for us to be successful. Of course, we also need to attract customers into our sportsbooks and get them to sign up for our mobile app. We are very much aware that Nevada is a mature market for sports betting, and almost everyone who wants a mobile app already has at least one. We will work with our casino partners to market our brand, the retail sportsbooks, and our app. We plan to have an attractive sign-up offer to entice customers to give Boomers a try and a product they will want to keep on their phone with attractive pricing as a core component. We have a specific plan of what we will do in this regard that I don't want to reveal today for competitive reasons, but we know that acquiring and keeping mobile customers is critical to our success. I intend to spend a lot of time focused on this key area. It is also worth noting that our plan is for Boomers to be 100% Nevada focused. We do not intend to operate in other states, and in fact have already turned down opportunities elsewhere. There are several reasons for this, both personal and professional, that I can expand upon if you'd like. But I think focusing on the one state where every single member of our team lives is a significant positive for our business. My understanding is that the board is also interested in how I think about betting limits on both events and with respect to individual customers. From an events perspective, a sports book generally, and certainly Boomers, would offer higher betting limits on major sports and the most common markets in those sports. NFL sides, for instance, would have the highest betting limits, which typically would be lower earlier in the week, and then highest by game day as the price becomes more firm. Less common markets would have lower limits, as would less popular sports, both because the market is not as liquid and the prices are not as firm. With respect to individual customers, I've always thought of it as an art and science. The more experience you have with a customer, the more you learn about them. And for some customers, it might affect how you view their business. There are all kinds of customers, from extremely well-informed professionals to purely recreational players and many things in between. It is a complex matter, and there are many variables. Nick and I spent countless hours on this topic back in the William Hill days, and we've already started to do it again this time around. Finally, I understand there was a question regarding the potential sale of Las Vegas Dissemination Company and how that might impact our plans. The potential sale of LVDC is part of a larger picture that may change the landscape of horse race wagering in Nevada. During the recently concluded legislative session, the long outdated disseminator requirement was repealed, and the licensing requirement for a system operator was changed to a registration. I think these changes should lead to a lower cost structure for horse race wagering in Nevada. Obviously, the regulatory process needs to play out, but the end result should be that there is a lower cost for tote services for parimutuel wagers and an even lower cost for booked race wagers. This has the potential to allow parimutuel racing to be offered in locations that currently do not offer it. And it is for these reasons that we have sought the parimutuel licenses for the 3 properties for which we seek approval today. To be clear, we do not intend to offer parimutuel wagering at these locations when we open, but we will see how the landscape evolves as a result of these changes and potentially offer parimutuel at these places in the future. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Scheer and Mr. Escher, for that excellent presentation. Mr. Escher, we certainly appreciate the details, not only from the affirmative presentation that you came here with, but also to answer many of the questions that arose. So we thank you for that. If you would, certainly it appears you've assembled a dream team, and I certainly respect the depth and breadth of the experience of the team you've assembled. But could you talk about the rest of the team? From what I understand, there'll be how many employees overall?
We would expect by the time we open to have 30 to 35 employees outside of the ticket writers and frontline staff at the various casinos.
And could you break down for us for opening at each of the 3 locations, what the staff will be and what the thought process is around the staffing levels needed?
Sure. So in Elko, there will be a manager in Elko who will be responsible for that property, and then 2 others who would fill out the various shifts so that we can cover the 7 days a week. The staffing levels at Ellis Island and Valley Verde will be roughly the same coverage There will be one person who oversees both of those locations, and then ticket writers on staff during the operating hours.
Okay. And okay, very good. From a growth standpoint, what do you anticipate in terms of additional locations? Say if we're sitting here in the next 12, 24 months, how do you look at growth?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. As I referenced in the presentation, we're in discussions with others.
Yes.
There's one that we're on, another application we're on the cusp of filing with the board, and others that we feel pretty comfortable with getting over the line. So if we were to look out 12 months from now, I'd like to think that we're getting close, plus or minus 10 locations or so by that point in time. And then over the ensuing year, I continue to like to grow at a reasonable pace like that. At the end of the day, I think if we can get up to 24, 25, 30 locations where people across the state, where people can go into the retail sports book, sign up for mobile, withdrawal deposit and so forth, that's a pretty good network where customers can access the product and yet still be a manageable number, so that we can still work closely with our casino partners to our mutual benefit.
I wanted to touch a little bit more on something you alluded to before. So marketing and the cost of player acquisition. That certainly appears to be something of concern in the sense that player acquisition seems to be going up. What are your thoughts on that as a new entrant in the market, and how do you intend to deal with that business challenge?
Well, it's a very different model in Nevada because of the in-person sign-up requirement. The in-person sign-up requirement fundamentally shapes the sports betting industry in Nevada. And that's long been the policy, and it has significant support from many quarters. And instead of blanketing the airwaves with advertisements that you see in other states and very, very aggressive sign-up offers and retention, the markets is a bit different here, and the effort is to try to get people to come in to that one retail location where they can sign up. The effect of that is you should have lower acquisition costs in Nevada, and historically that has been the case, than you may have elsewhere. So we'll have an attractive sign-up offer because we, as I mentioned in the affirmative presentation, we recognize that it's a mature market, and we've got to get people to decide that they want to sign up with Boomers and give it a shot. But I still think that we'll be able to maintain the customer acquisition costs at a reasonable level, and certainly much lower than you might see in other parts of the country.
Thank you for that. One question about your mobile app. You said that you'll have an opportunity to have it's a white label app and opportunities to put in. How much customization can you actually put into that?
Well, as you correctly point out, it's a white label app. IGT is the supplier. We give them our feedback. We write up specs in some areas, and then work with Joe and his team to try to get them to make those changes and prioritize the work we want to do, which we think is not only beneficial to us, but will be beneficial to other customers as well. It's not the same as having complete control of yourself and being able to tell people, do this, do that.
Right.
But if the quality of the suggested modifications is there, then it benefits all parties to move forward with that.
Very good. So what we'll do now is have the rest of the board ask you questions, and then you had indicated Mr. Ellis was available in Las Vegas.
I believe he was requested to appear today by the board and was going to come to Las Vegas. Scott may know.
My understanding is that he was going to appear by Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know whether he's received the Zoom link, but.
Well, while we're looking at that, if we could, we'll have Judge Assad questions for Mr. Asher.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Um, First of all, I'd just like to give a shout out to Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke. She did an outstanding job, very thorough, comprehensive report with the questions that the chairman has gone over. I don't have a lot of questions. I just want to congratulate you on assembling a dream team. This is really a very impressive team you've put together, starting with my main man, Nick Bogdanovich, who I've known for 25 years, the only bookmaker I couldn't beat back in the day in another life. Yeah, he's going to do a great job. I have all the confidence in the world. Will he be setting the lines pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. And I like the fact that you're going to be employing at least 30 to 35 people. The concept of a new book is great for the market. It's great for bettors. It's great for Nevada. It's great for the city as a whole. I think the only question I would have is, what are your thoughts on the in-person sign up?
This business would not exist if it were not for the in-person sign-up requirement. I think the in-person sign-up requirement is fundamental in the industry here in Nevada. It's been the longstanding policy to encourage investment in brick and mortar casinos, and people have relied on that requirement in making substantial capital investments in sports books. Be it, the beautiful sports books that Stations has built, for instance, at Red Rock and at Durango, what the Wynn has done, what the Venetian has done with theirs, to smaller locations as well. And it's all predicated because of the in-person requirement. And so there's a real substantial reliance interest in in-person sign-up. Because it encourages people to invest in the retail experience, get people to come into the casinos. For the casinos, they then have the opportunity to get those people to play other games as well. We were meeting with somebody yesterday, and he was talking about how many people might come in to use the kiosk or bet at the counter with in his current sports book. And how many of those people then go and play the machines. So the in-person sign-up requirement is unique, but for sure in Nevada. But it's sort of fundamental to the industry in the state, and it is led to the creation of a lot of jobs. And you were kind to reference the employment that this business is creating. It's small in the overall scheme of things, but those jobs don't exist if there was not the in-person sign-up requirement.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask is we've had other operators who want to have signups at various events, gatherings for a Memorial Day celebration or a NASCAR event out at the track where you've got thousands of people there, and they wanted to set up a booth and have people sign up and get the app, and so. And they have some good arguments, and I pushed back a little bit on them, and they said, well, if you have a wagering account set up, just with the initial sign up, it's a one-time visit maybe. But if you have an account set up where you have money on deposit, and like you mentioned, you can withdraw that money, especially in rural locations where there may not be a bank nearby, it's quicker to just go into the casino and say, I'd like to withdraw a couple $100 from my account. People are going to be going in and out of the property to withdraw money or deposit money. And that same theory would apply that, yeah, maybe they'll stop at the machine or the table or restaurant and spend a few dollars. So I guess there's good arguments on both sides. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the signing up at particular events, it sounds a lot like at one point there was a sort of marketing exception essentially to the in-person sign-up requirement. And if you had a marketing plan, you could sign somebody up outside the sports book. For instance, a certain person wanted to open an account with a significant amount of money. You could go to his place of work, or if people were coming into town for March Madness, you could meet them at the Starbucks and sign them up. Eventually, that requirement effectively went away. You could pre-register, but you then had to affirmatively go into a casino to actually activate the account. And I think the questions around the sort of the marketing exception were, how broad does it become? Going to meet a doctor at his office, for instance, or a couple of folks coming in for March Madness at the Starbucks, is different than having a tent set up at the Speedway, for instance. And if you're going to do it at the Speedway, well, then maybe you should do it at Allegiant Stadium. And so, the exception starts to swallow the rule. And so I think that's why ultimately the marketing exception essentially went away. And you can do the pre-registration, but you still have to go into the book to actually affirmatively activate the account.
And do you know of any other jurisdictions that, like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Detroit, that have brick and mortar casinos that have this rule? As far as my understanding is Nevada is probably the only state that requires this.
As far as the in-person sign-up requirement, I think that's correct. There have been some states that had it initially and then it rolled off, Illinois being one, Iowa being another. But yeah, and so the result then is you have these, significant advertising spends on that blankets the airwaves, and so it creates its own set of issues in various jurisdictions. And you have the aggressive sign-up offers and ultimately it's led to effectively a duopoly at the national level. You don't necessarily have the casino, not strike the word necessarily, you don't have the casino infrastructure in those places that you have elsewhere. So New Jersey, you referenced, all the casinos are in Atlantic City, right? There are people who live 2 hours away from Atlantic City. It's quite difficult to expect them to drive to Atlantic City to open up their account. You're just not going to be able to get people to go into the casino in a place like New Jersey, for instance. And it's, similar. They're spread out a little bit more, but there's not as many, for instance, in Michigan. Whereas in Nevada, and we looked at this when this issue came up during my William Hill tenure, it's 99% of the population live within a 15-minute drive of a casino in Nevada, right? And, because of the prevalence of casinos, there's close to 200 sports books, 180 something like that across the state. So the ability for somebody to go in person is quite different in Nevada than it is, for instance, in New Jersey.
And moving on to horse racing.
Yes.
I thought I read where you're going to offer the Breeders' Cup, the Preakness, the Belmont, and the Derby. Is that pretty much the extent of it?
Well, initially, yes, Judge. We're the 5 days of the year, the Triple Crown races, the 2 days of Breeders' Cup. The plan would be to book those races and then see how things evolve with respect to the pari-mutuel market. I really do think it's a pretty fundamental change to the pari-mutuel market in Nevada as a result of the repeal of the disseminator requirement and allowing for registration for systems operators. That will, I would think, significantly lower the cost structure and may make pari-mutuel financially feasible at places where it's not today.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about the new operator coming in. We sat down with them, I don't know, maybe 8 months ago, and we worked with them to get the legislative changes, and we offered to change any regs that needed to be changed. We wanted to help facilitate that transition. And we'll continue to work with them and do that. So that's not going to be a problem for you. I'm sure we'll be able to work any conflicts or problems that they may encounter. in that regard. We can probably effectuate a change in some reg to accommodate any roadblocks and hiccups along the way.
Well, and I think that the hope is that those legislative changes will reduce the cost structure and,
Mhm.
and potentially allow for pari-mutuel at places where you wouldn't do it today.
And will you be offering Quinellas?
On the booked race wagers days, no.
Okay. And I know the Superbook, I believe, I think they still do or intend to come football season in order to attract marketing and business and improve the marketing. They offer $1.05 on the NFL games on, say, Thursday night. You plan on competing with them in that regard?
We do plan on trying to come out with. I mentioned during the presentation, very focused on what I consider to be, sort of competitive pricing or fair pricing. The margin, and effectively the theoretical hold has increased in recent years. That
Mhm.
customers are paying for the product, and
Mhm.
perhaps some of that is due to the lack of competition in certain areas. So we are going to come out with what we think is fair, competitive pricing, and in fact, do plan to do something specific for the NFL season.
And you'll be offering in-game wagering, I presume?
Yes.
And now if a game is, say, NFL game is opening line is 3 and the money starts coming in on that side, are you going to go to 3.5 or are you going to go 3 minus 20, 3 minus 30?
Yeah. Well, ultimately it'd be up for Nick to decide, but 3 is the number where oftentimes you're reluctant to move off the 3, and so you move the amount that the customer has to post, or
money
the
line.
juice, on the money side, and you would tend to do that. There's one operator in Nevada who really doesn't and goes to 3.5.
Mhm.
But for the most part, at 3, you try to stick to 3 unless it really does get to be so extreme that you go to 3.5 or 2.5.
But that's a good marketing thing to think about, because like you said, there's only one other operator that'll take it to 3.5, and that's a huge half a point. So if you want to compete with all these other books that are staying at 3 minus 25 and what have you, you might want to think about that one.
I will be sure to tell Mr. Bogdanovich.
Oh, you don't have to tell him. I think that's,
when we have the
he
conversation.
usually would go to 3.5 if my memory serves me right, at the Horseshoe at least. I haven't been into the circuit, but years ago, he would go right to 3.5 and, see what happens. He might even go to 4 if enough money came in. He's a gambler. He's one of the last true bookmakers in the state, so you're lucky to have him. And then the sign-up cost, I don't know if this is confidential or not, but do you want to indicate, is it going to be like a $500 equal bet or $1,000 sign-up bonus, or what's the marketing plan there?
Yeah, there's a specific sign-up offer that I prefer to not lay out today, but there will be, with a deposit of a certain amount, you get, the free bets up to the following amount, and here's how it's structured, and here's how it works. And we think that we've come up with something that will both be attractive to customers, because as we've discussed, we recognize that we've got to get people to get up off the couch and come into our sports book. Frankly, in Elko, where there's literally no other game in town, maybe we have a little bit of an easier time initially, because, well, why wouldn't you get a second app on your phone just so you can get that extra half a point if you're really focused on it. And then around Ellis Island and Valley Verde, we're working with Gary and his team to come up with offers to try to get people to make the trip in. And we're focused obviously on people who are approximately close to those properties.
And your biggest competition is probably going to be what, Flutter and DraftKings?
Well, they don't operate in Nevada.
Well, not here, but I mean, in general, people have them on their apps.
Well, they shouldn't have them on their apps here in Nevada, and if they happen to have them, then they hopefully wouldn't be taking their bets. Look, William Hill's the 800-pound gorilla in this space
Mhm.
in Nevada.
Right.
And you know, Boomer, he was about a 20-pound Dachshund Cocker Spaniel mix. So, you know, you know, Boomer's not going to, you know, slay the 800-pound gorilla. We'd like to put him on a diet, maybe get him down to 700 pounds or 600 pounds, but they're going to be just fine. And we think we can carve out enough for ourselves.
Maybe you should have got a Doberman. That's all I have. I just want to wish you all the luck in the world. I have great confidence in you and Nick and the team here. And I have no hesitation to support your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Good morning. Thank you for your affirmative presentation, and you really laid out a lot of questions that I had on the record, and I guess I could just go through a couple things and just note, yeah, the materials were very thorough, and we did quite a detailed review, you know, questioning, and you were very responsive in any questions we've had leading up to today. So I appreciate that. And you know, at the end, don't let me forget, I do want to make sure we talk about, you know, some of the condition language too. You know, we've proposed and tweaked, and working with our DAG and with Chief Rippey. But just to kind of highlight a little bit, you mentioned that you've got, you know, a confidential, you know, list of investors. It's my understanding you've done your due diligence and you've done your own background checks. Just for the record, I wanted to say it seems, based on the materials, you're very well funded and looking to operate and expand, as you stated, moving forward pretty aggressively, I think. And seems you're well prepared for that, obviously with your experience as well and your long history of being licensed. I don't have any concerns there. Your long-term vision, your employees that you've stated, and you've given us an update on where you're at, and I have no doubt that'll continue to grow as you move forward. Trying to think, you really did do a good job on touching on everything. I'm sure less questions is better than more, I'm sure. I guess if a little bit, if you want to maybe expand a little bit more, I enjoyed reading about your marketing plans and kind of what you intend to do. I think you said August 1st, you're planning to open initially, and then you'll follow the satellite sites. Anything you want to share in that regard as far as what will happen then?
Well, the timing is obviously important because we're, you know, coming up to football season, which is when, if you're starting a business like this, you want to really be up and running for football season. And that's why I'm so appreciative of the chief and Supervisor Kaufman and Senior Agent Burke for doing the work to get us ready for this. So we'll open August 1. One of the things, the mobile app, we can't actually submit it to Apple or Google until we have our license in hand. So we're hoping the app is ready as close to August 1st as possible, but that's obviously will be up to Apple and to Google to decide, and not us. But we'll open for business. We will obviously have somebody come in to make the first wager. Oftentimes you try to get, you know, a local dignitary to do that and try to get some marketing attention around that. But we would plan to open with a full betting menu that people can come into and bet. Nick and Adam and have been interviewing and hiring the people. I think there's one more trading opening. You know, it's not just the two of them, but there's a team underneath them that they've been hiring. And so we would, you know, plan to open ready, you know, for business. And then as we get a little closer to football season, maybe 2-3 weeks out, we'll come out with the specifics of what the plan is going to be around the NFL season that you referenced, Judge, and to try to save that as we get closer. When you know, school started, people are back from vacations and they're back, you know, to being focused and getting ready for the football season. From an operational perspective, though, you know, we'll have everything ready to go. Make sure we have the appropriate procedures in place. Gina's been working very closely with AG and the rest of our team around the compliance and the AML plan, and, you know, how we're going to tackle the logistics of various things. So, you know, I would expect that as we open, we're ready to go. subject to the approval for the mobile app, which will lag by some number of days, hopefully, but not a lot.
That sounds pretty quick timing, though. That should take, sounds like days to a week or two.
That's the hope.
the hope,
That's the
okay.
hope. I mean, we could have a whole separate discussion about the incredible power that Apple has over
Right.
businesses in America as a result of the App Store. And that's something I dealt with during my William Hill days when we were trying to get open in New Jersey and we couldn't get the app out of the App Store because they were doing a policy review. So hopefully it does follow as quickly as we think it should.
And then lastly, capital improvements, just based on what I read, Boomers is responsible for kind of maintaining, repairing and ensuring the equipment and maintenance of the race and sports pool areas. Is that correct?
I think that's generally correct. Some of the day-to-day stuff like housekeeping, cleaning is done by the casino typically. Security and surveillance would typically be overseen by the casino since they have that infrastructure already in place. But with some smaller exceptions like that, generally, yes.
And then lastly, your house rules, it's my understanding our enforcement divisions reviewed those and those have been thoroughly vetted and kind of addressing some more recent kind of issues as far as how certain situations are handled with as far as resettling bets or whatnot. Can you expand on that?
Yes, house rules have been approved. They were approved actually, I think, before the last board meeting where there was the discussion around
Okay.
the resettling of bets. So we do plan to submit updated house rules that hopefully will be approved by the time we open. But if not, we'll open under the old rules until the new ones are approved.
Okay, I'll pass it back to see if my colleagues have any more questions before we talk about the conditions. And yeah, you want to move forward, Chairman?
Yes, thank you, Member Sandal. So we're going to do, Judge Assad has one more question. And then I see Mr. Ellis and Mr. Perro patiently waiting in Las Vegas. So we'll ask them some questions and then move to discussion. So if we can, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. We've been having a lot of problems, as you read in the paper, with bookies in casinos and sports books in particular, and they're laying off money, they're recruiting customers and betting at the tables to launder their money. The messenger bets are out, messenger bettors are out there, people laying off for, certain figures who like to get down all over town. What is your plan, hopefully, to be on guard for that? We don't want to be looking at you for a money laundering issue in 6 months or a year from now.
Thank you for the question, Judge. This is something that has been a particular area of focus for me going back to really the Brandywine days and the William Hill days. And my attitude has always been every customer is important. No customer is that important. And I've always operated businesses and certainly intend to operate this business with a culture of compliance that starts at the top. I think culture around compliance is set at the top by the CEO, and the CEO ultimately bears responsibility. Now, obviously, it's a lot easier in a smaller organization than it is in a very big multinational organization, and so I'm not intending to make a comparison to any other organization or any of the fines that have been levied, because it's a lot easier to do in a smaller business than a big one. But everybody knows, and in the past organizations, and everybody will know in this organization, sort of how I feel about those things. And you have an affirmative obligation to vet the customers as their money in gets to a certain level. That's the way I've always thought about it. Because, if a guy's winning or, roughly even, you can cycle through a lot of money, but it's not really indicative of a whole lot. It's, the money in that I think creates the obligation to really dig deep and try to learn what you can. Look, it's a difficult area, because if the customer doesn't like it, well, he just goes down the street and starts all over again, and you've potentially lost the customer. But you got to be willing to do that if you can't get the information that you want to have. And anytime that there's a sniff of something going wrong, you can't look away. You just can't look away. You've got to follow up. You've got to ask the questions, even if it means at the end of the day that you can't take that patron's business any longer. During my William Hill tenure, we had folks from the IRS come in and do trainings of employees, the folks who enforce these money wagering laws. I think it was the IRS, but a federal agency.
FinCEN probably.
Yeah. Yes. You know, that was an area of considerable focus. And so that will continue to be something that will be focused on. I referenced in my remarks that I understand this is a privileged license, and you know that comes with responsibilities. And if you don't want them, you can do great in some other areas, right? You really can. And you know, we could have a whole separate discussion about prediction markets and sweepstakes and all these people who offer gambling products outside the regulated gambling industry. And certainly my view is that needs to be addressed. But for those of us in the regulated gambling industry, we've made that decision to play by these rules, and we've got to make sure we stay on top of that. And it certainly, the areas you referenced is a big part of it. It applies in sort of workplace culture, sexual harassment type stuff as well, which has been an issue, obviously, before the board in the past. And you know, the expectations and the rules around that have to be made perfectly clear right up front to everybody. And there just can't be any tolerance of, oh, geez, well, he's a real good guy. I want to look the other way on this, or I don't want to lose that business. You got to be willing to walk away from folks when they're not acting appropriately.
Great. Thank you for that.
Thank you. What we'll do now is we'll turn to questions for Mr. Ellis and Mr. Pirro. Mr. Ellis and Mr. Pirro, how are you today?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you for joining us and patiently waiting. Mr. Ellis, what factors led to your decision to move forward with getting into these two locations with Mr. Asher and joining him on his new endeavor?
Well, I've known Joe for many years, have tremendous respect for him. And, you know, when he came up with this idea, it seemed like a natural. Done business with him before at William Hill, and could not have more respect for Joe, and just really happy to join this venture. I think he's going to be hugely successful, and I think he's somebody that the state can be very proud of.
And at Ellis Island, you're building a new book. How is that coming?
Coming along well. Construction's never fun, I'm sure, as you know, but we're moving along, and hopefully we've got a spot for Joe and crew, you know, when he's ready, and the next, you know, with the board and commission's blessing here very soon. The new area is certainly before Labor Day, but you know, I think that's a conservative date, so it's looking good.
Very good. And what's your perspective on marketing and how Ellis Island and Casino Valley Verde, for that matter, will support this new venture?
Well, we're, you know, Joe's team and our team are working together to make this as big a success as it can be. I think in our location, we kind of say we're one block off Disneyland with all the huge casinos on the Strip. Our business is those a lot of the Strip employees, and so you know, from the curb we'll be able to advertise Boomers, and Casino Valley Verde is kind of a you know, a super locals market there, and through direct mail marketing, also marketing on the building, or merchandising on the building, we think both books have always been successful. So we think it's just the next step with Boomers.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Ellis?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Mr. Ellis, nice to see you again.
See you, Judge.
Thank you for being here. Well, I think the chairman went over basically business is pretty good. You're moving in the right direction.
Yes, construction, is always a little bit of a negative, but we're on the home stretch now. So looking forward to, being kind of the value proposition in the area for gaming. We're looking forward to getting open and very optimistic about, what our new little property will bring to the area.
Well, I want to wish you all the luck in the world and congratulate you on teaming up with Mr. Asher. I think you're going to be very successful in this endeavor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sendall.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Ellis. And I don't have any other questions. I appreciate you being here and presenting before us and supporting and being involved in this endeavor. And happy to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we get into the discussion of the conditions, I want to state for the record my full support for this application. I think, Mr. Asher, you and your team are a credit to the gaming industry in the state of Nevada. I specifically appreciate that you see this as a unique opportunity, a unique Nevada-based opportunity. I wish you all the luck in the world. I think you have a great team. I think you should be very proud of what you've assembled in such a short time. And I'm very glad to see that you've agreed to get off the bench, so to speak, and get back in the game as potentially a serial entrepreneur. But certainly it's very well crafted, very well funded, very well thought through. And I wish you every success, but I have no doubt you will be successful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So with that, I'll ask Member Sendall to review with you the conditions. I do believe, Mr. Scheer, that a condition was presented to you this morning for your consideration. So if Member Sendall, if you wouldn't mind explaining the thought process behind the terms of that condition, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, it's my understanding you had some proposed alternative language to our last condition that you received originally from staff. And I sat down and discussed it with Dag McKella, and we made some minor tweaks, and I think you have them before you, right? And so the proposal, I'm just going to go right down to to kind of scratch out the permanently discontinuing, but then adding in closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening. So it's not so burdensome and cumbersome, but there's still some sort of oversight was the thought. I'm open to a different time period, or if you think you're good, then I will propose my motion to the board.
And we've had an opportunity to review the
Okay.
conditions as was mentioned. Deputy Attorney General McKella shared those with us this morning, so we had an opportunity to review them. And Mr. Asher can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have no concerns about the proposed alternative condition and had no concerns about the other proposed conditions as well. And if I might, just before you embark on your motion, I'd like to add my thanks to Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke for her work on this application, and also my congratulations to Chairman Dreitzer for starting his new position here and switching sides in the going to the light side.
Thank you very much. And I guess you never forget your first matter. So here we are. Thank you all for appearing. And I think I'm ready for a motion. Would one of my colleagues care to make a motion in these matters?
Yes, thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that has been approved. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Tax and License Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and Regulation 22.040. Except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees or Boomers Sportsbook LLC. Must be employees of Boomers Sportsbook LLC. Any change in the agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Boomers Sportsbook LLC and any other affiliated company must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. And lastly, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Boomers Sportsbook LLC to convert a location from a kiosk-only operation to a manned satellite operation, with or without a kiosk, or from a manned satellite operation, with or without a kiosk, to a kiosk-only operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing for a period in excess of 180 days and reopening thereafter either the manned satellite operation or the kiosk. And that is the end of my proposed motion, Chairman.
Thank you.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good then. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Stefan Kren for finding of suitability as a member of the Executive Board at Novomatic AG PTC. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
One second,
Oh,
please. I'm sorry. We do have a disclosure. 1 second, please.
Sorry about that. So yeah, let me restart it.
Okay, my apologies. We're back on the record. The disclosure as to non-restricted number 2. I was employed at Ainsworth Game Technology during the time Novomatic AG owned approximately 53% of the stock of Ainsworth Game Technology, as they continue to do today. In early 2018, I left this role for another opportunity. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the facts set forth in this disclosure, and I therefore intend to fully participate in this matter. I offer this disclosure as a matter of full public record and transparency. Thank you. Okay, now we can start. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Madam Secretary. For the records, my name is Sabine Stoppel, S-T-O-P-P-E-L. I'm Head of Group Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. Also present today is Stefan Kren, Executive Board Member of Novomatic AG, a registered publicly traded company. Also participating via Zoom is Michael Reuker, Legal Counsel of Novomatic AG, and who represents Novomatic AG in the pending investigations in Austria in case the board has any questions. Stefan Kren was appointed to the Executive Board of Novomatic in February 2024, and appearance today is to respectfully request approval of Stefan Kren's application for finding of suitability as a member of the Novomatic AG Executive Board. As it's Stefan's first appearance before the board, he would like to give you a brief introduction on his background.
That would be fine. Thank you. Mr. Kren, please proceed.
Thank you, Sabina. Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, board member, Madam Secretary, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. As Sabina said, it's my first physical presence at the gaming board, so it's quite exciting, but nevertheless, I want to use this opportunity to give you a brief introduction of myself, so that you get a picture of my person. I was born and raised in Austria with 3 older sisters, made my graduate from high school there, then joined the Austrian Army, and to finish the educational background, I studied law and business administration and got in both fields a master's degree. That's from the educational background. From the professional background, I started my career 25 years ago in the year 2000 in the Austrian Parliament, becoming a parliamentarian staff member there. Very interesting position there. After 5 years in this public sector, I got an offer from the private sector and moved into the business law and management consulting, where I worked for 10 years. During this period, I also had some clients from the gaming industry, namely also Novomatic AG. So I worked already as a consultant for this company. And then in the year 2015, so 10 years after, I finally received a very exciting offer from Novomatic to join the company directly. At that time, so for me, it was no question. I took this opportunity and became General Secretary. That's a special position within the company, reporting directly to the CEO, to the executive board. And then my career at Novomatic starts in 2020. I was promoted to become an authorized representative at Novomatic. At the same time, I was appointed to several supervisory boards of subsidiaries of Novomatic. In the year 2023, I was appointed as managing director of an important subsidiary of Novomatic. And finally, in February 2024, I was appointed as a member of the executive board. To sum up, you see that I had the opportunity to grow within the company and to get the company from an executive perspective, having the possibility in the beginning to be very close to the board of directors, and then meanwhile became myself a member of the board. And at that time, in February 2024, also the licensing process starts, and that this led me also, I made my expression to thank you and the investigators for the very professional, indeed very intensive investigation, but nevertheless it's necessary, and thank you for the good collaboration so far. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Krenn, for that background. So let's begin, if we could, with specific duties. On a day-to-day basis, what are you doing and what areas are you covering? It seems like from the materials you cover a really large area within the company. So how do you handle all of that and still be able to sleep?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But you are right. Yeah, probably it will also be possible to work 24 hours because of the workload. But in the end, it's the team, a very global and very professional team. Sabina is one of the team members that makes it possible. And I made to answer your question. We are 3 board members, and my area of responsibility comprises 7 main areas. I just want to provide you with them. You know, we are a global acting agency. Even our headquarters is based in Austria. Yeah. By the way, this year we are celebrating our 45th anniversary. It was founded in 1980 by Professor Graf, and since then we have enlarged the global footprint. So my task is for the global HR. We have more than 20,000 employees, so this is a big task. I'm also responsible for the group legal, for the property management, for the facility management, for the group compliance, also covering the AML and data protection issues, for the group marketing and communications issues, and for the group ESG and corporate responsibility. So these are the 7 main areas of my responsibility.
Right, and just for a little context, when you say board, that means that's an executive team member working, which I know in some other places has a different meaning. A board is a part-time role. Here, it's not a part-time role, certainly. Maybe could you drill down a little bit, Mr. Krenn? And I definitely understand the areas that you are responsible for, but what's your approach in terms of managing each of them? Because again, that's a pretty wide docket.
Well, the main approach heading such a global company is to set rules and to monitor them. Of course, I cannot do a day-to-day operational work, but my duty is to supervise them, to give them a vision, and to enable all that is necessary for the team of 20,000 people to fulfill these tasks. Yeah, this is my role and the role of my board colleagues. Of course, all these areas I've mentioned, they have a division head. This division head has, of course, several departments, worldwide departments, and a lot of people working for them. But on a day-to-day basis, I'm dealing with these 7 division heads and with my board colleagues, yeah, to manage and monitor my areas of responsibility.
How often do you meet with your direct reports?
It depends on the department, but basically I have sure fixes. I think that's the English word also. Yeah, a sure fix on a weekly, 2 weekly or month basis. But of course, I'm always for ad hoc meetings and nearly on day-to-day basis. It depends, you know, when appears some new development in a country or in a subsidiary. We have more than 200 subsidiaries, so it's possible that I'm on day-to-day basis also in contact with them. Yeah, but institutionally, I have sure fix every week, 2 weeks. Yeah, depending on the area.
Thank you for that. I want to ask you very specifically about 3 of your areas, if I could, because, you know, there certainly have issues that have come before the board, and I wanted to get your sense of approach, management style, executive management style for these areas. Let's start with the AML matter. If you could please describe your philosophy of managing AML concerns with Novomatic.
Yeah, of course, AML is a very important issue for Novomatic, but I think for the whole industry, and therefore we take a lot of effort there and attach a great importance on this issue. In our organization, AML is part of the compliance of the global and group compliance team. Yeah, well, one of the main tasks in my role was to develop and issue a binding group policy, so a directive that is binding for all our more than 200 subsidiaries and all the people, stating very clear what we are expecting, also giving them reporting duties. So they have to report an anti-money laundering report every 6 months. Yeah, alone. We have 35 local compliance and AML managers. They report to the group AML manager, and the group manager is reporting to me. So just to give a kind of hierarchy of that. And additionally, we have a compliance committee established that with members of the supervisory board. I'm not a member of this committee because I'm not allowed to be there, but I'm regularly informed, so to keep them independent from the executive board. Otherwise, it could take some influence, and this is not possible with this organizational matter. But I also have meetings with them on a regular basis, yeah, the main thing is the reporting obligations from our subsidiaries. Of course, anti-money laundering especially is important for our B2C. Probably, you know, Novomatic has a dual business model. On the one hand, we are a supplier, develop gaming equipment and sell it, lease it, whatever. That's the technology side. And the other side is that we operate in the B2C sector through subsidiaries, online, but also land-based. Yeah, and especially for this B2C area, anti-money laundering, preventing customers from anti-money laundering is one of the key tasks a gaming company has to fulfill. Yeah.
How about training?
Of course, we have an extensive training.
Okay.
We also rolled out a group training plan that consists of 2 parts, a physical one and an e-learning part, where my group AML officer developed and rolled out an e-learning that is also mandatory for all the AML managers and to do it, so that we also can do it on a regular basis. This is regularly enlarged every year, and also because regulatory changes, and also, I mean, in Europe, more or less, you have a clear AML policy, but even there are differences from state to state. But globally, there are different requirements. So we also have to adapt our learnings and e-learnings to the global region and to the demands of the market.
Can you clarify something? You indicated the AML was part of the compliance group. How does that work?
We have, for me, we have not an AML division, we have a compliance division, and AML is part of this compliance.
And I'm sorry, so legal compliance is in there as well?
Is
Regulatory legal?
also in there, yeah.
And Ms. Stoppel's in charge of that?
Ms. Stoppel is not in this compliance. She's in the regulatory compliance. That's an own division, so to say. And Sabina is not reporting, or no, you're not reporting to the board of directors, only disciplinary. But she has to be free in her decisions, also in being responsible to you. Yeah, so I cannot influence her.
Who does Ms. Stoppel report to then?
I report report to the supervisory board. The supervisory chairman is also an independent member, and he's also chairman of the compliance committee.
Okay, and in doing so, you're able to keep your independence?
Yes.
Exactly.
The legal compliance officer has specialists in this office dealing with the AML and data protection in addition to the legal compliance stuff.
Okay, that was my next question. Can you speak a moment about data protection as well? Certainly
Of course.
a big topic.
Yeah, it's also especially in Europe with the European Data Protection Directive that was set in place a few years ago. Great challenges also in the international transfer of data, for example, with the States. You're aware of that topic. So this keeps us a lot of effort. We have, I would say, very many employees with a lawyer background who are working on that on a day-to-day basis to ensure. Of course, we have a lot of data in the B2C side from the customers, so we are responsible to comply with all the data protection rules and laws. They differ also from country to country, so this is a big stake of work we have to do. Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to turn then to the matter that I guess, is it Mr. Rohregger?
Yes.
Who's here. In connection with this application, certainly the ongoing investigation of Novomatic has arisen. And so we want to take this opportunity to ask you questions about that as well. Mr. Rohregger, do I have that right? Can you please state your name and position with the company?
Yes. Chairman Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. First of all, let me express that it's a great honor to be able to join today's meeting again, and it's especially an honor that I understood that it's your first meeting that you might chair, Chairman Dreitzer. My name is Michael Rohregger. I'm attorney at law practicing in Vienna, and I'm representing Novomatic in the ongoing criminal investigations in Austria.
Thank you. I know that these matters have been going on for some time. Specifically, how long?
They started in June 2020.
Okay. Can you tell me specifically, for the record, which of the matters still remain unresolved?
Yes. In the beginning, we had about 4 to 5 matters that were investigated. And all of them where Novomatic AG was involved have been discontinued and closed except for one. And the one remaining is the allegation that the CFO of Casinos Austria was appointed with the help of Harald Neumann, who was member of the supervisory board of Casinos Austria and also member of the board of Novomatic, in return to a suspected support of Novomatic in gaining either licenses or in adapting the law in favor of Novomatic. That investigation is still ongoing, but what I can report in terms of that investigation is that the public prosecutor already proposed to the second instance prosecutor to also discontinue this last remaining allegation. So it's not finally decided yet, but there are indications that it might also be closed.
And so this has now been going on more than 6 years.
5 years. 5 years now, so more than 5 years.
Late 18, early 19, I have that right?
It started in sorry, 19, yes, 19,
yeah,
sorry.
so about
6 years, yes, you're right.
So it'll have an anniversary next month. So tell me more about why you think the final matter will be closed, and what do you think the timing is of that?
Because it is an important case in Austria, the public prosecutor has to report to the second instance prosecutor if he intends to either close the case or file an indictment. And in the remaining allegation, the public prosecutor already proposed to the second instance that he suggests to close the case. The second instance then said that there should still be some additional investigations. And Novomatic AG, in answering that, filed a statement to the prosecutor. And my expectation would be that this should be enough to convince the prosecutor to again propose closing the file to the second instance. Maybe he already did so. That's a step where the suspects are not informed of. We only see the result, so maybe this has already been done. If not, it could happen anytime. Then usually it takes a couple of months until it's decided by the second instance. So we could have a final result on the question whether this is also closed during the rest of the year. That would be a plausible time frame for that decision.
Okay. So possibly before the end of the year, you will hear about the final matter, but you don't know.
Possibly. I mean, it could be that the prosecutor takes additional investigation steps, but I have no indication that things like that are ongoing. That I would see from the file, and the file is quite quiet. So there's a good chance that we have a final result by the end of this year.
Okay. Appreciate that. I may come back with further questions, but for now, Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Krenn or the others?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you in person. Thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure.
And also to you, it's how do you pronounce it again? Roeburger?
Roecker, yes.
Roecker.
Roecker, yes.
My Austrian is not that good, please forgive me. But I love your country. I've been there and it's fabulous. The question that I had pretty much was covered by Chairman Dreitzer. With regard to this ongoing investigation, have you done an internal investigation yourself within the company?
During the investigation by the public prosecutor, you are constantly allowed and sometimes ordered to file statements to the file. So on that occasion, you, of course, are inspecting your own files, making up your mind whether something might have gone wrong. Also, the compliance committee was involved. So they were, of course, internal investigations into that matter. Yes.
And have you implemented any types of mitigating factors or any remedial measures, if necessary? I mean, if your position is you did nothing wrong, then you wouldn't want to create any mitigating factors or remedial measures. But is there anything along those lines?
Well, first of all, the law provides for that. If you, as a suspected association, take steps to avoid that things go wrong in the future, even if things went wrong in the past, then this is a mitigation factor in the investigation proceeding or in the criminal proceeding. I mean, the company, we think that nothing went wrong, and in 4 to 5 investigated allegations, this has already been confirmed by the public prosecutor. But nevertheless, of course, there is always a chance to improve and mark up compliance rules and things like that. And I saw that this was reflected and learnings from the proceeding were reflected. But in the end, if nothing went wrong, then you can always improve, but it's not like abolishing mistakes.
Thank you for that good answer. And Mr. Krenn, you're eminently qualified. This is your first license request here in Nevada, but you've been licensed in many other jurisdictions. You have an excellent background and resume and experience. You're eminently qualified. I have no hesitation to support your application. I just wanted to kind of give you a little heads up on something I read on page 9. It said that the group corporate responsibility and ESG parentheses environmental social governance. What is that?
Thank you, Mr. Judge, for
Without
this.
using the word
environmental
or
No,
social.
I do understand your question, Judge Azad, because from my personal opinion, this is something very European, but there it's even, how shall I say, it's a law, it's a directive of the European Commission. So this means this directive is binding for the member states, so also for Austria. And this ESG directive, as you said it, is regulating how a company deals with its non-financial issues such as environment, social governance. What does this mean? For example, we have to report, and this is also audited by an external auditor such as Deloitte or KPMG or whatever. Yeah. For example, carbon emission, energy use, water use, but really on country by country, on subsidiary side, you have also to present them the development, for example, of energy use. So we did a lot to bring it down in these terms, but this is what the European Commission wants to see. On the social side, the S of the ESG, this means we have to report our labor standards, what we do for labor security and safety and health. Yeah, also to report the Arbeitsunfälle.
The incidents.
Labor incidents, for example, we have F&D production facilities. Of course, it's a topic to prevent them from any incidences and so on. But we also have to report that, with figures. And the G, the governance, is what Mr. Chairman already addressed. That's of course how we deal with compliance, AML, data protection issues, but also specific to our industry with use and player protection. For example, all the certifications in this area are part of the G. We are G4 certified, for example. You are familiar with that. And we have to carry out the financial report that meanwhile is as thick as the financial report. And also, if it's called non-financial, it consists only of figures. Yeah. So this is what we have to carry out each year. Yeah.
On the social governance side, does it transition into hiring practices?
Also,
diversity,
exactly,
equity,
Judge.
inclusion?
Exactly, diversity, screening, the number of male and female employees, the development, equal opportunities. We have to take care that there are enough female team members in leading positions. Also, the law gives us that. Yeah, so if we have too less, for example, in Austria and other European countries, we have the obligation that, for example, boards and supervisory boards have to consist of a minimum female attendees presence and so on. So I'm also responsible for that, of course, that we fulfill and comply with these regulations. Yeah.
Well, I just want to give you a heads up. In America, you can't do that. Okay. It's unconstitutional. It's illegal to hire a woman just because she's a woman. It's illegal and unconstitutional to hire a black person because they're black. There are cases from the U.S. Supreme Court. I'll cite you to Ames v. Ohio Department of Youth Services, U.S. Supreme Court case decided last month, June 5th, case number 23-1039. The court essentially says that hiring practices cannot be motivated even in part by race, color, sex, national origin, or any other protected characteristic. And that also follows Title VII and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and 1981. The court relied on those two statutes as well. In the area, the court said, of hiring, firing, promotion, demotion, compensation, fringe benefits, exclusion from training, mentoring, and selection for interviews or placement on candidate slates, you can't consider the gender. You can't consider the race, the ethnicity, or the color of someone's skin. I mean, that's the law in the United States. Now, I understand that you say it's the law in Europe, that's fine. But you're a publicly traded company and you're on the stock exchanges here, correct?
No,
No, we are not
Nothing to do-
public.
no.
They're private?
Yeah.
I thought it said PTC.
Yeah, it's because at the time we acquired the Ainsworth shares, we had bonds given out. And that is why the board decided that the Novomatic AG has to be registered as a publicly
Oh, I
traded
see.
company.
Okay, very good, very good.
Because as soon as you're on the financial
That
market,
still applies. In the United States, you just can't do that.
Mm.
So
So keep that in mind.
thank you for the information.
I guess-
Chairperson.
let me.
Maybe-
I'm sorry, Judge,
may-
anything
may-
else?
No, I'm good.
Can I make a legal remark to that? I think that
In a moment, sir, I just want to give
Okay.
the applicant to the opportunity to clarify the record as to hiring practices in the United States. Does that differ from hiring practices in other countries? And if so, are you being sensitive to that in accordance with the laws?
Well, I think basically there's a common understanding that there should be no difference, and I think the same holds true for the States than in Europe, that as an employer, you must not make a difference because of sex or color or religion or
That is
whatever. And I
actually,
think
yeah.
that's a common understanding. What happened in Europe is that there are more specific regulations. For example, the Equal Pay Directive that is set in power, I think, next year, with 1st of 2026. This means that not the small companies, but the bigger companies, and of course, we stick to this group. Yeah, for example, since this directive is in power, so next year, you have to pay fines or at least have problems if it turns out that on the basis of your workforce that female earn less than men. Yeah, but you have to compare that, and that's not so easy because not each job is comparable. Yeah, even if it looks like, but this is what they expect us, and we as a company are responsible for that. And I'm as a board member that is responsible for this area, so I'm responsible of fulfilling this policy. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make clear that there's
Yeah.
certainly indication that you follow the laws of hiring practices
Of
with
course,
the
in
US
all countries.
employees as potentially different than other jurisdictions. Sir, you had a comment? Mr.
Yes, I think Judge Assad, your comment on equality in labor law was very important, and I think it pretty much complies with European law. We also have the rule that there may be no distinction between race, ethnicity, and color, and so on, and gender. But European legislation had one thought. They said that in the past, specific groups were discriminated. And to make up for that, until there is a factual equality, in certain situations, you have to promote that part of the population that was discriminated in the past. So that's a very small exemption of the law of equality in favor of the ones that had been discriminated in the past. So that might be a small different view of European law that is reflected then in the Austrian law, according to the US law, which aims to give factual equality.
Those arguments were made here many, many times. And Sandra Day O'Connor made it clear in her decision back in, I don't know, the 80s, I guess, the reverse discrimination type of case where she wanted to, it was in the area of affirmative action with admissions to law school and colleges, that once they reached a certain tipping point, and she had hoped that would be in 25 years, that there would no longer be a need to make up for past discrimination and so-called America's greatest sin, slavery. And those arguments were good and they're valid, but I think the court today has come to the conclusion that we're past that. And it really doesn't help people of color to say, we're going to give you a special hand up, because then they're stigmatized. And people will look at them and say, they're only in that position because of their color. So that's kind of the current rationale of the US Supreme Court today, that we're all Americans. we're all equal, and the court does not distinguish between races, gender, or sex. Everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed in this country.
So, sorry to cut you off. So we appreciate that you understand that the differences in laws, and will continue to act accordingly. I appreciate that. Any further questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Member Sindall.
Thank you, and thank you for your affirmative presentation and being here today. Getting back just a little bit about your background, you've been at Novomatic for 10 years, but how long have you been on the executive board? You've been in different roles on the executive board for a while, or how long have you been in a specific role?
Thank you, Member Sandal. You are right. I'm now in the company since 2015, so 10 years. And during these 10 years, I ran through different roles. I started as General Secretary, but in this role, I also reported directly to the whole Executive Board. And I just pointed out, because that gives me at that time the opportunity to also learn and recognize how a company of this size is managed. Yeah, because you also someone have to give you the opportunity to learn that, and I had this opportunity. And 5 years later, in 2020, I was promoted to a management position, becoming an authorized representative with signature power, and also member of supervisory board of subsidiaries. And in 2023. I was appointed in one subsidiary as managing director, and in 2024, I was appointed to being a member of the executive board of the whole group.
Okay, so just a year, last year.
1 year, exactly, or 1.5 years. Yeah.
And I know the judge mentioned you have extensive, I think you have a lot of applications out right now for licensing in many jurisdictions. Some have been approved, but I still saw you have a lot of pending ones as well. And all these licensings are just related to this recent change from last year to being on that level of the board. Is that correct? Okay. I noticed you went to school later to get your diploma in media and information law in 2013, 2014. What precipitated that? Was that through work? Was that an opportunity separate, or? How shall I explain it in English? I started to study law directly after I finished the army, but then had the possibility to start it in the Austrian Parliament. I explained in the beginning. So therefore, I made the break in this and law study. Instead, then later I finished the business administration, but I always wanted also to finish my law studies. And then I had the opportunity in 2010 something, I started it again to finish with a master's degree, and I did it, and I specialized in this media and information law, because this was something that came up at that moment, for example, also in the gaming industry, the online business, and all the legal question that arise there. And therefore I had the possibility to specialize me there, and also made a master's degree there. Yeah. Understood. Thank you. And that actually, I was wondering, while you worked at the Parliament, were you also studying, or was that a full-time, you were a Parliament staff member that was? This was a full-time, and the reason why I made a break during the study, we had elections in a bit before the year 2000, and the new government came in place, and one of the members asked me if I wanted to join a position there. And well, again, this was a chance in a lifetime to be so close to this body, and I also had the office in the Austrian Parliament, and was very close to all these lawmaking procedures. And so I took this opportunity. Yeah. Understood. How did you get involved in the beginning with Novomatic? That was during this period of being a consultant in the management and the law consultancy. Novomatic was a client there. And so basically I can say I worked for Novomatic longer than this 10 years directly in the company, because I worked since 2007 or 6 for Novomatic. But before as a consultant, and then now as a direct employee of the company, so to say. So you were a good consultant. Exactly. Okay. And then just on the company as a whole, I saw you guys have over 26,000 employees, over 3,000 in Austria. You operate in 50 countries. It's a huge, huge company. And then I noticed the materials I wanted to ask about your current, you are more than half owner of Ainsworth, but it seems you're decided a couple months ago now to fulfill or move forward with purchasing the remaining shares. And if you could just tell us, or if you have any update you can share on where the scheme's at and what you see now maybe
Of
moving
course.
forward.
As you said, Member Sendal, since 2018, we are majority shareholder, stakeholder of Ainsworth with 52.9, so approximately 53%. And we now had the consideration that we fully want to integrate, consolidate Ainsworth in Novomatic, and therefore the management launched a so-called scheme arrangement. Yeah, so this transaction tool is driven by the independent board of Ainsworth, not by us. But if this scheme goes through, so the minority stakeholders, the remaining have a vote, yeah, whether they agree or not to the offer. And probably you ask me for an update because it was just last week the scheme booklet. The scheme booklet has been lodged with ASIC, that's the Australian Security and Investment Commission. Then this scheme booklet will be approved within the next 14 days. We hope so. Then it becomes public, and then there will be a scheme meeting where the minority shareholders have the right to vote in favor or against the scheme agreement. This will take place. We don't know the concrete datum, but at the end of August, and then we know whether the scheme goes through or not. Yeah.
Understood. Well, I appreciate you. You're very well qualified and your background, and thank you for being here and answering all of our questions. I'm happy to support your application, and yeah, I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendal. One follow-up question. Should the scheme be successful, is it the intention of Novomatic to have a separate company also in the United States or work as part of Ainsworth? What's your view on that?
Well, of course, this is subject to a decision that has to be made when the scheme goes through. Basically, the initial thought why we acquired this 53% majority of Ainsworth was, of course, to enlarge our footstep in the US and the Australian market, where Ainsworth is well positioned. Yeah, and on the other hand, we see a lot of mutual benefits, so to say, yeah, because on the one hand, we can help Ainsworth in our European markets to grow, and on the other hand, we think that through Ainsworth, we can also develop products and systems in the States and in Australia, and so in the Ainsworth core markets. And if the scheme goes through, we hope to how shall I say this, to accelerate this process, yeah, because then we even can be faster in this synergy and potential and having these potentials done in business. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I join my colleagues in saying you're very well qualified for the position, and I have absolutely no hesitation supporting your application. I think you gave very thoughtful answers to the big picture issues that fall within your responsibility. So I appreciate how you look at that. And I will say too, I'm glad to hear that there was at least some progress on the current investigation, and the Nevada Gaming Control Board awaits an update eagerly in accordance with what's been presented today. So we look forward to hearing that. It sounds like if it's possible that it all be cleared before the end of the year, certainly nobody would be happier about that than you. But certainly if you could keep us posted on that, we would appreciate that. But as to the matter before us today, Mr. Kren, I support your application. And with that, I'll accept a motion from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge Assad. Thank you, Board Member Sendal.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then pick up with non-restricted number 3 after that. Thank you.
Otherwise, it's gonna take an hour and a half. Yeah, but like I said, you have a mobile account, you put money in. Put money out. You're gonna be. It's a bank. I was talking about it, like, you want to hear from Frank and Loretta? And I said, no. Yeah, good luck with that. But, I've had a lot.
It's not a seat.
What?
Okay, we are back on the record. Madam Secretary, if you would, please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Brandon Smith for licensure as a key executive and key employee at Cactus Pete's LLC, doing business as Cactus Pete's Resort Casino.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Please state your name for appearance. Little button there. Yep. There you go.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Today, I'm appearing on behalf of Cactus Pete's LLC, DBA Cactus Pete's Resort Casino. With me to my left is the applicant, Brandon Smith. The application before you this morning is for his licensure as Vice President and General Manager of Cactus Pete's. With that, we'd like to thank Agent Nick Molenkamp and Supervisor Eric Kaufman for their work on the application. They were a pleasure to work with. With your permission, I'll have Mr. Smith briefly introduce himself, provide some background, and then open the floor to any questions you may have. Thank you.
As stated, my name is Brandon Smith. Thank you for letting me be here. Never been to a meeting so formal, so please forgive me if I screw something up. My name is Brandon. I was born in Wichita, Kansas. Graduated from there, Wichita State University, did fundraising for a long time at Wichita State. I took that job and went to Boise State University. I did fundraising and event planning out there for the university and raised money for scholarships for a number of years. I have been fascinated with the gaming industry ever since probably watching Frank Sinatra in a movie a long time ago, and wanted to get into the business, but being in Boise, Idaho, never really had the opportunity until I had a friend who talked to me about a job availability in Cactus Pete's. This was 20 years ago. It was an executive casino host. I applied for it. I got the job. But found out that I didn't really want to do it because it wasn't really in the business side, the management side of things. And so I said, if you ever have anything else that comes up, please let me know. A few months later, they talked to me about a big fish program is what they talked about. They wanted to bring a leader in from outside of the gaming industry to work and bring in a new set of eyes, as it were, for this role. I gladly accepted that, was very excited to go in and work as table games. I was a casino shift manager. I brand new to the position, did not know how to deal cards, did not know how to do anything. It was very interesting because some of the people who I worked with who had been doing that job for longer than I had been alive were not the most open to a new guy coming in and being their boss or working with them. Needless to say, it still worked out. I worked my way up to casino lead shift manager and then to the acting director of table games after a few years. In talking with my boss, Sherry Summers, who was the general manager at Cactus Pete's, we talked about all the things that I like to do, and none of them related to table games, and all of them related to guest service. So I was fortunate to have a director of marketing position come up. I took on that role, did that for over a decade, and then Maristar got bought out by Penn. Pinnacle got bought out by Penn. Penn now has 40-some opportunities all throughout the United States. I was lucky enough to take one of them that was in Council Bluffs, Iowa. I went out to that casino for about 5 years, did the vice president of marketing, and was over player development and events out there as well. Expanded my knowledge, got to deal with a different jurisdiction, which was interesting, but still fun. But then Sherry told me she was going to retire about 1.5 years ago, and I jumped at the chance to come back to Nevada. So always liked it here, liked it a lot more than the Midwest, even though I'm from there. So since then, I have had the opportunity this last almost year to work with the team and get them not necessarily going in the right direction because they weren't going in the wrong direction, but continue to expand some of the things that they've been doing. We have done wonderful with our engagement scores with the company, #1 in our region and #5 in the whole entire company in terms of team member engagement. We've done great at guest service. We continue to be in the top 10 in the entire country. And we continue to work with the chamber. I'm trying to work to get our property more involved with local communities. It's a small town. Jackpot is less than 1,000 people. It's a border town, but it is a very unique place to live, a fun place to be, a great place to work. So we're coming up on our 70th anniversary this next year. So all plans are going ahead for working with that and getting ready for the 70th anniversary this next year. So we're excited. So that's a brief summary of what I've been doing out there and some news about me. So please, I'm open for any questions.
Well, thank you for that presentation. We appreciate that background. If you would, could you describe, Mr. Smith, what a day looks like for you?
Yeah, very simply, a lot of time working with my direct leaders and the front of house. I am someone who does not spend much time in my office. Sometimes that's a bad thing, but most of the time I think it's good. I have 10 people on my executive committee, so I will see them every week in meetings or every other week, depending on the position on which they hold. We also have an executive committee meeting every week just to talk about all the ongoings at the property, everything that you would typically be at any property's HR standpoint, marketing standpoint, casino ops and such. But then a lot of time on the floor, walking around, back of house in the kitchen, to the pit and wherever else, checking on the hotel just to see how everybody is doing. We do a good job at being one of the properties that continues to have long tenure and also very good, as I mentioned, engagement survey scores within our company. So we want to continue to keep that going and have like as good a relationship as I can with the front of house.
So your role now is, from a responsibility standpoint, broader than you've ever had before.
100%.
quite broader.
Yes.
Would you say? You mentioned earlier that you tried table games. There was nothing about that you liked, and fair enough.
Yeah.
The question I would have is, how do you deal with the team members that report to you, or the whole team members in areas that you might have less of an interest or less knowledge, less patience? How do you deal with those areas?
Less patience, I won't go there. I do feel I have a great deal of patience. I've shifted my mindset in this last year and a half in working with my direct boss, who is Hussein at M Resort. He's the general manager down there in Las Vegas, and also my regional, Aaron Rosenthal, but then also my past general manager, Paul Zach. He's out at Ameristar Council Bluffs. And we had a very good discussion about shifting the mindset of saying that everything is your responsibility now. And you cannot just focus on one thing. I've always been in marketing for the most part. And so I'm pretty good at that. But facilities and even HR, just because of small teams in the past, I have not had to deal or got a chance to deal with some of those. And so it's been eye-opening, to say the least, to find out about plumbing problems from facilities or HR sensitive issues with team members that I haven't had to deal. I don't think I've had any lack of interest, because it has all been fascinating and brand new to me. Not that marketing had gotten stale by any means, but all of a sudden it went down here and everything else has opened up new again. And so I like that quite a bit. The dealing with them, I'm trying to think of how else you asked that question, Chairman.
Well, let me ask it in regards to your gaming team. How do you deal with that? You had some experience in table games, but as you said, you're a marketing person.
100%.
How do you deal with your gaming team?
Very fortunate to have someone who has been doing gaming for 15 years or so. So I rely a lot on his knowledge, but I like to ask a lot of questions. We're in the process right now of expanding the pit a little bit and switching high limit and the non-smoking areas. And I have brought up different questions about how to rearrange it, even different shapes of the pit, to make him push back and say, no, that's not why we would do that. And I think that's been really good. I think the relationship is really good with Ben. His name is Ben Baugh, because he is open to feedback, but at the same time, very upfront in telling me, it's just not working. This is why it would work. So I've been very happy with that, just because casino ops, I liked it for the most part. I dealt with very interesting people. I learned under the first female pit boss in Nevada, Subin Kula, who I thought was pretty fascinating. But then my knowledge of table games, I don't want to say it's still there, but it's not much there. You know, I know the very basics of that because it's been so long. But relying on that team is definitely something I've taken advantage of. So
yeah, it's always good to have good people. It sounds like you have a really good team around you to support you in these areas that you might not have direct experience in. Tell me about your reporting line. So you report to a gentleman who is the GM of the M Resort.
Yeah.
How does that work from a timing standpoint and just responsibility standpoint?
There are 3 regions in Penn entertainment throughout the United States. There's kind of a Northeast, there's a down South, and there's West Midwest. I'm in West Midwest, obviously, and that's run by Aaron Rosenthal. And so while I do report to him, the smaller properties, Zia Park is another one of our properties, and down in Zia Park, New Mexico, Hobbs, New Mexico, and Cactus Pete's are considerably smaller than M Resort in Las Vegas in terms of just size, team members, revenue, EBITDA, and such. So to build up some of those bigger general managers, I don't want to try how to say that, and give them more responsibility, but also to take off, because we used to have 4 or I think at 1.5 regionals in Penn. Since that downsized down to 3, they took some of the smaller properties and had them report to another bigger property to help the regionals out, so they can just keep everything in line. So I meet with Hussein every week, every Tuesday to Saturday. Every Tuesday afternoon, we go through everything from HR issues to casino ops, capital, everything, to make sure I don't have any questions. As being someone who is new to this position and only been in that marketing for so long, I have a lot of questions. And so it's not necessarily related to marketing, but it could just be anything. I have a team member who's asking me about this, or I have a process with corporate, or they want to report, is this how I would do this? So he's been good at answering these questions and guiding me in the right direction, which is not always him. Sometimes it's you talk to this person at corporate, or you talk to someone else, which has been good. So
very good. How's business for you?
The first quarter of this year was terrible. We had a very rough year. It's been rough since I got there. This is the rough part of it. I was so happy to go back to from Ameristar to Council Bluffs to Cactus Pete's. And as soon as I got there, a year ago, January, it was the worst winter Southern Idaho had ever had in like 50 years. And so revenue was terrible. However, we had some bright spots last year. This year, Q1, not so good. Q2 is great. So we made up ground, made up half of our deficit in April and May, and then even a little bit more of it in June. So that was great. So we are digging ourselves out of the hole as we are right now. In terms of plan, I think we'll be right at it by the end of the year. So I'm very thankful for that. So
well, good. Thank you for that. I can say board staff has done a very good job of working with you cooperatively to get the information that was requested. So I appreciate that. I think you're eminently qualified. I'm happy to support your application, and I have no further questions, but let's turn it to Member Sendall this time to ask questions. Sendall.
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation, and I love your energy. I need one more caffeinated beverage to get there, but I love it, and I'm just feeding off it, so I'm going to just take it. So you've never been licensed before. This is your first time being licensed in Nevada?
at this level, I had the regular license as just an employee at Cactus Pete's. Yes.
Understood. And honestly, yeah, that would be
Yes.
your registration.
Uh-huh.
First full license.
Yeah, this is your first full licensing, yeah, from us. And then you got your business administration, and you started kind of in the business, I would say, back in 2005, as you mentioned, in marketing. How did you first get intertwined with Cactus Pete's from doing fundraising? I don't know if I.
The manager of the Taco Bell Arena at Boise State University's husband at the time was a player development executive at Cactus Pete's. His name was Keith, real good guy. And he and I talked several times, and I talk about how much fun it is to go there and what it is. And my boss, who brought me out to Boise State University, because I followed him into a role, he ended up moving to Flagstaff, Northern Arizona University. And so didn't want to go there. I like the area. I'm going to stay there. After a conversation with him, he talked to me about the executive casino host position, or I guess it was just casino host at the time. And so again, while loving the idea of working in a casino, that just wasn't the role when I found out exactly what it involved. And so fortunately, a little bit of time later, I did get the call about they called it the Big Fish program, and it stayed around for a couple of iterations, but I was the first one of those inside of Ameristar. Thankfully not the last, otherwise it would have been a terrible program. But no, it worked out pretty well for me. So.
Well, that's great. I was just interested how you kind of got into the casino business.
Yeah, through another person who worked in the business and found out, jackpot's not that far away, and decided, yes, I'll move down there. Live in a very small town, got to play a lot of golf on the weekends. But other than that, it was a lot of work. So
since you've been in this role since last March, I'm guessing you don't really have to travel for work much, or do you come down to Vegas? How do you conduct your Tuesday meetings with?
Who's all on? Well, I'd say Zoom. It's all on Teams. Everything is on that. Yeah, with him or with Aaron or with everybody. Yeah, we do meet around G2E. Penn will have a meeting. We all go and stay at the M, all the general managers. So we talk about that, and then we would head to G2E. And then in February, typically, there is a leadership meeting for Penn, and it's the key leaders of the exec team. So it's not everyone who's on a property exec team, but it's the roles such as casino ops and marketing and finance and such, HR. We all go to, had been going to the Borgata for a number of years to have our meeting. And just these last 2 years, we started going to Lake Charles, LaBerge Lake Charles. We have a property down there, so which has been good. So we get to see each other in person 2 times a year typically, but on Teams quite a bit.
Quite a bit, yeah. That's a great aspect of technology.
Yeah, it is.
And then you mentioned you spent a lot of your time walking the floor, being out on the casino floor. How many employees are there exactly at Jackpot at the casino?
350.
350.
Yeah. Okay. And that's not exactly, I guess, but it does range 352, 347. But right now we have 40 openings. So if there are any people that are out there listening, please.
And I thought did you say there's 1,000? How many people live in Jackpot?
It's just under 1,000. The peak, it was at 1,200. It went down, right? Sean told me, Sean Burt's the commissioner up there and on the board, it got down to about 800. I think right now it's a little closer to 9. So the goal is to, of course, get it back over that 1,000 mark.
So is it a lot of tourism? Is it people coming to
100%.
play golf or
Yeah.
ski? Okay.
Biggest market in terms of frequency is Twin Falls, Idaho, which is an hour north. Biggest volume in terms of quantity of guests is all Boise, Idaho, Treasure Valley. So they're all coming down through there. So Eastern Idaho only a little bit, but there's a Native American casino out there that gets pretty good level of business. So hard to bypass that one, but then come down to ours. So.
Well, I'm happy to support your application. And I wish you all the luck, and I hope everything out at Jackpot continues to thrive and grow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thanks for being here in person.
Of course.
And I echo a lot of the statements made by my colleagues, and the report's very thorough. I was just curious, how do you, I can understand why you didn't like being a host in Jackpot, Nevada.
Yeah.
That's not exactly, a mecca for people who
For
want to
VIP play.
go dine at this restaurant or go see that
Yeah.
show or this show. What do you do as a host in Jackpot?
Our team, right, it was down to 1 for a little while. We had 5 at one point, believe it or not. Definitely a different level of player as opposed to Reno or Las Vegas, as opposed to coming to Jackpot. But still VIP players nonetheless, and so we're excited about that. But we do have a wonderful steakhouse, not open as often as I'd like, but it's pretty darn great considering. We do a lot of entertainment. We used to do a lot more, we're trying to bring it back. But in the gala showroom, it is one of those rich red leather, old style Vegas showrooms. Big red curtain comes down. It's pretty fancy. And so we'll do shows in there multiple times a month. So that's one of those always things. We have 416 hotel rooms between Cactus Pete's and the Horseshoe. So almost more rooms in the hotel than there are people in the town. So needless to say, the occupancy during the week, it's not that much. It's 40% during the summer, 50%. Full most every weekend. And so that is what we will focus on continually. The hosts are always saying that's when the tournaments are, that's when the promos are, that's when the special things are, that's when the pool is open. Well, pool's open all the time, but those are what our casino hosts would use to get our players to come down. And it's got everything that Las Vegas has, just on a much smaller scale, right? And so, and we do have, as I mentioned, some of the team members have been there. This is my 20th year there, 45 year even. And so there are guests that have been coming there since they turned 21, then they're still coming to Jackpot, and they're retired now. So they've been coming here forever, but they've also known some of these people and their stories from housekeeping, EVS, or dealers. A lot of dealers have been there on that 30, 40 mark that are continually good relationships that we're able to build. And so that is one thing that sets our property apart, I feel, is just the quality of relationships that we've been able to build with guests. So
what kind of limits? You said you have high rollers. What kind of limits do you have you have craps, blackjack,
all the standard. It's usually not much over 500 on the max.
$500 max.
And usually it's less than that, and we'll go up if needed.
Okay. So you don't really have too much concern with anybody laundering money or trying.
Oh, no. We have our director of compliance, Vicki Madsen. She has been at Cactus Pete's for 37. This will be 38 years. And she's been in that role for almost, over 20, and works very well with the agents whoever she has to. She knows everybody by first name in Reno and Las Vegas whenever there are issues. So she does a very good job of keeping us on track.
And what about what's the name of that company, the shareholders that are trying to put members on the board? Cora?
HG Vora.
Avora?
Yeah, HG Vora.
Yeah. Any latest news on that you can share?
I have not heard anything other than the stock price has gone up a little bit, a couple of dollars in the last couple of months. But the last thing is that they wanted 3. They got 2.
Yeah.
And now they're going to argue about that third one. So
I'm
not
not litigation?
Sure. I don't know. The last thing we heard is that we're moving forward, and I would imagine there will be some, but I haven't heard anything latest on that.
And then you have William Hill as your sports book?
Yes.
The company owns ESPN Bet.
Mhm.
So do you plan on transitioning to ESPN Bet anytime soon?
I don't know if it'll be soon. That's one of those things that they've kept pushing back. Focusing on all the other areas. I don't think in a bad way. The must be present to register, I think, is one thing that's pushed it back a little bit so they could go more with quantity in some of the other jurisdictions. I do know that we're on the plan or on the in the landscape of getting it. I heard at one point it could be a couple years away. I heard within the last year, maybe within the next year, but I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I hope that it does because it'd be great to tie everything in. Because ESPN Bet, we had that at Ameristar Council Bluffs. We just started it, and it's great to get everything together. So the one app and everything is connected, and so it just builds that loyalty with our guests, which we love. But it's been one we work well with William Hill. We've had them for a long time. I used to run the sports book as part of Casino Ops, and I was very happy to not do that for a while. But William Hill's been good to work with. They've put some capital improvements into our property in terms of the whole area where our sports book is. There's a counter. They went from 2 kiosks up to 3, and then we were talking to them again. We got 3 more. So now we've continued to expand it. So
You have a live counter though, right? Or is it just kiosks?
It's counter and kiosk, but the counter is wide between you 3.
One rider, pretty much.
Sometimes 2 on the weekends, but yeah, or during certain times.
How long is the contract with William Hill?
Ongoing right now. It's a annual renewal. We just keep going.
Year by year.
Yeah. We haven't had any issue to not. They're just leasing the space is how it works. So it's pretty simple.
Same thing at the M.
I am not sure what they do at the end, but I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, they have William Hill.
And then the other thing I just want to touch on is you mentioned that you didn't have any experience dealing or blackjack or craps or that's not a good thing.
It wasn't.
You should try to learn a little bit about it, maybe put on an apron, get behind the table, have somebody teach
I
you how to
have since
deal the cards.
I have since. It was after I got into marketing, then I went back and I did some more of the casino op stuff, which was fun.
You got to know what it's like to have smoke blown in your face.
Oh, yeah.
People
Everybody with the
swearing
fans
at you when they lose a hand, and
Mhm.
all those kind of things. That way you can relate to your employees when they complain about or suggest to you that, hey, maybe we should have a non-smoking casino.
Yep.
Very popular these days, that topic. So you want to be able to kind of relate to your dealers, your bartenders, your barbacks,
Understood.
Yeah, and I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I started as a barback, waiter, busboy, saw the money was on the other side. We're in craps, learned blackjack, roulette, floor, marketing, a whole bit. And it is so valuable to have that kind of experience, especially if you're going to be running the whole joint.
Yeah.
So
It's been a fun couple of decades now, and it's good. I have built very good relationships with the frontline team, and I think that's paid dividends. We do one of the programs we've done in the past is called Walk With Me, and we will go and the executive team will side by side with the, sometimes not a dealer because we don't trust us a long time on that, but EVS or housekeeping or what is the other frontline team members, and we do what they're doing to make sure we are as involved as possible and understand.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll accept a motion from either of my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
you.
Okay, with that, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications by Truckee Gaming LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda. It is also the request to withdraw the applications by Truckee Gaming LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sindall, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Truckee Gaming LLC. I would like to take a moment, Mr. Chairman, to welcome you and congratulate you on your appointment and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce Kelly Moxley, who's Vice President of Finance and Administration for Truckee Gaming. The matters before the board today are requests for approval for Truckee Gaming to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the race and book and sports pools operated by William Hill 1 and William Hill 2 at the 7 casino locations listed on the agenda. Those agreements at those 7 locations, they were already operating without the permission to participate in gaming revenue. They came up for renewal and the parties renegotiated. And really what changed, the monthly rent provision stays the same. It's the bonus rent that's now based on the collective of all the Truckee Gaming casinos rather than the individual properties. And with that, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Senior Agent Lundeen for the great work that she did. It's always a pleasure to work with her, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered through the RUMP process. So thank you for that. And the agents did a great job there. Tell me, if you would, Mr. Moxley, how many locations do you have now?
Truckee Gaming has 10 locations right now, 8 of which have William Hill operations.
Okay. And how do you decide when you go out to grow your business? How do you decide, what are you looking for profile-wise for a new location?
That's a complicated question, but really we're looking for something that fits into what our current operations support. So we're looking for kind of those mid-sized casinos in areas that have opportunity to grow. So.
Okay. And with respect to these locations, so I guess, Mr. Alonso, what changed was that now they're able to get this bonus structure that they couldn't get before.
Well, the original bonusing in the agreements, as I understand it, was individual property.
Right.
And this will now be a collective so that they hit the triggers on coin in as a collective, and then the bonus would go to Truckee Gaming as the parent company.
Okay, very good. Okay, Member Sendall, any question?
Yeah, that was the only thing I really wanted a little clarification on is what was different about this. And I didn't realize it's a collective for all 7 of the properties.
Yeah, the trigger will be based on the 7 locations as an aggregate, that combined coin in versus the original agreements were property by property.
No, Miss Senior Agent Lundeen did a great job, and I appreciate all the follow-up questions I had. I don't have anything else at this time. I'm happy to support the application, and I recognize we have a withdrawal motion we'll need to do first when the time's right, and then move forward from there. Well, thank you. Happy to support.
We'll get to that. Let's turn it over to Judge Assad. Any questions, Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you, Mr. Alonso, Mr. Moxley. The withdrawal is just for the Carson Plains and Silver Strike?
Yes, sir.
And the Club Fortune, I'm sorry. It is, there's 3 of them.
What's the third one?
The Club Fortune, which is down in Henderson.
Okay.
And that was a timing issue. And so that one we're hoping would come back for the same thing once that William Hill agreement comes up for renewal. It was a little premature at the time that the application was filed.
Great. And I agree with a great report by Agent Lundeen. Full support of the application.
Thank you, Judge. I too am in full support of the application. I think, again, all the questions were answered. It's fully understood, and thank you for your cooperation. So with that, would either of my colleagues care to make a motion on the withdrawals to begin with?
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to grant the withdrawal requests of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Do we need to note that that's without prejudice or anything?
The default would be without prejudice unless it's stated.
Perfect. Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you.
And then secondly,
Please go ahead with the remaining motions.
okay, thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like Mr. Alonso will stay right there. Yes. Madam Secretary, could you please read non-restricted number 5?
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Jeffrey Pfeiffer for licensure as a key executive at Terrazzo LLC.
Good morning, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad, Member Sendell, and Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Terrazzo LLC and Jeffrey Pfeiffer. It is my pleasure to introduce the board to Jeffrey Pfeiffer, who's on the agenda to be licensed as a key executive. He's the Chief Operating Officer for Terrazzo LLC. To provide a little bit of background, in November of 2024, the commission approved Terzetto's license so it could acquire the Prospector Hotel and Gambling Hall in Ely. That transaction was consummated shortly thereafter. The commission also licensed Anthony Marnell as a manager of Terzetto and as a trustee of the AM3 2012 Trust. Commission at that time also licensed Matthew Woodhead as the co-trustee of the AM3 2012 Trust and licensed Rex Marnell as a key employee at the Prospector. At the time, Anthony Marnell let the board and commission know that he wanted Mr. Pfeiffer to be licensed as a key executive of the property as well. Mr. Pfeiffer was registered by the board in October 2024 as a minority interest equity holder, and he submitted his applications at that time to be licensed as a key executive. Mr. Pfeiffer has been previously licensed by the commission as a key employee at the Laughlin properties that Marnell Gaming operated at one point in time. I would like to thank Special Agent Jeff Zinn for his great work on the application. Again, as always, it's a great pleasure to work with him. He's very professional and great to work with. With that background, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pfeiffer to provide some additional background on himself and his duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Mike. Chairman Dreitzer, Member Sendall, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, staff, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm applying for a key license as the Chief Operating Officer for Terzetto LLC, as Mike's noted. My background and experience spans over 40 years in the gaming industry. Started as an intern at the Las Vegas Hilton when I got out, or just before I got out of college, and then ended up getting an assistant director of publicity and advertising position with the Las Vegas Hilton when that position opened up. The funny thing was that when I got the job, I had all these grandiose intentions of becoming a big time ad executive on Madison Avenue because I got my degree in that from UNLV. And they came out right about when the industry was imploding and they were just letting people go left and right. So it looked like there were only a couple of options and gaming was the best one for me. So I ended up going into gaming and staying with the Las Vegas Hilton for a period of about 5 years. During the last 4 decades, I've overseen operations, marketing, renovations, and expansions, and have led and been responsible for multitudes of team members. And that's probably been the best part of the job, is helping people grow and develop and making places successful because they help you run the business. Probably helped 4 or 5 people become GMs in the course of my 40 years in the business. And that's probably the one thing you'll remember the most. You won't remember, well, you might remember the bonuses, but you won't remember the bonuses as much as you'll remember, what you've done for people. Following that, I became the director of publicity and advertising at the Flamingo Hilton. And then I moved on to the Desert Inn, became the director of direct marketing, publicity and advertising back in 1990. Spent 3 years there. Then I left the industry more for personal reasons, wanted to move back east because of my wife at the time. And we ended up going out to Florida, and I worked for Disney Vacation Club in the startup timeshare business that they had. Then a friend of mine called me who was with the Reno Hilton, basically made me an offer I couldn't refuse and asked me if I'd come back and interview for the VP of Marketing's job, which is now GSR. So I went back to gaming and not really looked back. Subsequent to that, I went to work for the Players Organization, Players International, guys who created Players Club, but they had casinos in Lake Charles, Louisiana and Illinois. And I was in marketing and PD positions with them. And then became VP of Casino Operations and Marketing at Players Island Casino in Metropolis, Illinois, before getting promoted as the AGM for that property. And then Harrah's subsequently bought the company, and I stayed on for a period of 2 years and stayed in the AGM role with Harrah's. And it was a great opportunity for me because great organization to learn from. They were cutting edge at that time. From there, I joined after I left that organization. I went to the Empress Casino in Joliet, and I was in the Chicagoland market for 5 years. At that time, the longest running general manager at the casino, and not sure if that record still sustains until I think I set another record when I came to work for Anthony Marnell down in Laughlin to be the general manager for the 2 properties that we owned down there, which was the Edgewater and Colorado Bell. And there was almost 9 years before getting promoted to Chief Operating Officer for Marnell Gaming. And at that time, what happened was we had bought the Nugget and Sparks, as you're probably familiar with, And then we still had the two properties before selling them to Golden Entertainment. And I was overseeing those operations as well as some of our consulting arrangements with tribal casinos. So currently, I'm president of Marnell Gaming Management and responsibility for the owned operations and anything that we may even consider or look for as well as the relationships with our tribal gaming operations, either in the form of consulting or in management contracts. And regarding Prospector, which is what brings me here now, I work closely with Rex Marnell, who is the VP of Operations and owner, and Rex is here today, joins me to be supportive, and glad to have him. And we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end of this, and certainly I will handle any questions you may have. But since taking over operations of the Prospector, we haven't let any grass grow under our feet. We've gotten very aggressive with marketing. We instituted some aggressive direct marketing programs and direct mail programs, promotions, drawings, multipliers, point multipliers. Doesn't sound like anything that's far reaching, but it wasn't being done at the property. And it's shown, it's bearing the fruits of our labors. We've seen an increase, year to date with our slot revenues. We're testing new slot product on the floor, introducing new slot product, more popular themes in food and beverage operations. We are adding a large variety of in the bar, which we don't own the restaurant, but we do own the bar, and it's a central focal point for the Prospector. And we're testing premium liquors, higher end bourbons and higher end tequilas. And it turns out that there's an appetite for that in a market that really is traditionally considered more of the nature of a value, a high value player in terms of casinos. So the other thing that we did, which I was really happy that, we were able to do, the team there didn't have, when we first took over, didn't have health insurance, and we ended up providing health insurance options for them, and a number of team members have taken advantage of that. So, focus is not just on, what are we doing for the operation to drive revenue and profits, of course, but the focus is also on making sure that we take care of our team. Excuse me 1 second. My apologies. Every time I come up here, my sinuses kill me, and I took a Zyrtec D, or else I wouldn't have been able to talk to you guys. And
right.
now it's just
That's all right.
dust is coming out.
Sure.
We also went through the back of house with IT, ended up upgrading and adding new equipment, firewalls, wireless access points to improve service. We ended up adding new switches. There's a lot of equipment that was either dated or was end of life that we needed to change. We added new POS systems. We also instituted a new website. If you saw the old website, it was fine for what it was, but not for what we needed in order to create a reason when people went over and looked at it and go, this is a place I want to go. And we created a really, fun, exciting website. And then also we did some upgrades with the internet service. It wasn't that good. We had complaints from customers, so we fixed that in the rooms. And then we added, we bought the team new computers. Now I know it doesn't seem like a big thing, but when they haven't had new computers for years, and you're the manager doing your job, and the assistant manager and the front desk supervisor, those things are important. Again, the whole focus has been on trying to make sure not only we do the things to drive customers through the door, but make sure we give the team the tools. And that's always been a mantra for Anthony with us. It's, basically that you better make sure that the team has the tools to do the job. And that's always been something that we focused on. Lastly, I think one of the most exciting things too is Rex is working with Anthony and our design team at on the Marnell Company side, the architecture and design side. We're going to remodel the bar, basically ripping it out, and going to double the size, take it from about 12 seats to 24 seats. Again, like I mentioned earlier, it's a real focal point. And having gone into, if any of you have spent any time in Ely, some of the other properties and going to some of the other bars, they're dark, dank, strong smoke smells, really just not great places to sit and have a cocktail. And if you want to go play and enjoy a game. So we're doing that. We're also going to remodel the casino, new carpet, new wall covering, ceiling treatments, all of those types of things and Chandler looking at new lighting treatments so that we give it a fresh look. The idea is not to have it divert from its look as that Western theme, but it's to make it more of a, I'm going to call it more of a modern Western theme, more of an outdoorsy theme. The colors and the hues that are being used and the materials, stones and those types of facades that are going to give it a really great feel. So the bottom line is, we see great potential in Ely, and the whole thing with Ely is, it's not a growing market. It's about, in my mind, and Rex and I have talked about it a lot, and our marketing team is deeply engaged with this effort. It's to steal share. We want to be the 800-pound gorilla in that market, and we're doing things to ensure our place. We already hold a high share of the market from a slot revenue standpoint, and we want to continue that and keep building the Prospector brand. So with that, happy to take any questions that you have, and I appreciate the time very much. So,
thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I appreciate the presentation. Very informational. How is business going at this point?
Our slot revenues, like I said to you earlier, are great. We're growing the revenues. Where we're seeing a bit of an issue, where some softness has been the hotel. That's been a bit of the conundrum, is and the out of market, because no need for locals don't stay in that hotel unless they're casino players and they want to stay the night because they get the perk. But we're seeing a little bit. It's been a little tougher on the hotel side. It's down, but it's not down enough to offset. The slot revenues are offsetting the impact of that. But Rex really in this fashion has owned this and is driving that business and working with the third-party operators. So, all in all, we're actually seeing, we're seeing some good improvements year over year. I'm very happy with the results. I know Rex is too.
Great. And it sounds like you have a whole lot of responsibilities within the Marnell company. So how do you manage to divide your time?
Well, my travel schedule's fairly aggressive. Most weeks I'm somewhere on the road. So we have tribal properties we deal with in Washington, and then also in Alaska. So I will, usually once or twice a month, I'll be at one of those. I go to the Ely property too, because I like to be there, in person and see what's going on and talk to the team. I think there's a great deal to be learned that way. Secondarily, we do a weekly operations meeting with the team. Rex is a part of that. If he's not on the road and at Ely, where he spends a fair bit of time, obviously. And that's how I keep tabs on, on the rest of the businesses that are going on. Plus, I have a structure, have a senior vice president of operations who handles our Washington property for me, brought him in, very tenured guy. Also, our old VP of gaming from the Nugget joined us, and he was also an assistant general manager there, brought him on. He's helping us. He's actually spends a fair bit of time on the road and also goes to the Prospector property as well as our other properties. So we're building a team because all this happened, it seemed all at once. Ely got approved, A got approved, and then, we were working on the Alaska casino. So it's all, we're building and it's moving at a pretty fast clip, but we're handling it well, I think.
Very good. Well, I can say from my perspective, all my questions have been answered. You are eminently well qualified and a credit to the industry. So I appreciate you being here. And with that, I'll ask Judge Assad if he has any questions for you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Nice to see you in person, Mr. Alonso, Mr. Very good to see you, Mr. Pfeiffer, as well. I don't have any specific questions per se. I just want to say that you're eminently qualified to do this job. You spent a lot of time in marketing. Other than overseeing operations as a manager, did you ever get involved in table games, dealing?
No, I didn't come from, here's the interesting story about that, but I'll make it quick, is when I was at Players, I was in marketing, and a gentleman by the name of John Groom, and you may know that name from.
Oh, yeah.
And
Caesar's Palace.
Yeah. So, I think the world of him.
Mm-hmm.
And John said, I want to try an experiment. And he goes, I want to give you casino operations. I said, John, I've been marketing casinos for a long time. I said, I've never run them. He goes, I want to give you this responsibility. I said, well, what about the table game side? He said, I'm going to pair you up with somebody who is a table games, expert. And we brought somebody in, and then for that period of time, spent about 3-4 years working on, that side. And we worked hand in glove, and I got to understand the operation. Spent some time not dealing cards, but going in the pit and kind of playing the floor supervisor role, which was interesting. It was a lot of fun for me, actually, being on the marketing side. And then that's how I ended up moving from there into all the other operating areas. What happened was, when you're in those markets that are like the market you see in the riverboat gaming markets, not a lot of depth. Can't go find a VP of casino ops, can't go find a VP of marketing, VP of food and beverages, betting and gaming. So if you have any kind of management acumen or any leadership skill, you end up promoting people who are good and you develop their skills. We've done that in our own company, and I ended up being the beneficiary of that. And I used to joke with my GM. I said, why do you give me all the I won't use the words that I use with him. Why do you give me all the terrible departments? And he says, it's because you go in there, you dig into them and you fix them. And it's like, it's a little messy at first once I figure them out, but that's how I learned. That's how I cut my teeth in operations and been doing it. Well, I guess now the operating side, it's 30 years now.
Wow.
Not just the marketing side. It's hard to think about that.
And you've been licensed in several other jurisdictions. You were just approved here by the commission in 2024. You have an excellent resume. You've been with Mr. Marnell since 2007.
Correct.
And that's a credit to him.
Very much so.
That, you're there that long. I'll throw you one last softball. Tee it up. How's Rex doing?
He's doing great.
Okay.
He's doing great. We work with each other, if not daily, almost every other day, and we stay in close contact, and it's been a really good working relationship, and he's really digging in. It's been awesome. And we're seeing it in the results too. He's working great with our team, and he's making some real inroads and improving the property.
I had no doubt when we licensed him a little while ago. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sendall.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation and your explanation. And yes, it's great to hear your background and your success. And you've just kind of gone in and you do everything and reading your file. And I was curious, how did you first engage with Mr. Marnell? How did you first start to work with him back in 2007?
It was a headhunter.
Oh.
Somebody reached out to me. I was going on my 5th year in Illinois, and it just, you're there that long and you're running a property, you reach a point where it's time.
Yeah.
And I had people call me from recruiters and say, would you like to, here's an opportunity. And, 2 or 3 years into it, it's like, no, I've just started. I mean, really getting into this job, and we're making some changes, and I think we're fruitful. And then went out and interviewed and met the whole team, and, it was history from there. And haven't really looked back.
Well, that's great. And I can tell you, it seems to be a really great relationship both ways. And it's been a very successful relationship for the business as well. And it's grown. And it's great that you have Mr. Rex Marnell here, who you're able to kind of mentor and help develop. And does Rex live then in Ely, or is he?
No, he lives in Las Vegas, and Rex is up there at a minimum 2 times a month, sometimes 3 times a month. And if there's promotions and events, I do want to mention one thing I didn't mention about marketing. I did want to mention this. That was helpful as a reminder. What was missing up there was that hands-on owner dealing with customers, and those kinds of small casinos like that, meeting the person whose name, it's not necessarily the name on the building, but it is the name on the building, so to speak. Rex started doing these quarterly meetings with customers, and actually cocktail receptions with customers, and he's gotten to know the customers really well. He knows them by name, walks in. I've witnessed it when I walk in to the casino. I see people just come up and say hello. So it's been he is very much entrenched in that, and plus part of Rex's responsibilities, we're trying to grow him and expose him to other parts of our operation, so he can mentoring him beyond.
Yeah, what a great learning opportunity.
Absolutely. It's unbelievable.
I was a little bit curious about the market there then. Are there special events that really do well for this property? And what's the main driver out there for business?
Database marketing, without going too much into, the behind the scenes from a competitive standpoint, we have a great database marketing team that's very sophisticated, and we identified a number of players that hadn't been coming back for the last year, and we started focusing on them. There was a subset of that group, knowing that market's not very big, right? But 30 or 40 or 50 people can make a difference if you can get them to come back who weren't coming. We really started drilling down and focusing on them. Those were some of the player parties that Rex did initially. Then we started doing promotions, calendar promotions on the floor that weren't being done, doing drawings midweek, doing drawings on Saturdays, for example, doing point multipliers, so things that weren't, you take for granted in other markets, bigger markets like Las Vegas and up here, but definitely people gravitated to it. And we continue to keep testing and measuring and trying new things. And it certainly has been great for the slot revenue growth that we're seeing.
Well, that's great. And it's just an interesting perspective. Like you said, we see, licensees from all over the state. And I know we have horse races we just approved that are going to be going out to Ely soon. So hopefully that'll bring some customers and over to your guys' property. But I'm happy to support your application and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Member Sendall. And with that, I'll accept a motion on the item.
Yes, thank you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as read in the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Good luck. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll turn to Madam Secretary, if you please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Parkway Management LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the request to withdraw the application of Cassandra Lupo for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Lastly, and for board consideration only, you have the applications of Kenna Warner and Antonio Reyes for registration as a minority equity interest holder at Parkway Management LLC.
Okay, do we have someone appearing remotely on this matter?
Can you hear us and see us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Now we can see you.
Oh, hi.
Oh, we can't see you now. We did for a second.
We see ourselves on the screen.
Very good. Well, thank you for being here. If you'd like, could each of you please state your name and make your appearance for the record?
Sure.
Antonio Reyes, Director of Operations.
Hi, I'm Kenna Warner. I'm the Vice President of Operations.
Jonathan Fine.
Cassandra Lupo, Chief of Staff for Fine Entertainment.
Very good. Well, thank you for joining us this morning. Before we asked some questions of you, did you have any affirmative presentation that you'd like to make to the board?
No, we didn't. We weren't told we were to put anything together.
That's fine. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. Again, we appreciate you being here. So I guess let's start with questions for Mr. Fine. If you'd be so kind, could you explain how you've reached this point in terms of transferring this interest to the two individuals in question, what your background is with them, and how you reached the decision to move forward with this application?
Absolutely. I'll start with Cassandra. Cassie and I have worked together for 14 years. I've included her in equity in all of our operations. We had some big growth. Everyone was working very hard. We spent a lot of, midnight out, burning the midnight oil, late nights getting applications done, contracts finished, construction projects where Tony and Kenna came in a lot on the construction. And Cassie, after 14 years, I didn't think that she had enough equity in our company. I wanted her to see a big upside. When the operations start producing cash, and if there was ever an exit, I want to see everyone in my team succeed. That's the same reason that Tony and Kenna were given a piece of the company. They've been with me for, I think Tony was
8 years.
21 years old when we started working together the first time. At the Rock House at the Imperial Palace, and it was in 2005, I think. Kenna taught me how to run a bar and restaurant. She joined us about 8 years ago.
Yes.
About 8 years ago. But as a friend, she helped me 22 years ago when I ran my first bar and restaurant operation. She taught me how to give thanks to the bartenders and why servers do blind drops. So she really trained me on how to do everything. And then 8 years ago, she was traveling around a lot, working for a big restaurant group called Brio Bravo. And she was tired of traveling, wanted to settle back down in Las Vegas, and came in to run my operation. So that in a nutshell, I started with Cassie, but I got everybody. It's just been a long time, and I wanted everybody to have a path to to a nice exit if we ever exited, but to share in the spoils of any successes that we have.
I appreciate that perspective. Thank you. So let's start then, move along to Ms. Warner. Could you describe your duties and maybe your history with Mr. Fine? Those are two questions, I suppose.
Sure. As Jonathan mentioned, we met while I was working in nightlife, and I worked with him on reframing the Rock House and helping make Rock House more profitable. But we started working together in 2017 when he was starting to grow this company and setting up the management structure and what ended up being more venues and more concepts within this company. My daily responsibilities are with Fine Management Group and overseeing the different brands that we have and the development path of the company. So at this point, we have several different brands both on and off the strip. And so I oversee the management of those and any future development that we have.
Thank you for that. And then moving on to Mr. Reyes.
Hello. So I am a director of operations. So again, I also work under Fine Management. I deal the day-to-day operations of all the venues within our portfolio. So our gaming and non-gaming properties as well.
Okay. And just so we're clear, the application for Ms. Lupo is being withdrawn today for this matter, correct?
Yes, I believe I was administratively approved last month, so we needed to withdraw it from this month because it was already approved.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you for that. And thank you for your backgrounds, Mr. Fine. I applaud your efforts, and building a long-term team with such great capability is a tough thing to do, but it certainly helps that you have tremendous loyalty and both ways, and that you share in your success with your employees. I think that's very admirable. I am happy to support this application. I have no further questions. With that, I will turn to Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Thank you all for being here, or at least through video. And Mr. Fine, I just want to commend you for this altruistic endeavor. It's very kind and it's very benevolent of you. It's very altruistic of you, but it's also a smart business decision. And I just want to commend you for that. I have no problem granting this request, and as well as the withdrawal. Just for the record, so it's clear, you already got your 2% through an administrative approval from Chairman Hendricks. So that's why that request is being withdrawn. And with that, I yield.
Thank you very much, Judge Assad. Member Sendall.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to meet you all. And I'm happy to support the application and the request to withdraw. And I wish you all great success as you move forward.
Thank you, Member Sendall. With that, I'll accept a motion on this item.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to grant the withdrawal request without prejudice of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. And now the motion?
Yes, I have, to my understanding, I have 2 motions because there's one item where we are approving, not recommending. So I'll make that motion first. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6, the applications for a transfer of interest as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And last, And last, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to approve non-restricted agenda item number 6, applications for registration as a minority equity interest holder as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Thank you all very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Empire Technological Group Limited doing business as Aruzi Gaming Global for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and to issue a stock option to Jeffrey Evan Harris as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Lin Yi Fang and Ti Hui Chu for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the application of Empire Technological Group Limited doing business as Aruzi Gaming Global to issue a stock option to Hien Nguyen Papian as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, we do. On 2 occasions, I was employed at the same company with the former executive of Empire Game Technology, Kelsey Allison. On the second of these occasions, ending in late 2017, I was his direct supervisor. Mr. Allison is also a friend of mine, although I haven't seen him regularly over the last few years. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the facts set forth in this disclosure, and therefore I intend to fully participate in this matter. Thank you. Mr. Scheer.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Dreitzer, or good afternoon, Chairman Dreitzer.
Yes.
Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicants Empire Technological Group, Mr. Lin Yi Feng, who's to my right, and Ms. Tiwei Chu. As you know, Mr. Feng goes by Frank, Ms. Chu goes by Terry, and so that is how I will refer to them today. I want to start by thanking Supervisor Oya Barbie, Special Agent Eric Barthelme, and Agent Kyle Gaudet for their work on this application. Empire and Frank were granted 2-year limited licenses in July of 2023. We are here today asking you to grant them or to recommend the granting of unlimited licenses going forward. I have a somewhat lengthy affirmative presentation, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like, I'd be happy to launch into that and try and address what I think the issues have been in the past and how we've addressed those issues.
Yes, I mean, certainly, Mr. Scheer, feel free to make that presentation, and then I'm sure as we go along, the board will have questions, but please proceed.
Okay, thank you. In the 2 years since Empire and Frank were licensed in 2023, Empire has grown and matured as a company significantly. It has added a strong and stable compliance team and has had an impeccable compliance record. Some of the issues that resulted in the limitation and in Commissioner Solis Rainey voting no are encapsulated by Commissioner Solis Rainey's comment that, quote, I still have concerns about who actually is funding this entity and whether the right individuals are before us, close quote. So first, there were concerns about separation between Empire and Paradise Entertainment Limited and its subsidiaries. The only way that the right individuals would not be before you today is if Paradise or its controlling shareholder, Dr. Jay Chun, had management control over or an undisclosed ownership interest in Empire. We will address Commissioner Solis Rainey's concerns in detail today to show that Empire is owned and controlled solely by Frank and now in her new role, Terry. Second, with regard to the funding of Empire, there were concerns that the source of funds was from Paradise or Jay Chun and not from Frank and his businesses. We will go through the history of fund transfers between Empire, LT Game Canada, Frank Feng, Jay Chun, and their various businesses. We've provided detailed records to the Gaming Control Board staff, and they have had time to review those records. For clarity, I want to begin by I can get my I want to begin by addressing the some of the confusion that arose between the different companies and try and clarify the history of Empire and how those companies came to be. I think that confusion was largely cleared up in the prior hearings, but I think it's important that we address it today as well. Some of that confusion arose largely because of the use of the LT brand in the name of various companies that are involved in this matter. Paradise Entertainment has a subsidiary known as LT Game Limited. LT Game Limited manufactures and distributes certain gaming products, primarily in the Macau market. One of its most successful early products was stadium gaming, which essentially allows large numbers of players to play baccarat or roulette through computer terminals or using one table game. And those terminals display the results. They take the bets and pay out the bets through the terminals. Macau has limits on the number of tables that each concessionaire can operate. And so this product became very, very successful in the Macau market. Paradise formed LT Game Canada in February of 2008, originally to support the distribution of stadium gaming in North America. Paradise hired Frank to run LT Game Canada. Apologize. Sometimes you need the good old-fashioned paper.
That's okay.
Anyway, Paradise hired Frank to run LT Game Canada for them. Not long after, there was an assessment done of the North American market. They understood then that there were a number of that in North America, each jurisdiction is individual. You need individual licenses, individual market, individual rules and regulations. Macau was going crazy at the time, and they decided that rather than spend the time and resources on the North American market themselves, they wanted to use distributors to distribute their product in the North American market. Frank stepped up and created a company called LT Game International. He used the LT Game name because they're going to distribute LT Games products initially, primarily stadium gaming, but LT Game Limited also had a number of other smaller, less successful products that they also were going to be able to distribute. Frank was very successful with that. He was able to get a field trial at the Venetian and Palazzo here in Las Vegas. He was able to work through and get associated equipment approval for stadium gaming. And as he continued to work with LT Game, he had the opportunity, or he saw an opportunity in Singapore as well. Singapore, as you know, has 2 large integrated resorts, a very large baccarat market, and so he saw an opportunity there. But at that time, he did not have the financial resources to address both the Singapore market and the North American market. So he reached out with the approval of Paradise to Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong was someone he knew of from the chemical industry in China, a very successful businessman there. And Frank had started his career in the chemical industry, has a background in chemical engineering. So he reached out to Mr. Wong and offered this opportunity to Mr. Wong. Mr. Wong created 2 additional companies, LT Game US, or LT Game International US, LT Game International Australia. So you've got all of these companies with this LT Game name and the LT Game International. In Frank's case, International helped distinguish it from LT Game Limited. In Mr. Wong's case, the US and the Australia helped distinguish those companies from Frank's company. Then in 2014, with the success that stadium gaming had achieved, Paradise was able to license the rights to stadium gaming outside of Macau to IGT. That was there was a flat fee that was paid to Paradise up front and then earn out over time. So very significant transaction for Paradise that Frank was largely responsible for in his roles. But once that product, because stadium gaming was the star of the product line, had been licensed to IGT, Mr. Wong didn't see the value in continuing to support those 2 distributors that he had created, because he no longer had the rights to distribute the big product, the stadium gaming product. So he essentially closed down his 2 companies, LT Game US International, LT Game Australia International, and they essentially had no operations at the time. Frank saw opportunities still in the other products in the product line, and also for him to develop his own products. And so he bought those 2 companies from Mr. Wong. He converted LT Game US International He renamed it Empire Technological Group, and that's the company that's in front of you today. He then later merged his own company, LT Game International, into LT Game International or into Empire Technological Group. And subsequently, because LT Game US International had been formed in the British Virgin Islands, he then re-domiciled that company to Nevada, because Nevada is their base of operations. So hopefully that clears up some of the confusion there. The fact is that Empire never was owned by Paradise, never was owned by LT Game Limited, never was owned by LT Game Canada. It has always been its own independent company. It just happened to use the similar LT Game name. And so, yes.
So can I confirm that the time? Thank you. Can I confirm then the time frame of everything you just said?
Yes.
Just because it's a long history. I just want to make sure I know where we are in the story. So what is the time frame to the point where Empire was formed? And
so the first company, LT Game International, Frank's first company, was formed in 2011. So 2008 was LT Game Canada, 2011 is LT Game International, 2013, I believe, is when LT Game US International was formed by Mr. Wong, and LT Game Australia International. So that, again, LT Game US International is the company that became Empire. So it was formed in 2013.
Okay.
And
Please
then,
proceed.
Yeah, 2014 was the IGT license. So the first IGT license, there were two stages to it in 2014, and then in 2016, they basically, in 2014, they had a right of first refusal for other markets outside of Macau. In 2016, they got the right basically to everywhere in the world outside of Macau. So the fact that Paradise does not have an ownership interest in Empire was recently made very clear when Paradise sent a letter to Frank asserting various claims against Frank and against Empire. Among those claims was a claim that that Paradise owned Empire. Rather than trying to negotiate that out or make some kind of arrangement with Jay Chan, who is his brother-in-law, in secret, Frank said, no, these claims are false. We need to fight them. We need to fight them publicly. We need to be transparent about it. And so Empire went and filed a declaratory judgment action in the 8th Judicial District Court in Clark County to establish that all of the claims made by Paradise and by Jay Chan were false. Paradise subsequently filed its own federal court action and sought to remove the state court action to federal court. The parties agreed that they would simply litigate the cases in federal court because there was grounds for removal. And so the district court case was dismissed. Paradise filed its own claim in federal court. Empire then filed its counterclaims against Paradise in the federal court as well. So
could we establish, just for the record, the timing of all of that? I think it's important in terms of the initial lawsuit and then the removal to federal court, et cetera. I think it's important to have those dates on the record.
Yeah, let me see if I can ask Mr. Hettinger to come out. Mark Hettinger, who I was going to talk about later in the presentation, is general counsel for Empire. And Mark, do you know those?
You bet. It was so a letter was sent by Paradise to Empire stating that they had an ownership interest in Empire in August of 2023. In October of 2023, Empire filed a declaratory judgment action in the district court. It was, I think, April 1st or so of 24 when it was removed to the federal court, when the action was filed in federal court, a parallel federal action. And then both parties said that would be acceptable to just hear it out in federal court. That makes sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Just establishing the time frame. Again, I think it's important to do so. So I appreciate that.
So as part of filing its counterclaims in the federal court, actually as part of its initial action that it filed, declaratory judgment action that it filed in the district court. Paradise Empire provided overwhelming evidence of the fact that Paradise did not own Empire. That overwhelming evidence consisted of the contracts. There were a number of distributorship contracts between the two companies, or supply agreements between the two companies, all of which recited that the parties were independent contractors, that the relationship was non-exclusive, and more importantly, Paradise itself is a publicly traded company in Hong Kong. Because Jay Chun and Frank Feng are brothers-in-law, I mean, Jay is married to Frank's sister, they are considered related parties. And so Paradise had to file with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange statements with regard to a related party transaction. And they specifically stated that they are independent parties and that they are, it was a non-exclusive relationship. So by filing their federal court action and making claims, when they filed their federal court action, they dropped their claims of ownership. And so I think that's significant that we were able to show through all the documentary evidence that the claims of ownership were completely false, to the point that they did not even assert them further once they filed their federal court action. The remainder of their claims in the federal court action are based primarily on two assertions. The first is trade secret and copyright infringement. And in particular, based on two products. One is an electronic baccarat game called Golden Frog that Paradise makes. And they claim that we had infringed their trade secrets and copyrights in their software. Because Empire has a table game, a baccarat game called Golden Frog. The problem is that discovery has shown that they did not even begin working on their Golden Frog software until after Empire had already created its Golden Frog table game. So in fact, they used the name Golden Frog that Empire created and developed, not the other way around. Additionally, there is no software with regard to the Empire Golden Frog baccarat game. So there's nothing that their software, there's no software that's infringing with regard to the Paradise product. The second product that they mention is their card shoe. They have a card shoe they call it the Power Shoe, and they claimed we had infringed their software with regard to the Power Shoe. The problem with that claim is that Empire has never made a shoe of its own. It considered it at one point in time, but never actually created or marketed its own card shoe. So it couldn't possibly have infringed their rights in the software to the Power Shoe. The second primary factor in their claims is that the relationship was exclusive. And in fact, I hope I can actually get to this, because I do want to quote it if I can, because they specifically stated that the parties agreed. It keeps hopping back up to the top. The parties agreed that Mr. Feng would operate Empire with Paradise's support and financial assistance for the exclusive benefit of the Paradise Group. And, quote, Empire's role was to be a long-term exclusive distributor for the Paradise Group. As I've already mentioned previously, that there is voluminous documentary evidence establishing that the arrangement between the two companies is non-exclusive and that they're independent parties. Bear with me just a moment. I might have a better way to do this. Now I'd like to discuss the funding of Empire. And as I mentioned earlier, it's important to understand the relationship between the parties. Frank and Jay are brothers-in-law. Jay is married to Frank's sister. Frank's grateful for the opportunities that he was given with LT Game Canada. We don't want to downplay that. He got his start in the gaming industry through LT Game Canada. But he also did great work for LT Game Canada and for LT Game Limited, as mentioned previously. In the early days of LT Game Canada, which was owned by Paradise, and Frank's company, LT Game International, the companies and principals, including Frank, Jay Chun, Frank's sister, and LT Game Canada and Empire, frequently advanced funds to each other. Frank and his sister shared responsibility for the care of their parents, and they frequently, one would incur an expense for the care of their parents, and the other would contribute their 50% of that care for their parents. So there was a lot of money flowing back and forth between both the individuals and then the companies. With the company transfers with Paradise in Hong Kong and Empire in Nevada, and with Empire being a small private company, it was frequently faster and easier for Empire to advance funds to LT Game Canada, which it frequently did when unexpected expenses arose. Those funds were quickly reimbursed when Paradise was able to complete its process as a public company to be able to transfer the money from Paradise to LT Game Canada to then reimburse Empire for the advances that Empire had made. And the same happened the other way around. LT Game Canada, when Frank had, he was a startup operator, startup business. He had other companies, he had other assets, but sometimes to get those assets liquid would take some time, and LT Game Canada would advance funds to Empire in order for it to address expenses. Not unusual, I would submit, in the startup phase of many companies. But 4 of those advances, totaling just over $1 million, were received by Empire from LT Game Canada and then used by Frank to supplement the funds he used for his company F2 TPS LLC. More than half of that amount, $550,000, was advanced on February 18th, 2020, and repaid to LT Game Canada just 8 days later. So on February 26th, 2020, that money was repaid. The remaining $455,000 was advanced on March 5th and repaid 3 weeks later on March 26th. All of the repayments came from working capital in Empire or from Frank's other businesses and from loans that he took out with third-party lenders, including personal friends who lent him money to help start that business.
So, Mr. Scheer, just to clarify, you're talking about the source of funds for Mr. Feng's business in California.
Correct. That's correct.
With the Hawaiian Card Club.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So that had been a source of, it had been an issue in the last hearing, so we want to make sure we address that up front. And we were able to track all of those funds and how they flowed.
Understood. I just want to make the record that is specifically what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So LT Game Canada and Empire, as startup companies, shared expenses. They shared warehouse space. But over time, Frank worked to separate Empire from LT Game Canada. That started in 2017 when Empire leased its own facility on Valley View Boulevard in Las Vegas. And in 2019, Empire leased another facility on McLeod Drive in Las Vegas to supplement the facility on Valley View, and completely moved out and was completely separate from LT Game Canada at that point. Of course, shortly thereafter, COVID hit. And the COVID pandemic had as you know, a significant impact on the industry. Both Empire and LT Game Canada sought ways to cut their expenses and to stay afloat in that difficult time. Empire allowed its lease on the Valley View facility to expire and reverted to sharing warehouse space with LT Game Canada, sharing certain expenses with LT Game Canada, although Empire continued to maintain its separate space on McLeod as well. Post-COVID in 2021, as the pandemic's impact on the gaming industry subsided, Empire resumed the separation of its operations from LT Game Canada by obtaining its own larger space on Post Road. So that they now are completely separate and have been since 2021. As Empire has grown, it has matured. It is fully independent, has put in place more formal internal controls and limits on various advances, transfers, and other transactions. It's not as nimble as it once was, but it also has better accounting and stricter controls. Since the last time that Empire was before you, it has acquired the slot machine assets of the former Aruze Gaming America. One of those assets was the Aruze name. Since many of the products sold and supported by Empire are products formerly developed and sold by Aruze Gaming America, and because Aruze is a well-known brand in the gaming industry, Empire filed a new fictitious firm name and now does business as Aruze Gaming Global. Empire is licensed in more than 150 jurisdictions. The company has placed over 500 units in more than 50 casinos in Nevada alone. When you add the units placed by the former Aruze Gaming America and for which Empire provides service, maintenance, software upgrades, and enhancements, there are more than 2,400 units in Nevada for which Empire is responsible. This is a good company, providing a good product that Nevada casinos want. In North America, Empire has sold or leased approximately 2,700 units in more than 120 licensed locations. And globally, Empire has more than 4,700 units in approximately 200 locations. And yet, remarkably, the company's had zero regulatory violations. The compliance team that Frank brought into Empire is top-notch. Debbie West and Nadia Kopian both previously worked for the board. They take their regulatory compliance obligations seriously, and I can tell you they work tirelessly all hours of the day. It is not unusual for me to have Nadia texting me or calling me when she's got a question or a concern, and I know how hard she works. They've brought in General Counsel Mark Hettinger, who you just saw a moment ago, who has worked for several other gaming companies and understands the importance of regulatory compliance. Together, they proposed and Frank voluntarily adopted a compliance plan and created a compliance committee. Frank has also brought in a number of other key executives, including Dolores Carroll, who's the Vice President of Accounting, and David Vitullo, Senior Vice President of Finance and Accounting. I think Mr. Vitullo may be on Zoom if you have any questions for him. Mr. Vitullo previously worked in finance and accounting with WMS Gaming and then Scientific Games, so he understands what's needed in the gaming industry. Ms. Carroll has been an auditor with Ernst & Young and BDO and has accounting experience with 2 different public companies. Kent Barlow, with his historical knowledge, still serves as a consultant to the company and handles personal finances and taxes for Frank and Terry and their other companies. 2 years ago, the board and commission gave Empire a chance to prove it was capable of operating at the standard expected of Nevada licensees, and they have done exactly that. Frank and Terry and their team have worked hard to address the concerns raised in the prior hearings. While managing a rapidly growing company, they have made sure that regulatory compliance remains front and center. While there are still challenges ahead, we believe they have demonstrated that they are prepared to meet those challenges in the manner expected of Nevada licensees, and we respectfully request that you recommend approval of the applicants before you today. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Feng, as I mentioned, is here. He can give you an overview of his background if you'd like, although he obviously did that 2 years ago. Ms. Chu is here. She'd be happy to provide you an overview of her background as well.
Why don't we do this, since Mr. Feng's background's already on the record? Why don't we ask Terry to please step forward and provide your background, since this is your first time before the board. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished chairman, secretary, judge, and all the committee member. So excuse me, my English is not too good. So I graduated from Shanghai Jiao Tong University School of Medicine in 1992. So after 6 years in pediatrics, so I became a pediatrician. In 1995, I joined the Johnson & Johnson Medical China. So I stayed with this company for 22 years. I started with the sales representative, then sales manager, then professional education manager, and the strategic manager. Also, I moved to marketing department to be a product manager, then become an associate marketing director. So in this industry, I learned a lot. So both I know the patient focused the solutions. Also, I learned a lot that a great company, how they operate. In 2017, so after my twin boys were born, so I back to family, so taking care of the family. After I got the time, so I opened the Manchis frozen yogurt in Vegas. So that was my kids' favorite project. So start September 2023. So I officially start to work for Aluzi Gaming Global. So my role is as a director and secretary. So I work closely with Frank and the leadership team to support the company growth. Also, I work closely with the compliance and the legal team to make sure all the corporate records and everything is in place and updated. I'm also the member of the compliance committee. So we have regular meetings to review the company policies, and we want to do that, make sure everything is in good shape. So proactively solve any potential issues before it occurs. So I have been into a different stage in my career. So I really look forward to anything in future. So both personally and professionally. Thank you.
Question for you. Do you enjoy the gaming industry?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me about what your duties are on a daily basis. What does your day look like in terms of support of the organization?
Yeah, so I normally go to office like 4 days a week, and I join the meetings with the operational team, supply chain team, even the game design team. So I'm the committee member of compliance. So we do the quarterly committee, the meetings. Also, we have the regular leadership team every week. So I join almost a lot of meetings to, give my advice to any key decisions.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we could then, I want to move the questioning to the company itself, if we could.
Okay.
I want to ask probably Mr. Feng some questions about the business. Since you were here 2 years ago, can you provide a business update? You obviously have many things going on, but what would a business update look like from?
First of all, Mr. Chairman and Judge Assad and Board Member Sadel and Madam Secretary, thank you so much for this great opportunity to stand here in front of you guys again. And yes, these 2 years is quite a journey. It doesn't matter for my personal life and also the company's business. Empire, Aluzi's business definitely is growing rapidly, right? And one thing, 2 years ago, when I'm in front of you, that's 2023, our revenue is around 16 to 18 million, if I recall correctly. Then we grow there to 2024, we'll achieve $50 million revenue. That's the first year we run as Aluzi Gaming Global. And we do see a very strong trajectory for our business growth this year. And conservatively, and if according everything, work on our budget, everything, I think we were looking at more than 50% increase this year. So we go through a very rapid growth. Yeah, then also a lot of challenges. First of all, when we took over Aluzi's American assets, because they're going through a BK process, so there's a lot of, I call it BK hangover. So people don't know who we are, how we are, and all these challenges. Luckily, and we have retained most of very talented employees from American Gaming, from AGA, Arusia Gaming America. So they are most of the R&D team, gaming designer have been still working for us, and they turn out very strong products. So if we look at the industry report, we always has 1 or 2 titles on the top 25 new game side on the core game. And I'm very happy to report that last month, our new game performance average, we are number 2, just behind Aristocrat. The new game performance is 1.36 house average. So yeah, it's a very big challenge for us, but the business definitely is growing very quickly. So these 2 years.
And is it your position from a funding standpoint? You have adequate funding to continue to grow the business. That can be a very expensive business.
Oh yeah,
we all know.
Yes, sir. It definitely is a very capital intensive business, right? Because our products combine 2 big components. One is hardware side, the slot machine box, right? You need to have a building material inventory, supply chain, all these issues, and then on top of it is new game title software development. So yes, it's a capital intensive. We do burning a lot of cash, right? And but we have a plan to refinance, and also again, from my personal point of view, I always back up this great adventure. So in case anything happens, I will be more than happy to step in to provide more liquidation to the company.
As to that point, as I understand it, you no longer have the contract with the Hawaiian Gardens, correct?
Yes, sir.
So does that have any impact potentially on your ability to support, as you suggest, the funds necessary for Arusia moving forward?
Yes, definitely have a little bit impact for my cash flow side, but my personally does has a very strong the other assets. I own real estate and the others, and this I think I'm more than willing at any time to actually I was in the process to convert this real estate into a liquid assets. So that's in case Arusia need it, we can provide.
Okay. With respect to, let's see, the compliance committee, can you state who the members are?
Oh yeah, the compliance committee definitely including our chief compliance officers Nadia, and also with our the other 4 ladies from compliance departments, and also including outside counsel Scott Shear and me, and our in-house counsel Mark Hedinger, and me and my wife as board member of the board. Yes.
And you meet quarterly?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been meeting quarterly for? When did you start the first meeting? Say.
May 2024.
No, come on forward. Introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Kopian. I oversee regulatory compliance and human resources at Empire. Our first meeting was held on May 23rd, 2024, and encompassed the first quarter of 2024. The plan became effective on January 1st, 2024. So
you, of course, have been meeting ever since.
yes,
Okay.
the meetings have continued. Our next one is actually in August, and Scott will be there.
Very good. Thank you for that. One area that, well, this would be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Feng, back to then your situation. I know at least a couple of prior hearings, there was a discussion about tax liability that was cleared up.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to, on the record, confirm that in the period since you've been granted the limited license, that there's been no further issues on the tax side.
I won't say no further issues. We did have what they call RS did my 2022 auditing for me, and then from my personal income tax, and they are the final recommendation is no any adjustment, but it has 2 minor errors come out. One is my wife her store using Uber delivery, the Manchis from the yogurt store, and she mistakenly to put her personal social security everything into the Uber account instead of Polo, the company's account. All right. So later on, they have a 1099 issued by Uber to her, which is not reported at our income tax. However, we track back this income has been reported at the Polo tax returns over there. So we explain to the IRS and the agent accepts. So there's no issue. And also during that year, also I think $10,000 Terry's initial W-2 income from Polo, and we didn't raise to that one because it just take a very short period. When we were finding the tax return, we mistakenly not record that, but that's when we do the review, we find out, we inform the IRS and the agent, we pay the $10,000, but agent said there's no any adjustment. They will request us to do anything.
All right, and this has been communicated with board staff?
I think so. Everything's in the record.
Right.
Yes, that's my understanding. It's all been communicated by Nadia. I think I was copied on that. So,
and then the other point from the beginning of the limited license, just to confirm, you mentioned already, but just clearly, there's a complete and full separation of all companies.
Correct. And in fact, I mean, in terms of ownership, we have the litigation going on. Paradise is not going to sue a company that they secretly own.
That forced the issue, no question.
Yeah. So
just want to confirm that.
I think it's made it clear that there is no ownership, no connection there between the two companies.
Okay. I may have more questions, but Member Sendall, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation and being here today. We had a large record on this. There's previous hearings before us, and I've reviewed those transcripts, and I've watched the meetings that I could watch through the YouTube as well, just to get an idea and perspective how it all went. So I understand sort of what occurred before when I wasn't here and part of it. And kind of what the chairman's kind of doing too is, trying to make a record and make sure we're clear too for the commission for however we end up, finding today or recommending to the commission and help them in their decision-making process. I did know, and I was just curious how Mr. Keeley's doing since he got approved 2 years ago.
He's doing well. He had a lot of problems to solve on the technology side.
Okay. Yeah. And on that, and you mentioned you're moving forward and you mentioned you've got new games. So is that something you're really heavily being invested in and looking into research and development and trying to push forward new products and games?
Yes, ma'am. That is our focus, right? So we do have a new cabinet just launched 2 months ago, which is for beta testing, which the results are very good. So that will be our major push for new products, new slot cabinet. And then definitely we also strategize our new game title release. We do have a couple of titles perform very well, but we want to enter into more vertical, different category on the product side. Yes, that's the main focus for our company.
Gotcha. And then I also noted that you recently had your Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Allison, depart or about to depart, and kind of what's the horizon, and are you looking, or are you kind of taking on that role for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, currently I'm taking on that role by myself because there are so many things related to operation side. As I mentioned, we are not just a software development company, we're also a hardware manufacturer assembly company here. So they involve a lot of logistics and involve all the improving the assembly procedures, shortening cash turnaround time, inventory control. We also initiate a lot of what called a Six Sigma improvement on our process. Do a Kaizen process, which is improving all the policy and procedure into our daily operation. The goal is to shorten our order to cash time frame so that our cash flow will be much quicker, and everything can be also from accounting everything point of view. You can have a much accurate tracking record on each parts and component, how you move on that. Yes, definitely I'm still looking to see a potential candidate who can step in this role for us. But as you know, this industry is very competitive.
Yeah.
Good talent, difficult to get, but we are looking, yes.
Right. And I know you, and I watched your presentation and make a record 2 years ago on your suitability and your qualifications. And I guess just a little bit, maybe you want to just update us. What does your everyday duties look like now? I think I saw you're working 80 hours a week. Do you travel a lot? What does that look like? And what's kind of on your forefront?
Yeah, there's because it's a big operation. Currently in Nevada alone, we have almost like around 80, 90-ish full-time employees in Nevada, and globally we have close to 350 employees. We do have a very big R&D team in Japan and the Philippines, almost close to 200 employees down there. So yes, it's a small company, but we do cross globally, have our presence. So my day starting with early to looking into the wake up, looking the email. So I will be 7 o'clock in the 7:30 in the office. Then we do have a lot of meetings, and especially with the employee direct report back to me, right? So we have our weekly, we call a SAOP meeting, a supply inventory operation planning meeting. We have our war room meeting, which is that's weekly to solve all the emergency issues coming during the week. I do have one-on-one call with every direct employee who report back to me weekly. The goal is that from product development, quality, from sales, inventory procurement to operation production, and also accounting. So there, yes, it's a very busy day and consuming with a lot of meetings because we have so many team members need to coordinate. And during the night, that's the time I'm working with our Asian team. We have a sales office in Asia, Macau, and we also have a sales office in South Africa. And this year, we're adding one more in Europe. So so during the night, most of the times is working with them on their detailed sales, service, gaming issues. Like this morning, I saw an email coming from Malaysia, Genting, Thailand. We have some issues there. So, okay. That's the day started. So yeah, very, very busy. Yes.
But you're based in Las Vegas.
I'm based in Las Vegas. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you for that background. And just curiously, and I don't need to get the details, the litigation you mentioned, it's in federal court in Nevada. Who's your counsel for that? Is it Scott?
So the counsel is Norton Rose Fulbright out of Dallas, but also local counsel is my partner, Pat Riley. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I think I heard that you said no regulatory issues, clean, had a good slate. Is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Let me just check my notes. I don't know if we've talked yet about it, but the safe notes are on here as well. Okay, we're not there yet. Okay, all right. I just want
things going on. Yeah,
perfect.
We'll get there though.
Okay, just want to make sure. I think those are all my questions for now. I will, Miss Chu, you've essentially been in your role for 2 years. Is that correct? And the board level?
Yeah, almost 2 years.
And your job duties have essentially stayed the same the whole time as you described them to us earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I just wanted to clarify for you. I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sendall. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I was here 2 years ago when you first appeared, and if my memory serves me correct, the Gaming Control Board was unanimous in recommending a full approval license, correct, Mr. Scheer?
That's my recollection, yes.
Yeah. And
I was not here, but no, I think they recommended a limited license, yes. They're unanimous in recommending a limited, the board recommended a limited license.
If we can, let's get that clear on the record. Mr. Michaela, if you could confirm that, but I believe it was a limited license recommendation from the board for 2 years. Maybe Mr. Rippey Chief Rippey?
And I was not here, so I'm going by the transcript as well.
Yeah, again, I just want to
I believe you're correct.
Yeah, but we'll verify that. Sorry, Judge, please proceed.
yeah, no, I mean, I was in full support of full license. I found them extremely suitable. Whether the board recommended 2 or not, I'm not quite clear on, but for me, the bottom line is this. I'll just cut to the chase. The two issues that were identified by the commission that caused them concern was the first was whether the item question, and I'm reading quote from page 2 of the investigative report, which by the way is 2 inches thick when you include the transcript. The first item questioned how Fang separated the operations of his company, Empire, from Paradise and LT and LT. And then the second issue by the commission that caused concern was, and I quote, the commission wanted more details regarding the $3 million funding of Fang's other gaming company. That was the startup money. And through an exhaustive investigative report 2 years later, we don't have to believe you, Mr. Chair. This is our investigators' report. Here's their conclusion. The current investigation did not reveal any additional information contradicting Fang's previous statements regarding the separation of operations for Empire Technological Group Limited and Paradise Entertainment Limited's company, including the $3 million funding of Fang's company F2 TPS LLC. Staff reviewed all additional business records and financial documents regarding the initial funding of F2 TPS LLC and did not reveal any derogatory information or additional concerns. I'll repeat that. The staff found they did not reveal any derogatory information or additional concerns. And then regarding the tax issue, this is on page 3, our investigative report, not statements from counsel. During the course of this investigation, no new inconsistencies or concerns were revealed regarding Fang and Q's joint personal tax returns or business tax returns. Fang and Q's businesses are current on all tax filings and have no outstanding tax liabilities. So I'm in full support of your application. I think you're extremely suitable, as I found 2 years ago, and I have no qualms about supporting your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before we'll have a discussion about this at the board level momentarily, but while we are here, let's discuss the issuance of the stock option to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris here today?
No.
No, okay. Could you provide some background as to that instrument, how it came to be, and what the intention is for that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Harris and I, we are actually including Hank Papayan, which is the deceased husband for Hank Papayan. 3 of us were very close friends, very, very close. When I started to looking for my own business, 2017, after LT had put us with distributor for LT Paradise, the studio gaming had been sold to IGT. I'm looking for the other business opportunity in the gaming, especially on the table game and the car room business over there in California. That's how Jeff Harris has a huge knowledge on that, as he runs the largest poker room in the world right now, right? So we are good friends. We're putting our head together, create some new products, and he's my partner for a joint inventor for a couple of our new products. So at that time, we agreed I want to give him a sweat equity for 10% on the Empire's time. That's what about 2018-ish. But later on, as Empire, we try to seek licensing outside California because in California poker room, they have a 1% rule on the key employee and the car room owner side, which means the key employee for a car room and the owner of the car room cannot own more than 1% of the, they call the illegal gaming in California, which including slot machine, roulette tables, craps, which we have these products. So he voluntarily to give up. So we do the buyback from his share with a note for $10,000, which allow him in the future can still get if he can get a suitable for his licensing outside California, then he can reclaim the 10%. as time quickly going to 2023 August, as I'm very fortunate to acquire slot and iGaming assets from BK process from American Gaming, Arosia Gaming America, the BK process. And immediately things is that I need more cash, as we all talk about, right? This business is working capital intensive. I need more cash, and at that time, and we don't have bank who will bank us, right? So Mr. Harris and I talked to Mr. Harris and Mr. Pepinian. They really say, hey, we are supporting you, right? So that's the things were coming, because the total acquisition during the BK is 7.2. So I say, okay, 30%, that's 2.1-ish or 2.2-ish. So that's how Mr. Harris get me cut his check from his personal money to putting that for the safe note, the simple agreement for future equity with us. So he took a great risk over there, because one is that there's no guarantee the money will pay back. Two, there's no interest. Three, even before he wants to convert, there's a board approval process, right? But because of our personal relationship and because at that time I need cash, so he's agreed upon on that amount. During our 2023-2024 auditing process, our independent auditor, RSM, has engaged a professional firm to evaluate the safe note value. And I think the report we have submitted to the board, it coming very close to that amount. I think their evaluation for that 30% safe note at that time is 2.1 or 2.2, very close to the number we agree upon. So that's basically the story.
Thank you for that background. I understand that is the valuation for the option, right? Understood. Can you speak to, maybe give a little more clarity about if and when the time comes, how you will assess value for the equity that he will exercise the option on? I recognize we have some information about that, and there's some general standards about how that's going to be considered, but I'd like your thoughts on if and when that day comes, what does that look like?
Oh, that's more than a legal question, right? But my basic understanding is he has a right to convert these things if Empire's board of directors approves, and of course he need to be suitable for all the licensing requirements. He have a right to convert his notes into a 30% equity for our company. That's my understanding.
So what you're saying is there's no additional underlying consideration that will be necessary to do the conversion for the 30%. That's my question.
But it's under the discretion on the board of directors for Empire. So it's nothing he want to convert. He can have to go through the board decide whether we can do that or not. Am I right?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Amigo.
So my question is simple. I understand there's a valuation as to the option.
No other consideration. And it's likely to take place if we do a capital raise, and if that establishes, if there's an equity contribution at that time from like a private equity partner, then there is a chance at that time that's when he would choose to convert those into equity.
Okay, for no additional.
But no additional consideration. That's all the consideration.
Obviously, there's a compliance consideration, certainly, but
yeah.
No. Okay, very good. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
And for the record, that was Mark Hettinger, General Counsel.
Very good. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, Member Sendal, do you have questions about specifically this? Then there's a request to withdraw as well. I know. If you have questions about this, let's go there.
Thank you. I just have one question, was just what was, I think you sort of answered it, but what's the impetus for providing this as an option? If you want to just put that on the record to Mr. Harris, and then maybe the reason for the withdrawal on the other one, just to get that on the record.
Yeah, I think the impetus, and I can address those for Mr. Harris, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is he was still employed in the card room industry, still a licensee, could not directly own equity, so was structured as convertible debt, essentially. I think he's close to retirement. When he retires from that position, he'll be in a position where he can convert without running afoul of California regulations. With regard to the withdrawal, the original discussion was with Heg Papayan, who is Heen's husband. Unfortunately, he passed away recently. initially Heen said she would honor the commitment that he'd made and move forward with a safe note. After some additional thought and after the process stalled a little bit in terms of potential administrative approval, I think she had some second thoughts and she's decided to, she's a very religious person, has devoted her life to now the remainder of her life to charitable giving. And rather than spending the money on lending it to Empire and getting the safe note in return, she'd prefer to devote what she has to her charitable pursuits.
I appreciate that. Those are my only comments and questions. Thank you on that.
Thank you. So, Judge Assad, do you have questions specifically about the option?
No, I don't have any questions on the option.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Scheer, anything else to present at this time?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I already said thank you to Supervisor Barbie and her team. We appreciate their work on this matter, and I think that's all that we have at this point.
Very good. Thank you for that. So, to board discussion, I guess I will go second. Judge Assad's made clear his point of view on this. I certainly feel that as to the different issues with respect to, for example, that the companies have separated. I mean, that was established at the prior hearing 2 years ago, and there's been no indication that it's been anything but separated. So that from my perspective is not an issue at all. Similarly, it's been established to the satisfaction of the board agents, and through the presentation today, that the source of funds for the Hawaiian Guards business has been established to the satisfaction of the board. So I accept that. And I think from the standpoint of taxes, it sounds like there have been no material tax issues that have arisen, because that was raised at the last hearing. So it would be important to look through the period of this limited license that there were no further tax issues. And I'm satisfied from your presentation that there are no tax issues, material tax issues, and they certainly weren't raised at the board staff level. So I appreciate that, and I think it's fair for you to, from a consistency of regulation standpoint, it's fair to you to rely on where we stood in July of 2023, rather than have us rehash many of these issues. I think, for the record, my position certainly is that has been established. And so really what we're looking at is the course of conduct over these last 2 years, right? So having said that, I appreciate that those matters are behind us, and I definitely agree with Judge Assad that those are behind us and addressed, and no, from my perspective, no need to address any further. Now, having said that, the question then becomes, from my perspective, what's the best way forward? I look at a compliance plan and program that is in place, that has got off to a good start with excellent professionals, but I also see that it's in some respects newly constituted, and therefore needs to potentially be more time tested. Additionally, I do believe that from a financial standpoint, the business is going to continue to be very cash intensive, and therefore will present potential continuous financial challenges, or at least have that possibility. And given some other liquidity matters, it may be, as you say, Mr. Fang, a challenge to be able to continue to fund it. Certainly, I understand the business quite well, and I understand the challenges to that. As to the lawsuit, again, fair game, because it happened after the date of the 2-year limitation. I certainly understand there probably isn't a gaming company, much less a company, that doesn't have some sort of litigation, right? So that in and of itself, to me, is not a concern. Lawsuits happen, they're part of business, there's no question. That said, there are some core existential issues there. Now, I certainly understand from your point of view, Mr. Fang and Mr. Scheer, you presented your view on those lawsuits, and I accept that, but it is rather a significant lawsuit that could result down the road if things were to come out in issues that this board might want to know about. Similarly, well, the next thing is the Aruze acquisition. It's sounds like that's going well, but again, capital intensive and a lot of moving parts there. And then finally, Terry, I appreciate that she has come and presented to the board, but the facts are she's been in gaming for 2 years, which is, from my perspective, a short amount of time, and therefore, would need a little bit more time to mature, particularly into such a senior role. So for that reason, where I am at is I would propose a granting of a license with a 3-year limitation, respecting that Mr. Fang and group have done a lot of work to clean up to get to this point. But it would be my judgment, from my perspective, that we would do the 3-year license to monitor all of these issues in totality. And so that's my point of view on it. Member Sendal.
And might I address that briefly? Just
please.
Just on the limitation, as you know from your experience, the limitation makes it more difficult potentially to raise funds. And one of the reasons we had Mr. Vitullo on is if there are questions about the fundraising, because there is, as Mr. Fang mentioned, some potential new debt that they're negotiating. They're in the process of seeking new financing that would refinance their existing debt and also provide more liquidity, more working capital available to the company. The concern with the limitation is that makes it less attractive to lenders to be able to step in and provide that working capital. So that would be our concern with that. With regard to the litigation, I mean, I guess settlements happen, but this is more of a, I mean, it's a domestic dispute essentially. Mr. Chun has been the big player in the family, the patriarch in the family for many years. Mr. Fang has asserted his independence, and I think there's some attempt to kind of control there, and I think that's what's largely behind what we feel are primarily frivolous claims. But that litigation may go on for 5 years plus. So a 3-year limitation, we may not necessarily see any results from that litigation that are significant or that are material that would help the board further. And we'd hate to be constantly put in this position of having to come back and get another limited license. Again, spend the money and the time and the resources to go through another investigation. So I would respectfully ask that those factors be taken into consideration in the board's recommendation.
I appreciate that. The question I would have is, so you have a specific potential source of funds or several interested parties who've expressly stated that to you?
Maybe I can have Mr. Vitullo. They haven't expressly stated that. Mr. Vitullo is in the process of seeking additional funding. They've gone out, are going out to the market, and that's why we asked him to be available by Zoom to be able to address that. And I can certainly have him address where they are in that process if you'd like.
I actually think that would be helpful, and maybe while the board staff is getting him there. As to the lawsuit, I understand these things could take years, and there's no question about that. The thing is, I look at all of these issues together, and I have some potential concerns from a financial standpoint because of the challenges that have been faced and the information that we've seen and the discussion. And so I know financial suitability is critical to a license; it's core to it. And so I'm not suggesting that there's an issue there from my perspective, but it's just something that I think we should, would warrant the limited license. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Vitullo.
Understood. Thank you.
Hello, I've been on. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
So thank you for having me here today. I apologize for not being there in person. Hopefully that my voice is loud enough that you can hear me. I will confirm we have started the capital raise process. So we're working with advisors. Spectrum Gaming Capital is the group that we're working with. We've already started pulling together the deck. We've identified about 170 parties that would be interested in understanding what the opportunity is with us. We're about to send out a teaser deck at the end of July and expect to have a full deck ready for interested parties sometime about 2 weeks after that. The expectation is that we will be in a position to have the closing of the funding happen towards the middle of December. But we are in the process of doing that, and obviously I'll yield to your thoughts and opinions there around the value of the license. But from a financial perspective, we're obviously looking at a 5-year roadmap in terms of the products, the company, the licenses, and our ability to generate revenue and EBITDA over the 5 years, and that's what's embedded in the deck. Was that enough detail, or would you like a little more? Give me some guidance on how else you want me to proceed here.
No, that makes sense. So I would assume then there'd be 5 years of financials tied to the ability to place and commercialize product in Nevada.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes,
And thus is the concern.
yes.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Member Sindall.
You know, and I appreciate the comment, Scott, on your concerns, Mr. Shearer, about potentially a limited license. And candidly, what if, what's an option of potentially doing like a 5-year limited license? I don't know what historically, if that's been done, but something to give more time. Would that ease those concerns? Because as the chairman kind of laid out on the record, it's not just one thing. And I would say it's not just the litigation, right? There's just kind of an accumulation of things, and then the history as well, where it makes me pause as well, just going forth and recommending full approval. But I understand the need for some security and some long-term comfort. And I would be open or perhaps interested to see what my colleagues think on perhaps an extended period of time for a limited license, or if I assume that's okay. I don't know. Just kind of thought to me when you said 5 years in your presentation there, I thought maybe we could just extend it a little longer, and what your thoughts are on that as well. And we're all discussing this for the first time. And so just put that out there.
Before you answer, perhaps if Mr. Michaela had some insight. Thank you.
I was just going to chime in that, yes, you could do a limitation for 5 years that is allowed under the law.
Thank you. I guess before we go to you, Mr. Judge's thoughts on that.
I guess the issue now, I mean, I love my colleagues and I respect their thought process. It's gonna hinder the company. If you wanted to sell the company, you're gonna get a much greater value with an unlimited license, obviously. The employees, they might be saying, well, I don't know, let me go over to this other company because they have an unlimited license. This guy might lose his license in 3 or 5 years. So it affects the employees as well. It affects possibly the ability to raise capital. So there's a lot of reasons, it's a big thing whether you have a limited license or an unlimited license. The real question is suitability. And if it's boiled down to the finances of your company, if that's the concern now, whether you're financially able to move forward with the company. If I remember right, I was here 2 years ago. I remember this don't you have a lot of real estate or something? You own a lot of homes, I believe, and it was kind of weird that you weren't renting them out. You just own them. Can you go into that? Like your own?
Yes.
And didn't you just say today?
Yes, sir.
You are willing to put your own guarantees on any potential
Correct.
loan obligations?
Thank you, Judge. As I said, yes, you're definitely right. I do own quite a bit real estate, and I'm more than willing to put in case we need it, which is I always do right now. If they need a liquidation for the company, I'm more than happy to put this one into as a working capital for Rose. And just one more thing, if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, to say that to run a company is not easy, especially in our gaming industry. Our industry is highly regulated and very competitive. And also, yes, I need to attract key talent. If money and talent, right? But people is most important. You have a good people who know how can guide through, like how we do the compliance. They can guide through us or mitigate all the risk. Operations are same thing. Game designer, everything. We are competing with the other ends was everybody to attract talent people work for us. They need a certainty, and without a certainty, then will be way less attractive, right? So the key is how I can attract the investment, how I attract the talent people to working for us. And one more thing, I know this license is a privilege, is not a right. So we can be monitored by your board members all the time. So in case we have, because we do report anything promotely to the board, in case anything wrong whatsoever, you can always take discipline action against us, right? So I don't know whether they can, Mr. Chairman can address your concern, because we are under your regulation every time. So anything your agent want to come to audit our book look at these details. We always, fully cooperate and let you see through everything. But the key is I appeal to the board is that, yeah, it is, it will hurt me to attract talent, hurt me to raise more funds to compete with our competitors. As you know, right now, not too many small company in the gaming industry in Nevada here, right? I need to have a level ground to compete with them, right? Look, Answer Speak just fully taken over by Novomatic, and a huge company. Who else? Private, maybe IT, right? So not too many. So if I can have a way to make sure the board have a full access, everything to my operation, and in case anything happens, we will promote it as we always did, right? We promote it to fully disclose so that you guys see what's going on over there. If you have any detailing, you can take action anytime, right?
And can you give us like a ballpark figure of how much assets or cash that you can bring to the table if necessary?
So currently, my personal on the real estate side, if I recall right, more than I would say real estate more than $30 to $40 million. And
30 to 40 million?
Yeah, and my personal, I think the latest my financial statement they put me a little bit lower than 180. I cannot remember, but that range. Which right now I'm going to the market. We only need to raise $30 million. That's all we ask for, right? $30 million can not only the user funding is not just for daily operation, but it's more invest into the future products development, right? R&D, new products. Attract more talent people. They are not cheap here. So attract talent people working for us. Yes, that's what we are asking for.
And Mr. Chair, we can always call them forward if there's ever any issue in the future, right?
Well, there's always the potential to take disciplinary action. I was going to suggest maybe another avenue, another way of trying to address the chairman's concerns, and perhaps with conditions that would require, this is a private company, so we wouldn't have the same public reporting that we might have, but we'd be happy to provide regular financial updates if that would make you, and regular litigation updates if those two issues would satisfy you, with conditions on the license that would require us to, on a quarterly basis, for example, provide a financial update and a litigation update. So that the board would have the information it needs to assess whether, as 463-170 subsection 8 says, that we continue to meet the standard of suitability.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And of course, the last thing I would want to do would be to have the board take an action which by itself would interfere with an ability of a company such as yours to raise money or the like. I can say I do not believe that the limitation would affect your ability to recruit individuals. That's not something I disagree. But be that as it may. So Member Sentinel, any further thoughts?
Yeah, I'm a little torn. I don't know. I could go with the 5-year limited. I could potentially, as Mr. Scheer suggests, maybe we add some more conditional language and we require some more reporting with that. Might require obviously a revolver. I think the proposed conditions already require that along with the compliance plan. We could increase that and sort of, oversee in that regard. I'm trying to think through, worst case scenario with litigation or worst case scenario financially, what's going to happen down the road and what would happen anyways, I guess. Maybe if we were to theoretically think about that, what would we be achieving then if potentially a limited would somehow deter that ability? I candidly can't speak from a business standpoint on what that impact would have. I just don't have that knowledge and that experience. But I think if we can avoid that, I would be in favor of that. But if there's other ways to condition this where we can keep some oversight and involvement and keep it on our radar moving forward, I would be open to that. Those are my thoughts.
So from my perspective, I would support the 5-year limitation. I think that is ample to be able to fund and receive funding. And again, I take a different position around the ability to attract talent based upon that limitation. That's just not something I've ever seen. we can agree to disagree on that. So I would support 5-year limitation. I'm not quite sure what format the conditions would take to be able to address some of these concerns. I certainly have a general sense. So, Mr. Chair, do you want to, with specificity, maybe outline that? Because right now I'm at a 5-year limitation.
I guess what I'm suggesting to address the concerns you raised, Mr. Chairman, is that the company, a condition would require the company to provide a quarterly financial statement or quarterly financial update. Obviously, those are unaudited quarterly, but we could provide the annual audited financial statements as well, but that's already required. And then a quarterly update as well on the litigation. And a condition could also require that in addition to the quarterly updates, any material developments in the litigation would be reported within 5 business days or something like that.
And then if I can get some clarification, when you state you are wanting to move forward with the 5-year limitation, is that both against Mr. Fang and Ms. Chu, or one or both?
It's as to both, because if I look at the overall circumstances, certainly Ms. Chu is new to the industry as well. And from my perspective, as a senior leader in the company, that's part of it as well.
I just think that any type of limitation, whether it's 5 years or 3 years, it puts a scarlet letter on the company and Mr. Fang. And I just don't think that's necessary in this case. I would like to have all the boats rowing in the same direction, to quote a line from The Godfather. But, I think there could be some kind of compromise here where what you suggested, I think would satisfy the chairman's concerns. So I'm in favor of those quarterly updates on finances, litigation, and any other matters that may come to your attention that you think would need to come to our attention, and then just give him an unlimited license. I mean, he's already been through enough here the last 2 years, and it's expensive. This is a 2-inch thick, and our people are flying all over the world investigating everything has to do with the company, Mr. Fang. So I just think it would hamper if he wants to do a merger with his company and another company, or if he wants to sell out at some time or other. It diminishes the value of the company. I don't think there's any question about that.
Well, I think we've made a good record here. Obviously, you've come before the board and the commission before. And I think before in the past, from what I heard, and they said, this is not necessarily a negative. It's not that we don't think you're going to do wonderful in the industry and that you're not qualified. I think the chairman outlined, a list of concerns for perhaps the need for kind of that additional limited need of a licensing. I did want to say, just as a housekeeping matter, then we still do have a couple different motions here too. So I can, if you'd like, move on that first, if you'd like, and then we can get to a secondary motion if you're ready, Chairman.
Yes, I think to the extent that you can move forward on the matter as to Mr. Harris, let's do that.
Or pay-in.
And the withdrawal.
I'm going to do the withdrawal
Withdrawal.
first. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to grant the withdrawal request without prejudice of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
And then secondarily, I will move, Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, and for a limited license for Empire Technological Group Limited, Mr. Fang and Ms. Chu, to expire at midnight of the July 2030 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
Member Assad?
So that's, just to be clear, that's a 5-year limitation.
Yes.
So let me ask council a question.
Did I say that right with the names and how I limited? I approved just or did you want me to do the stock options separately?
I I think it would work. I think the motion was clear that it was just for the first two applications for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and licensure applications for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder for the limitation, and then that would be an approval to issue the stock option.
To
But
Mr.
I
Harris.
believe there were some recommended conditions from
Oh, yeah.
staff as
Oh, yes. Or no, apologize, yeah. Okay. So may I amend my motion currently as I first stated it to add the following condition as follows. Empire Technological Group Limited shall establish and maintain a gaming compliance plan for the purpose of, at a minimum, performing due diligence, determining the suitability of relationships with other entities and individuals, and to review and ensure compliance by Empire Technological Group Limited and any affiliated entities with the Nevada Gaming Control Act, the Commission's regulations, and the laws and regulations of any other jurisdiction in which Empire Technological Group Limited and any affiliated entities operate. The plan, any amendments thereto, and the members of the Gaming Compliance Committee, one such member who shall be independent and knowledgeable of the act and regulations shall be administratively reviewed and approved by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the chair's designee. Empire Technological Group Limited shall amend the plan or any element thereof and perform such duties as may be requested or assigned by the chair of the Nevada Gaming Control Board or the chair's designee relating to a review of activities relevant to the continuing qualifications of Empire Technological Group Limited under the provisions of the Act and regulations. In addition, Empire Technological Group Limited shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $50,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right without notice to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Empire Technological Group Limited and its affiliated companies, as amended to my original motion. Does that suffice, Madam Secretary?
It should. Member Assad?
So that's the 5-year limited, right? Now, is it gonna help you or hurt you if I vote for this or against it?
I think your position's clear on the record, Judge Assad, so I don't think it matters.
Okay. All right, I'll vote aye reluctantly. I think it should be an unlimited license. I think you've demonstrated that, but I'll vote so that all the boats are rowing in the same direction here. I'll vote aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. And let me just say, so we made a record here, now certainly to be considered by the commission. And we thank you for your presentation. It was very thorough. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For those of you who are old enough to remember punk rock in the 80s, one of my favorite songs was called Technical Difficulties. And the refrain was Lend Me a Hammer.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess before they move on to the restricted items. With apologies to those who've been waiting some time now.
You'd have a problem. You're supposed to start at 1.
Yeah. Is that bad? Okay, thank you. We are back on the record for the July 2025 restricted agenda. Apologize to those who've been waiting a while. So let's get started. So we are back on the record. Our first item of business this afternoon is the consideration of the matters on our restricted agenda. The board's investigation agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. Am I reading the right thing? Yeah. No areas of interest or concern were uncovered during the investigation, and because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Incline Market Corporation doing business as 7-Eleven store number 18386 for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Amjad Tor for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 4 is the application of Golden Gate Petroleum of Nevada LLC doing business as Golden Gate McDermott for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 5 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 221 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 6 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Circle K store number 2709586 for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, are there any discussions on these items?
No, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Seeing none, Member Sendall, motion please.
Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, noting that restricted agenda item numbers 3, 4, and 6 are each conditioned as follows. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye. Okay. Brings us to restricted item number 1. Madam Secretary, please read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Eldorado Black 55 LLC doing business as the Cantina by Eldorado for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Red Global LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Good afternoon, Mr. Scheer. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. I'm back. Again, for the record, Scott Scheer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicants. With me is Christina MacArthur, General Counsel for Red Global LLC. This application is for a restricted gaming license for 15 slot machines at a bar and cantina, bar and restaurant. We thank you, Mr. Chairman, for waiving or allowing Mr. Feinstein and Mr. Lamson to appear by Zoom, and they should be available by Zoom. I think it looks like Mr. Lamson certainly is. Mr. Feinstein's previously been licensed as a member and manager of Red Global, the manager of this and the applicant entity. And Mr. Lamson has filed and has on file an application for licensure as a key employee. So the proposed condition for a key employee has already been satisfied. Gaming has been operated at this location for a few years now with no incidents. The location will be limited to those who are 21 years of age and older. So there will be no minors in the property. The dispensary that is next door was in existence and discussed at length at the prior hearings with regard to the licensing of the former licensee. So it is not a new development. The landlord does not share in revenues and is not itself the licensee or an applicant. And the applicant does not receive any revenue from the dispensary and has no ownership interest or involvement with the dispensary. Under the facts of this particular application, we are in full compliance with the policy adopted by the Gaming Policy Committee with regard to the involvement of licensees with state licensed marijuana operations. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And you heard that the gentleman will be available momentarily?
I believe they're both on. Yes, so there's
Yeah,
Mr. Feinstein.
Yes, I'm here, and Lyman's here.
Terrific. Thank you, gentlemen, both for joining remotely. We appreciate it.
Thanks for letting us do that.
My pleasure. So I want to start with questions about the location. Mr. Shears, you correctly point out it was the exact same situation with the prior licensee in the spot. So my question then goes more to operational concerns, which these gentlemen are prepared to answer, I'm sure. Given the fact that these two establishments are side by side, of course, one concern would be that effectively this location can turn into a de facto dispensary or de facto lounge, I should say. And so I would like to hear from the gentleman, Mr. Feinstein and Mr. Lamson, very specifically what's going to be done to make sure that that particular concern is safeguarded.
Yeah, this is Mr. Feinstein. Thank the board for first letting me participate via Zoom, and second, to answer your question, we'll run a very strict enforcement with Lyman, who runs daily ops for the restaurant, to make sure that people that are utilizing cannabis and also that appear intoxicated will not be admitted or allowed to partake in any of the gaming or other events inside the establishment.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lamson, you maybe to that point, to follow up on that, how often will you be at the establishment? I know you're situated in another place as well. So what does that look like in terms of your ability to manage it? And then what is your team going to do to support what Mr. Feinstein has suggested?
I'll be at both the gaming properties daily, at least 5 days a week, 6 days a week usually. Just continue training and making sure that none of that kind of stuff is allowed in our establishments. We already have the same rule at all of our restaurants, so it's just kind of making sure that it follows through over there as well.
Are you bringing over employees from the other location to this location?
I do have one person so far that will be coming over. Yeah.
And the rest, of course, will be trained in company procedures and the like.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Lamson, can you just describe your duty as the manager of the location?
Yes, I oversee the location. We have a general manager, which handles all that. But every day I go through all the gaming numbers with her. We send out daily reports to the Darren and the team, accounting, Christina, everybody. Just review what's going on with the restaurant. Just go over the numbers, all that kind of stuff, and then that's pretty much it.
Very good. And Mr. Feinstein, what made you decide to move forward with this endeavor?
We have another location that we opened up with gaming approximately 4 years ago. It does really well, and we're excited at the opportunity to open a second location up in Centennial Hills, and we anticipate opening additional locations as well.
Appreciate that. I want to take I have two questions from the marijuana aspect of it. To your knowledge, maybe Mr. Shear knows this, does the landlord own the dispensary or have any involvement other than being a landlord in the dispensary?
Other than being a landlord, our understanding is no, there's no involvement in the dispensary, simply a landlord and simply a flat rent, no receipt of revenue from the dispensary either.
All right. And there was some suggestion earlier this morning that perhaps the two units are legally seen as one unit because of a share of utilities. Perhaps you could speak to that?
Yeah, they're not legally one unit, but there is only one meter. And so under the leases, the utilities are shared on a pro rata basis. So the landlord basically divides the utilities between the two properties. I believe the electricity is divided on a square footage basis, and the gas is divided or gas and water is divided on a There's a slight, we actually pay more, so we don't get anything from the dispensary, not less, because of the kitchen.
But it constitutes a legal demise of two separate facilities.
Yes, correct.
With no legal relationship with one to the next.
That's correct.
Okay.
And are licensed by that way by the local governments as well.
Of course, separately. In terms of, maybe Mr. Feinstein has some details to this, but when you were in the process of potentially acquiring this location, could you outline how you became aware of the location and the timing of your negotiation to acquire this location?
I believe that the landlord approached Lyman, and Lyman then brought it to me. And then, we looked at it for a long time before we agreed to do it. But that would be it. I mean, we look at lots of properties all the time to do different things. I have several businesses in Las Vegas. We're always looking at, different types of businesses.
Very good. Okay. I have no further questions. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. And first like to give a shout out to Senior Agent Joe Lombardo. Did an outstanding job on this application. It's very straightforward. He notes that there are no derogatory information. There's no concerns. It's pretty straightforward. And it's simply under 463-160, a new owner at the previously licensed location. So I don't have any questions. And thank you all for being here through video. And thank you, Mr. Scheer and Ms. MacArthur, for being here in person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank everybody, including Joe Lombardo. We appreciate Agent Lombardo. We appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you. So we have one more board member, Member Sendall. Any questions for any of the applicants before us?
No, I appreciate the questions that have been put on the record. I just wanted to add that, I see you've been licensed before by the Gaming Control Board, Mr. Feinstein.
Yes.
And the materials before us, we went through them thoroughly, and I have no problem supporting your application. I'm happy to support your application, and I wish you best of luck at this new location.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
As my fellow board members do, I too support this application. I appreciate the full cooperation and the information provided. So I believe we are ready for a motion.
And I don't know if we already said it, Mr. Lamson, you do have a key employee application on file, is my belief.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, okay,
So
thanks,
ready for
okay.
two motions.
I just have, I have a condition on this motion that I'll provide you. Chairman Dreitzer, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 1, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you all, and my thanks as well to Senior Agent Lombardo for his work on this application.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Scheer. Thank you, Ms. MacArthur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We move then to restricted item number 2. Madam Secretary, please read it to the record.
Restricted number 2 are the applications of Overland Gardnerville LLC doing business as Overland Restaurant and Pub for registration, and for registration of 2 AM Productions LLC and Lupo and Me LLC as a holding company as noted on the agenda. And the applications of Tanya McCaffrey, Mark Esty, and 2 AM Productions LLC for finding of suitability as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
We do. Mr. Reeser is the attorney for the applicant, or licensee, I should say, is a law partner of my brother Rich Dreitzer at the law firm of Fenimore Craig. To my understanding, they have separate practices that do not intersect in any way. And to be clear, I have no pecuniary interest in their firm, and I have never been affiliated with it in any way. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the facts set forth in this disclosure, and I therefore intend to participate fully in this matter.
Thank you for the disclosure, Chair. And I can assure you that your relationship to my law partner would not affect me in any way.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Reader. And with that, I will turn it over to you for an affirmative presentation.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Dreitzer, members Assad and Sendall, Madam Secretary Rupert, staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore Craig, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants as indicated by Ms. Rupert on the record. It's my pleasure to introduce to you today Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Este, who are with me at the podium. One point of personal privilege. Chair Dreitzer, thank you for jumping from the frying pan of the industry into the fire of the regulatory world. We appreciate the board's professionalism and diligence in processing the applications, and we want to particularly recognize Senior Agent Aubrey Wilson, who did a yeoman's efforts here under a short period of time, under the direction of Special Agent Brandon Peters, Supervisor Julia Ann Allen, Chief Luke Rippey. Bear with me a minute. Before the board and the commission, our applicants filed February 27th as amended March 20th, March 27, and May 8th. And I put those dates in, which I will refer back to in a moment, why I've brought that to your attention. They are for a holding company registration pursuant to NRS 463-585 and NGC Regulation 15B-065 for 2AM Productions and Lupo and Me LLC. There are also before you applications for findings of suitability for these two holding companies and their member and managers as member and managers of Sasso Concepts in accordance with NGC Regulation 15B-190 and individual findings of suitability under NRS 463-5735 for Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Este as members and managers of those two entities. These applications return the applicants to the board and the commission in connection with a 3-year limited license, limited registrations and suitability findings, which expire on July 24th, 2025. And with your leave, we'd have an additional affirmative presentation. In our presentation, we're going to provide, for the record, an overview of the business of Overland Gardnerville and its affiliates and holding companies, which are under the umbrella of Sasso Concepts. Second, we're going to report to you on the resolution of the OSHA and EEOC proceedings, which were a topic of discussion at the time of the July 2022 board meeting, in particular under questioning from former member Watkins. And third, giving the impetus for the registration limitations on the location, we'll present an update on the status of the resolution of the IRS tax lien obligations of Reno Provisions and Reno Local Food Group. First, we'd like to introduce you to the company because none of you have had it before you. None of you have been at the board while they were here previously.
Fair enough.
We've provided to Executive Secretary Rupert for your reference a compilation of materials. It looks like a PowerPoint. These materials summarize information which were given to Agent Wilson during the application, but on some of the more confidential matters. So we're providing them to you. So if we need to get into a detailed discussion of dollars and cents or what happened in a case, we'll all have a place of reference. The first item in that deck, though, is a corporate diagram, and that depicts the holding company structure and how it relates to the various affiliated operations. And I'd like to just review those with you briefly. Sasso Concept is a registered intermediary company that wholly or in majority owns 5 limited liability subsidiaries that are actively conducting business. There are other shell companies that are formed but are not doing any business. We didn't include those on here, and it wasn't a topic of any of the discussion during the investigation. These subsidiaries operate food and beverage businesses for 4 locations under the iconic Nevada brand, Great Basin Brewing Company, as well as Liberty Foods and Wine, Cucina Lupa, and the Overland Restaurant. Cucina Lupa operates here in a historic location in Carson City, offering Italian cuisine. The menus for the 4 brew pubs have the familiar burgers and pizza, but also include some of Mr. Estes' unique fare, like Cajun salmon tacos and a selection of butcher platters. At Liberty Food and Wine, there are varied menu items, including pasta, wood-fired poultry and fish, and park ranch steaks. The Overland offers offerings include burgers, tacos, pasta, various entrees like smoked St. Louis ribs and park ranch steaks. Mr. Scherer indicated he had 4th of July lunch there. So we we'd like to thank him for that. And Liberty Foods and Overland also offer a brunch menu on the weekends. There are 343 full-time, part-time, and special event employees combined at the 7 locations in Reno, Sparks, Carson City, Minden, and Gardnerville. Since the last appearance before you in 2022, the aggregate gross revenues for the Sasso family of businesses has grown by 24.2%. Restricted gaming operations are at 5 of the locations, as indicated on the chart. There is an installed base of 51 machines at all of the locations. They are all bar top. Of these locations, restricted gaming of between 6 and 13 games, depending on the location, is conducted by Golden Roop operations at the 4 Great Basin Brew Pub locations. And those are on space leases with Overland Gardnerville as the sole establishment where Sasso Concepts subsidiary holds a restricted license for 14 devices, subject to a service contract with Golden Root operations. Mr. Estes and Ms. McCaffrey can amplify on the background information I provided you on operations and any other questions you might specifically have on operations. And I'd like to pause on operations if, with your leave, at this point, if there are any questions or if they want to correct me about what their signature menu items are before we launch into the specific issues.
Yeah.
Fair comment.
I think
neither did we. We were driving.
This is not like Shark Tank where you give the.
Yeah.
Yeah, from our perspective, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I have no further questions about the matters you presented thus far. Other board members, questions on that?
I don't have any questions. Just always nice to see you, Mr. Reeser, and appreciate your in-depth, thorough, precise presentation as always.
Thank you, Member Assad. I appreciate it. Yeah. The second page of the abstract highlights the Nevada OSHA and the EEOC proceedings. And these matters were pending during the last hearing before the board and the commission, as you probably saw in the transcript of proceedings. They involve an employee's claim of retaliatory termination because they filed a health and safety complaint. On August 19th of 2022, Nevada DOSH ruled against that employee. In a related EEOC proceeding, Sasso Concepts contested the employee's wrongful termination claim, presenting the specific work performance deficiencies that resulted in the discharge and which Nevada OSHA had concluded were substantiated. Nevertheless, the EEOC, which uses a different standard of proof, made a finding of probable cause and exercised its authority to put the parties into an implemented conciliation procedures. That resulted in a settlement agreement, the essential terms of which, as indicated on page 2, have been fully performed by Sasso Concepts. Be happy to answer any questions if there are any on the DOSH and EEOC proceedings.
I have none. Board members?
I don't have any. Thank you.
On the 3rd and 4th page.
Mr. Reeser?
Oh, I'm sorry.
None by me. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
no problem. On the 3rd and 4th page of the materials, we summarize the tax liens addressed in the last hearings in July 22 and the current status of those obligations. I'm going to give you the nutshell. From my view, agents may have had a different nutshell. Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Estes' individual responsible party liability for trust fund recovery assessments are resolved. Done. The obligations of Reno Provisions have been fully discharged, and we expect documentation from the IRS confirming the lien terminations within 90 days, given their usual past practice of how long it takes them to get those in file. And that all that 90 days, roughly running from the first week of May when everything was satisfied. And it usually takes them about 90 days to get through the process of making those lien releases. On to Reno Local Food Group. Its principal balance due for the unpaid taxes has been determined. The taxpayer has abandoned further appeal or challenge and adopted a voluntary monthly payment program, awaiting IRS negotiation of a definitive payment plan. Now, based on our prior experience, we would expect that once an IRS agent, revenue officer is assigned, it will take about 3 months to negotiate that definitive payment plan. We know from the taxpayer's transcripts that a revenue officer was assigned in November 2024. But that officer has not responded to any inquiries from Ms. McCaffrey to initiate the actual terms of that payment plan. The payment plan, once put into place, would provide for the tax obligation to be satisfied within 10 years. But most typically, at least in speaking with my tax partners, it's around 72 months that they usually try to push that through. As an aside, the taxpayer is very motivated to get it done before that 10-year statute of limitations runs, because the only way the liens get released is if the tax burden or the tax obligation has been fully paid. So from the taxpayer's standpoint, they're going to accelerate payments. We expect that the payment plan that's in place right now, which was a previous payment plan that we are now making payments under voluntarily at the recommendation of another revenue officer, not the assigned revenue officer, just to get somebody's attention that we're paying money and we'd like to have a payment plan. So that's in place. We've made those first 2 installments, and the company will continue to make those installments until such time as there's a new payment plan put in place by the IRS, and we move forward under the terms of that plan. Now, page 3 of the materials we provided you may have seen, because it's something we provided the agents, and that specifies in detail the tax lien balances, including the obligations, interests, and penalties, the amount of the liens, the responsible party assessments, and the payments. I can appreciate if you were reading the transcripts from 20 and 22, that is completely mind-boggling. And so we prepared this schedule so you could see dollars and cents, what the obligations were, what the penalties were, what the interests were, what portions of the tax obligations were imposed under the trust fund concept on Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Estes, and give you a snapshot of that. On page 3, I'll just bring to your attention 4 items. In the middle of the page, circled in green, paid in full. That is the Reno Provisions tax lien. It's been paid in full. It shows you how that tax lien was satisfied. At the bottom of that page, there is a red arrow. That red arrow is the balance due from Reno Local Food Group. That's the amount we know the IRS, and we are in agreement, is owed. The yellow arrow points to Ms. McCaffrey's trust fund recovery obligations, and the green or the blue arrow to Mr. Estes. If you turn the page to page 4, this slide shows you how all of the payments have been made and how they have satisfied the obligations. Again, the red arrow shows you the amount still due from Reno Local Food Group. The yellow arrow and the blue arrow show you how we calculated the payments, OICs, abatements, everything that went into getting those personal liabilities satisfied. So you can see that where they came from on slide 3 and on slide 4, how they were paid off. So as to slide 3 and 4, we have shown that the obligations have been satisfied except for Reno Local Food Group's balance due. That is the balance due upon which the voluntary payments are now being made, and on which we know in our hearts we will ultimately get a revenue officer to engage with us, as they did many years ago in 2019, to come up with a payment plan that gets this balance paid off. Expecting that to be, it must be within a 10-year statute and typically within 72 months based on my tax partners. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the tax liens if we haven't provided enough background on that, other than I feel a necessity to say that Black's Law Dictionary defines abatement as a release from liability. So I know if you read the transcripts, there was a bunch of discussions about what is an abatement. In the tax world, it means the government has backed away from the tax liability. That's all it means. Doesn't mean they say they were wrong. The government never does say they're wrong. Or courts say that government is wrong, in my experience. So I don't expect them to say mea culpa for that, but they have abated some of these obligations. One final item I'd like to cover. Senior Agent Wilson shared, as many of your agents do in great diligence in closing conference, that the division would be suggesting language for another two-year limitation on the registrations and the suitability findings that are under application here. I strongly urge the board to instead impose a reporting condition on the holding company registration of Sasso Concepts. Dag McKella has provided me some language that he has crafted. I'll speak to that in a moment. We provided language on our slide 5, which we did provide to the agents in advance of your rump. My reasoning: a 2-year limitation requires the applicant return to the board and the commission again. My experience, typically serial limited approvals suggest there's a need to cure some specific deficiency or group of deficiencies that raise a serious or significant gaming control risks, or because there is a need to remove doubt about an applicant's probity or acumen. During the current investigation, and in my reading of the 20 and 22 hearings in which I was not involved, the specific issues as to the suitability of the applicants and their entities and their business acumen do not seem to be what was in question. What seemed to be the stated concerns, most clearly articulated, I think, by former Chair Gibson and Member Watkins, was whether the applicants demonstrated they were committed to prioritizing tax payments. And I believe that the conduct that they have engaged in shows that they are committed to retiring their tax obligations, and that they would fully perform their obligations not to violate Reg 5011 on unsuitable methods of operation for not paying their taxes. I believe that record on a whole is unequivocal that paying taxes is a priority for them. They have put extreme amount of effort into this. Mr. McCaffrey spends hours, has spent hours dealing with this issue and continues to, and they have addressed substantially the major issues that existed and quantified what remains ahead. I would point out in 2022, Commissioners Kiffer and Brown were not even convinced that a limited license was the right way to go. It was the applicant's acquiescence in not making any other suggestion that caused that result, and we're here to make a different suggestion. And that is to submit that it's readily apparent that resolving a payment plan and getting this paid off is not within their unilateral power. Only an assigned revenue officer can do that with them. They can make voluntary payments to reduce the obligation and ultimately get there, or they can have a payment plan. They're doing that. But it must be implemented through an assigned revenue officer who determines the terms of the plan. It would be pure speculation for us to stand here today and tell you when that plan is going to be in place and that it will be fully satisfied within any period of years, other than the 10 years or the 72 months that we're aware of. And I believe that is especially true, with no criticism intended, to the current federal administration's reduction of Treasury Department resources. The factual record, in my view, indicates that instead of another holding company limitation, if any oversight is deemed appropriate, it would be a compliance reporting condition, and that would be more apt. What the board and the commission want to know, and what the record shows they want to know, is you're paying attention to retiring this tax obligation responsibly and within a timely period, understanding you have had and continue to have legal rights that you may assert. We believe a quarterly compliance report, as outlined in our proposed condition, would be far more effective. I want to address the legal policy issues here. Failure to make a regular report of a tax compliance requirement would immediately allow the board to address that, either informally or through an OSC, instead of waiting for a limited license period to expire sometime in the future. If you're not satisfied with the OSC process, a disciplinary complaint can be brought. The condition I crafted and Dag McKellar's attempt or change of that, in either event, either way it is written, is among the most easy NRS 463-310 disciplinary cases that the board would ever have if they failed to satisfy the condition of making the reporting, for which fines or revocation could be imposed. So in my view, the reporting condition is a far more effective tool to get to the board and the commission the information it wants to have, that the applicant and the licensee are discharging their obligations. I will conclude at that point and be happy to address the terms of condition if that's the pleasure of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Reza, for that presentation. I guess I'll start. So let's quickly, as I believe you have, we'll narrow the issues, right? I mean, the issue is we're addressing the tax lien situation. From my perspective, I've reviewed all of the other materials and I'm satisfied as to that. So really, from my perspective, the questions I have are around the tax lien and that issue. So now, as I understand it, there's a remaining balance of $230,125.
Correct. The red arrow.
All right, the red arrow. And this first came up in 2019.
The '17. Yeah, 2017 was the first.
I'm only. I appreciate and understand and acknowledge that all the other liens have been addressed. So I'm not going to even ask about that. I'm just going to ask about the one that remains unaddressed. And I appreciate that you painstakingly and in a dedicated manner paid the other one. So this one that we're talking about.
Page 3.
Yep.
I know exactly. I think I know what you're asking. I don't mean to interrupt. If you look under Reno Local Food Group in the middle of the page, you're asking, when did the obligations that now comprise 230 arise? You can see some of those obligations first started in July of 2017.
Okay. Thank you for establishing that. So July 2017. So we're sitting here a full 8 years later from the initial amount due.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Normally, when a limited license is given, I think it's important that applicants have certainty and that we don't look back unless there's an issue that still persists. And this issue still persists. So can you explain to me in the context of 8 years why we still sit here with that balance? Not in the context of you contact, I fully understand reaching out to the IRS is a difficult endeavor. I understand it takes time. I understand the plans take time, but I'm looking at this, as you know, this is my first review of this material. So I'm looking at the full view, trying to simplify. And I'd like to understand in the context of 8 full years, why we remain with this balance.
I will take the first swing at this and I'll let Ms. McCaffrey supplement. In my view, a substantial period of time, a substantial part of that 8 years was expended in resolving the individual trust fund balances that were asserted against Mr. Estes and in particular, Ms. McCaffrey, who was not an owner, was not an employee, was not an officer, was a CPA for the company, which the IRS determined in its wisdom would be held personally responsible. And so a significant amount of time was spent to get to what do we have to do to resolve that. And in that context, I think it important that the board understand and the commission that Mr. and Mrs. McCaffrey's personal tax returns, the amounts, tax refunds, I'm sorry, substantial refunds were seized by the IRS and kept. And they still have them today.
Were those, sorry, I have to ask, begs the question, were those used in part to satisfy any portion of the liens?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So there was a substantial period of time resolving that. There have been, if you were to do a timeline, there have been delays related to the engagement of outside tax, and I'm not saying they didn't do their job, outside tax specialists to represent them in trying to get abatements, to get offers and compromise passed. At the last hearing in front of the board, it was believed that they had an offer of compromise in place. It then was subsequently revoked and the tax obligation was reinstated. That happened within a few weeks after the last hearing. So yes, it was back to liability starting in 2017, which they believed they had an offer of compromise to resolve it. But in 2022, in the late summer, that OIC went away and a new tax and that tax liability was reinstated. So starting in 2022, they were resolving what they thought they had already resolved again. So it's been back and forth. I guess that would be my main indication to you, is to resolve individual liability, which has been done now, and also to get to what is the number since you have revoked the OIC in 2022.
Has consideration ever been made to possibly pay the amount as listed and then engage to clear the books, so to speak, given the, in this case, the gaming license that's on the line as to this matter, to pay it, and then after paying it, litigate, if you will, with the IRS, and then certainly if then a refund were then available or appropriate, that you would get that. Has that ever been a consideration?
Do you want me?
Yeah, I don't know if you ever considered
Did that make
Yeah,
that question make
yes,
sense?
Chairman Dreitzer, yes, thank you, that makes sense. Consideration was given, and
the way this type of tax works, the same balance is assessed on multiple parties. And so at the advice of the outside tax firm, we focused on, and also just in the order that Mr. Reeser mentioned, we focused on the personal liability, and the personal liability payments reduce the business's portion. So while we were working through one, we were really working through all. So on page 4 in the payments, you can see where a payment under Reno Local Food Group or a payment under mine would reduce the balance for Reno Local Food Group and so on. So we wanted to make sure that we saw the final numbers for personal to see how much that would reduce the amount for Reno Local Food Group.
And so the last question is looking, I mean, you're obviously experts on this at this point because you've dealt with it for a long time, or at least definitely have a lot of knowledge. Following up on Mr. Reeser's point, when would you anticipate it would be the case that you would have an agreement with the IRS as to the payments and be on that schedule? What are we looking at? When is that going to be?
We are, as Mr. Reeser mentioned, waiting to be assigned or waiting to make contact with that officer. I'm optimistic that we can do that within the next 6 months at the most to make contact with that revenue officer. Once we make contact with the revenue officer, getting that formal payment plan in place is 90 days or less.
Okay, and there's no way to, I mean, given the seriousness of this and the fact that it's gone on 8 years, there's no way to appear at an office and essentially wait there until you can get an agent. I mean, this is a serious matter, obviously, and I know it involves, livelihood and the like. So of course, I want to be clear that you've done absolutely everything you can 8 years on to resolve this. That's a concern.
I agree. And to elaborate on the timeline a little more, as I testified when I appeared in 2022, at that time, we fully believed the balance of this liability was zero. We entered into an offer in compromise with the IRS, we submitted it in 2019. So this liability was from late 17 to early 18. The offer in compromise was submitted first to the IRS in April or May of 2019. They sent us a rejection of it because of a mathematical error. It changed the offer by $12. And so then we resubmitted the offer in compromise and paid that off in full based on the negotiated amount. And then I testified to that fact in 2022 that we fully believed the balance was zero. Shortly after that meeting is when we then were told, no, your offer in compromise is rejected. As Mr. Reeser mentioned, we're acquiescing on that and accepting that as the balance due and not trying to negotiate anything else. But we needed to pay the personal balances first to see how much that reduced the Reno Local Food Group balance. So now our goal will be to pay that off as quickly as possible once we can get that payment plan in place. We can make more payments voluntarily, but that payment plan ensures that it's structured and under a formal agreement with the IRS.
But okay, but if you chose to, you could take the IRS at that number, pay it, and then potentially have proceedings to reduce that after that's been paid up front.
We could, if we had the funds, we could.
Yeah, and I understand that that's always an issue. I refer to revenue being up and 24% and the like. So, and I understand those things are always difficult with small business. Mm-hmm. But that'd be my question. I have no further questions at this time. Member Sendall.
It's funny because when I look back at this, I had in my notes that you guys have 13 slot machines. Is that
at the Overland?
At the Overland? Did I get that wrong in my notes?
At the Overland, that is correct.
I thought Overland was the 14 count. 13 is at one of the Great Basin locations.
At
Carson City, Great Basin.
There are 5 total locations?
Yes.
5 total locations totaling with 4 machines?
5 locations with gaming.
Right.
Okay.
4 on space leases with Golden, and the 1 location, the Overland, the client is the licensee, but Golden has a service contract there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just funny because there's just so much about taxes in this, and it's like, oh, what are we here for? You're here for a license for slot machines. I just thought it was funny. Obviously, there's been a very long and thorough record made. I don't need to repeat what the chairman and what Mr. Reeser went through and put on the record. I am open to, I worked with Dag McKella on that conditional language, so I do have some thoughts there on what the appropriate licensing party needs to be regarding that condition. So I'm open to thoughts and discussions on that, but I will say I'm open to your suggestions of conditioning and the submission of sort of quarterly reports, as you expressed, on the status of this, and then potentially, hopefully, once this is resolved, you can come back and get, administrative approval through the chair or the chair's designee to kind of submit the last, what I quoted, lien satisfaction report is what I called it, to absolve this and not have to go through this process again. That's sort of where I'm at, and I'd be open to hear what my other colleagues think and how they want to move forward. Thank you.
And I'll just await any comments until I know what I'm
Where we're doing, where
what
we're
I'm
going.
doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll turn to Judge Assad.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. Excuse me. I mean, for me, you've paid off almost $500,000 and you only owe 230. So I have no doubt that you're going to be able to pay that off. I sympathize with you trying to deal with the IRS. It's very difficult to just get a human being on the phone or in person that'll actually resolve the matter. And I think that's going to take some time. But once you do that, I don't have any doubt you'll be able to clear this up. So I'm in favor of granting your request, Mr. Reeser.
Yeah, I will say this, at some level, I given the length of time of this, I understand it's a ordeal to deal with the IRS, and I understand there's explanations. Length of time of this, that it's taken 8 years, that just gives me pause and concern. But on the other hand, you certainly have made a substantial payment. I would be open to have a conversation with my colleagues to consider the conditions along the lines of what was proposed.
Okay. If I might comment on the conditions as provided by Dag McKella, we only have a couple of comments. The first is the selection of Lupo and Me LLC as the obligor under it. I just wanted, it seems to me, and you have jurisdiction on the agenda today of Sasso, it just seems to me that it should be up at that or down at the holding company level and not at Lupo and Me, which is basically the investment holding company that is owned by.
And I understand, and if I can comment on that, initially I left it like that, but then when I looked at the applications that are on file here, it lists the applications, and I kind of got some input from investigations and also Dag McKella. And so I just want to make sure the condition language and whatever entity we're using is appropriately, almost jurisdictionally, the correct entity in front of us under the application that's before us under the agenda. So if that's okay, and I guess if I can confirm that with you, because I see applications for registration of 2AM Productions as a holding company, and then I see applications under Lupo and Me LLC. So that was where those concerns came up. That's the thought. And so I guess you can chime in, Dag McKella. I'd appreciate clarification on that.
Thank you, Member Sindall. You're correct. The entities before you today on this agenda are 2AM Productions and Lupo and Me LLC. If the objection was to placing the condition on a holding company, you could also place the condition on the license of Mr. Esty as well.
So
I'm sorry, just to clarify, instead then, because right now in the draft proposal, we have Lupo and Me LLC being the conditioned entity. Are you suggesting then that we just do Mr. Esty?
I'm just offering that as an alternative if Mr. Reeser's objection is to placing the condition on the holding company instead of Sasso. Sasso is not on your agenda for consideration, but Mr. Esty is if the business entity was the objection.
I thought Sasso was on the agenda. Are you saying because it didn't file an application?
Right, the application.
It did file an application. It just isn't on here because it was already found suitable. But if I understand your position, Dag McKella, you think that there's not jurisdiction to impose the condition on Sasso.
Right, because the applications before the board today.
I understand.
Right.
Yeah. So we don't have an objection if it's on Lupo and me for that reason. We just wanted to understand why it was
Done that way.
went to that one entity. In no other concerns about the condition in the first bullet. On the condition in the second bullet, we just have one. We want to just make sure we're in agreement. In the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th line up, it says the period between the most recent supplement to Lupo and Me Inc.'s application. So we're trying to affix when that happened. And I'm just wanting to make sure we're in agreement. Under Reg 4040, that last supplement was made in this hearing pursuant to Reg 4.
Like today's date, today's hearing.
Today's date, because Reg 4 says anything we say on the agenda is an amendment to any application or a supplement to that application. So I just want to make sure we're all in agreement. That's what date it would be. Elsewise, I need to.
Issues with that from a legal standpoint?
Yeah. Elsewise, we go back to the amendment dates. Which of those amendments? The last amendment date was a Lupo and Me. So that would have been in May. I just want to make sure when the 90 days is running or the quarter's running.
Go ahead.
I was just going to comment that given that Mr. Reeser's presentation today actually did include some spreadsheets with most, if not all, of the information, that would probably be appropriate for your consideration to agree with that statement. Okay.
And I don't need the condition changed. I just need a record as to when my date started. So we have no comments on, with that clarification on the record, we have no comments on the second bulleted item.
An extra copy.
I actually,
yes, sir,
want to talk further about these conditions.
Did you want to take a minute and go off the record, or do you want to do it on the record?
Let's do it on the record and then maybe take a minute.
Okay.
I fully appreciate and respect your representations about attempts to work with the IRS. And I fully understand from personal experience and otherwise how difficult those sorts of things can be. Having said that, I would like a condition listed to where you document specifically all efforts made to contact the IRS, dates, times, people you speak to. Now, I'll leave it to Mr. Reeser and Dag McKell and others to draft this, but very specifically so we can know what those efforts are. Because obviously, you know, it's a major issue. And again, I applaud that you've paid down a fair amount of it. I respect that. 8 years on, I would imagine you're jumping up and down to get this done. And we, as you know, at core, in part, are a tax collection agency. It's what we do. And so I need to know, for my comfort, and perhaps my other board members, that you're doing absolutely everything you can. And I want to know all of those details. I think it's important for our board agents to know every communication you make with the IRS, the timing, all of that. So we can write that up, but that would be my thing. Chief Rippey, did you have something you wanted to add?
As long as it's okay with Mr. Michaela, we would ask that the condition be placed on both 2 AM Productions LLC, Miss McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mr. Esty.
So on 4.
So
we don't have an objection to that.
Okay.
Can I speak to your communication issue? Because it's in here. We just need to do futz with the language.
Yes, I know, and you know, the legal term would be best efforts, right? I don't know if that is specifically applicable here, but just the notion that I know that you wake up every day doing whatever you can to get this resolved. Fair.
In the middle of the second bullet, Chair, is a line that says, as of the date of the report, semicolon, and 3, copies of any written communications. To capture what you were asking for, I would say you could amend this draft condition to say records a record of any oral communication or copies of any written communications. And then you will get both the written ones that we already suggested you get, and you'll get a memorandum or some other confirming piece of paper on Ms. McCaffrey's telephone habits.
Are you also amenable, Mr. Reeser, to a best efforts type clause?
That we make best efforts
to work with the IRS as diligently as possible at all times.
Sure.
And that it will be documented.
I do not have a concern with that because I believe, based on what I have seen since I became counsel, that best efforts have been made.
And I, again,
no, I'm not suggesting.
Yeah, I appreciate where you're at. If we're going to take this step to move out of the limited license cycle,
yeah,
then we need to do everything we can to make sure that the conditions are specific as possible.
I'm looking at where we would insert something here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you kind of added some handwritten thoughts.
I think the best efforts language would probably be best in its own condition, because the other conditions talk about reporting.
Mm-hmm. I think you're probably right. I think there should be a condition that says to the effect of the the registrants and individuals found suitable will make best efforts to obtain at the earliest practicable date an agreement with the Internal Revenue Service and I would like to add in will continue to make voluntary payments until such agreement is reached, because that's what they're doing. They can't get a plan, so they're going back to the last plan and they're performing under that plan, which was the plan that got revoked when they put the obligation back in place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that makes
yeah.
Did you have any concerns with the revolving fund?
We do not have a.
I threw in a scope there, a little 10, 25,000. I don't know what you think would be reasonable.
We're okay with a revolver, especially because you have in all three conditions provided for the chair's elimination of the condition, and I would suggest that that be put in the same in the new condition as well, so that's clear. As to the amount, I'm not here to let's make a deal. I'm just calculating in my head what it would take. Chief Rippey will correct me. I know it's not $155 per hour anymore. I know it's not quite $200 an hour yet, but at 10 grand, that's 50 hours. And I think that is a fair number. At 25,000, we're talking over 100 hours to look at quarterly reports. And I think that's a little steep for a restricted license.
I will say that Chief Rippey recommended 10,000. And so I just upped it up there just in case to add some fluff in case we needed it. So I thought that's why I left it in there, because
I feel very validated that Chief Rippey and I agreed to something.
Okay, that's good to hear. Okay,
so he is an eminently capable individual.
I'm comfortable with that amount.
Okay, thank you. I was curious. Are you good with that amount? Okay. And then did you draft something a little bit on that best efforts condition?
I did, and given all that new condition and edits to the other proposed condition, if everybody is amenable, I can attempt to read it into the record, and then we'll save you some breath when you make your motion.
And then I can just adopt and integrate what you said. Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reeser is comfortable with that, so are we.
I'm more than comfortable with that.
Thank you.
Okay, I will give it a go. So the The first condition would be that 2 AM Productions LLC, Tanya May McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty shall make best efforts to resolve the Internal Revenue Service tax lien against Reno Local Food Group as soon as practicable, and shall continue to make voluntary payments until a formal agreement with the Internal Revenue Service is in place. So I'll pause. Yes, that was in there. So if Mr. Reeser is fine with that language, I will continue.
Yeah, the only addition would be the removal of that condition. The best efforts condition would go away on administrative approval, just like the other.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Last sentence.
So yes, and that condition would
maybe administratively removed.
The condition may be administratively approved. It's like the last three sentences.
This condition may be administratively removed by the board chair or the chair's designee after the date the lien satisfaction report has been submitted. Okay. The second condition is, as we've been discussing, but I'll go ahead and read it in there just for the sake of continuity. 2 AM Productions, LLC, Tanya May McCaffrey, Lupo and Me, LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty shall report to the Investigations Division of the Nevada Gaming Control Board the date and terms of any agreement with the Internal Revenue Service related to the tax lien against Reno Local Food Group, the date the tax lien is satisfied, and the date any releases are recorded with regard to the tax lien. These reports shall be provided to the Investigations Division of the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 10 days after the occurrence of each reporting requirement. This condition may be administratively removed by the board chair or the chair's designee after the date Lupo and Me LLC has submitted the lien satisfaction report. And I'll continue since we didn't have any changes to that one. So the third one would be 2 AM Productions LLC, Tanya May McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty, not less often than once per calendar quarter prior to the 10th calendar day after the start of the quarter, shall submit a report to the Investigations Division of the Nevada Gaming Control Board containing the following information related to the Internal Revenue Service tax lien against Reno Local Food Group. 1, the payment dates and amounts for any payments made related to the tax lien and whether such payments are made pursuant to a voluntary payment plan or agreement with the Internal Revenue Service. 2, the cumulative amount of payments made as of the date of the report. 3, copies of any written communications between Reno Local Food Group and the Internal Revenue Service related to the tax lien. And 4, summaries of all oral communications and attempted oral communications with the Internal Revenue Service related to the tax lien. The information contained in each report shall cover the period between reports, or if it is the first report, the period between the most recent supplement to Lupo and Me's application and the first report. And I will also include 2 AM Productions LLC, Tanya May McCaffrey, and Mark Kevin Esty's supplement to the applications. This condition may be administratively removed by the board chair or the chair's designee after the date Lupo and Me has submitted the lien satisfaction report. And I'll give Mr. Reeser a moment to comment on that, as I did throw in some definitive date language there.
We're
at the
fine.
beginning.
And I think just that last time when you said Lupo and Me, and you mean all four of the
Yes.
entities. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm working.
Tried to interlineate that. I think that was.
Okay, I think we're good. And then are you gonna do the last one too, or
Okay, sure. Yeah.
might as well?
So, and the fourth and final condition would be 2AM Productions LLC, Tanya Mae McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $10,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board to fulfill the requirement of the conditions imposed herein. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon the funds of said account for the payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in the surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of 2AM Productions LLC, Tanya Mae McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty, and their affiliated companies as required to fulfill the requirements of the conditions imposed herein. This condition may be administratively removed by the board chair or the chair's designee after the date 2AM Productions LLC, Tanya Mae McCaffrey, Lupo and Me LLC, and Mark Kevin Esty have submitted the lien satisfaction report.
No change, but an interpretation perhaps, just to make sure that it is $10,000 in the aggregate. It's not $10,000 for each of the named entities or persons.
And I would concur with that, which is why when I was reading that, I tried to emphasize a singular revolving fund.
Right.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yes.
And I would, if you're ready, I can.
I believe we're ready for a motion on this.
Ready.
Chairman Dreitzer, I would move to recommend approval of restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert, conditioned as read and incorporated into the record by Dag McKellar.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please read in to the record our next item.
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is 5-card Pai Gow submitted by Casino Gaming Development.
Very good. I believe we have the game creator remote.
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this is Angel Espino, Chairman, Your Honor, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for having me, and apologize for not being able to be present. My name is Angel Espino, owner of Casino Gaming Development.
No problem. Thank you for your patience. We're running a little bit long today.
Oh, no problem.
Well, very good. So, as we understand it, Mr. Espino, you have a new game. If you would be so kind as to describe the game, and then maybe tell us a little bit about how the trial went at the location.
Yes. So 5-card Pai Gow is a variant of your traditional Pai Gow table game. The difference between 5-card Pai Gow, it's in the name. It's dealt with 5 cards instead of the traditional 7 cards. The reason being, it speeds up the game. It simplifies the game a little bit more. You have more hands per hour. You minimize dealer and player error. And with hopes, it just makes it simpler for the new generation, the next generation of casino table game players. So
very good.
Yes.
Please continue.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So the way it works is the traditional Pai Gow game is played with 7 cards, 5 cards for the high hand and 2 cards for the low hand. 5-card Pai Gow, it's 3 cards for the high hand and with 2 cards for the low hand. And what that does, it simplifies the game a lot more. There's not too many confusion with what's called a houseway. The houseway is how you break the game down. So the whole objective is the guest plays against the dealer. You split 2 hands and you have to win both hands to win the wager. If you win one but lose the other, it's a push. So the whole objective of the game is to win with both hands, your 3-card high hand and your 2-card low hand.
Understood. Were you able to figure out the logistics to get us a demonstration of the game?
Yes, I have here in my studio at home, I have a table, a layout. I can walk you through the game and I can deal a couple of hands, kind of give you a perspective on how it works.
If you wouldn't mind, walk us through one hand and show us how it goes, and we might have some questions for you.
Of course. Let me set it up real quick.
In the interim, who else do we have on the line?
You have Dustin Brown, Vice President of Gaming for Harrah's, Lincoln, Flamingo with Caesars Entertainment. Harrah's Las Vegas was the host property for the field trial. I also have Lucas Botsis, our casino manager for Harrah's Las Vegas, on the call to answer any details of the field trial. Thank you.
While he's setting up the game, why don't you tell us how the field trial went?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I think we can.
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm Lucas Botsis. I'm the day shift casino manager for Harrah's. I was the point person. The field trial went pretty well. Because it is a new game, so it can be kind of hard to draw players in. But with this having, being similar to a variant of a already established game, that definitely helped pique interest. And yeah, the game, had steady people playing it. It's a new game, so the drop wasn't compared, wasn't up to the variant level, but it definitely wasn't as low as some of the field trials we've experienced in the past. So that was good. Yes.
I was gonna say, how did the dealers like dealing it? Was it simple enough?
It's very simple. So the regular Pai Gow, there are, a lot of different house ways. If you have 2 pairs, sometimes you split, sometimes you don't. Very easy for the dealers to learn how to deal it, because it's only whatever hand gives you the top 2-card hand. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts. So whatever it takes to get the top 2-card hand. So it was very easy for the dealers to get used to it and learn how to deal with it.
And no player disputes arose from the trial?
No, they're as far as official disputes and we had to call gaming, no. There were a lot of players asking questions and stuff, but no major disputes.
Okay. I appreciate that. So we'll get to other questions in a minute. Would you like to deal a hand for us?
Yes, okay. So this is Angel Espina. This is 5-card Pai Gow. And the way it works with 5-card Pai Gow, it is what's called face up or exposed. So the cards come out for the dealer will come out and we flip them over. So the players get to see the cards before the dealer's cards before they get to see theirs, and then they can observe those. So that's an advantage for the players where they can see the cards, the dealer's cards, and then sort out their cards. So the way it works, there's no random generator. We start from left to right, just like regular poker variant games. So this card, the shuffler, would give every player 5 cards. So we'll do one hand here for the player, and then the dealer will get 5 cards. So right away, the dealer will reveal the cards. So here, the dealer has a pair of 10s, ace, and a 5. So the way we do the house way here, what's called a house way, is the dealer would have to break up the hand, make it a 2-card low hand and a 3-card high hand. So here, the dealer qualifies because this is a non-commission mechanism. A jack or higher, the dealer qualifies, so the insurance comes down. There is no dealer Pai Gow, so that wager comes down. because the player can play if the dealer doesn't qualify or has a pike out. So now here the player has the opportunity to look at the cards and sort them out. Here the player has an ace, pair of aces, pair of threes. So the threes are the low hand and the ace is the high hand. So here the player wins because the player has a pair of aces against a pair of tens, pair of threes against the ace high for the dealer. So in this case, we take away.
Wait a minute. Can I stop you right there?
Yes.
The low hand, can you show the deck again, the table?
Oh, yes, for the whole low hand, this is the low hand, and then
Yeah, that's the low hand. The pair of threes is higher than the ace four or ace five, right?
correct. So here
So that would be a split, right?
the player wins here, both hands actually. So the three cards are for
I thought the low hand had to be lower than the pair of threes. How can you say the low hand is a pair of threes when the dealer has ace five? Isn't that lower than a pair of threes?
No, the pair of threes, a pair is always higher than an ace.
Right, exactly.
So
Angel, I think he's representing the two separate from the player and the dealer's hand. The dealer's low hand is an ace five, while the player's low hand is a pair of threes.
Right.
They don't compare to each other, other than the fact on whether or not the guest wins or the house wins. So the five cards in the dealer's hand, the ace five represents the lowest that they can out of those five cards. And then the threes are the lowest out of the player's five cards.
So the player wins both hands in this case.
Correct.
Correct. So here, on the low side, it's these two up against each other. Player wins. And then on the high card, the three card, the high hand, the aces beat the tens. So in this case, the player doesn't have a pike out, which means you can't get a pair or anything. So that wager comes down. So what we'll do here is the player wins even money on the main wager. And then the five card poker hand, the player bets on their own poker hand alone. So here the player has two pair, and that's an independent bet. It's an optional wager. And the player wins 2-1 with two pair.
Yeah, but for me, the low hand is lower, the ace five is lower than a pair of threes. How can a pair of threes be lower than an ace five?
Oh, no. Here the pair of threes wins.
But it shouldn't win. That should be a split.
Those
The
two.
player win, huh?
It's the pair of threes against the ace five, and the pair of threes wins.
But I thought you said you had to win both the high hand and the low hand to win everything.
Correct. So here, for example, I'll turn these over. The player wins with the pair of threes against the ace. So now we would go to the high hand. Now it's the aces against these cards. And again, the player wins both hands. So the player.
Yeah, I get that. But I don't understand how a lower hand is the pair of threes over the ace five. You would think a pair is harder to get than an ace five, right?
He's saying they win. I think he's saying they win.
Yes, they win. Correct. The pair of threes wins.
But you had to win the lower hand, right?
Yeah,
on those two cards, the low hand wins.
But what I mean by low hand is what's labeled as the low, not what you're looking at low or higher here. What I mean by low hand is what's labeled as the two card low hand. So the two card low hand against the two card low hand here, this one wins.
So a pair of threes is higher than an ace five.
Correct. Yes.
So I don't know why you call it a low hand.
Oh, in Paigao, there it's called low and high hand. To distinguish between the two card is called a low hand, and what's called the three card is called a high hand. Regular Paigao, you have 2 and then 5 up top. So
Right.
it's low hand and high hand, just to distinguish one from the other.
Okay. I just thought like if it was you're playing 7 card stud, you go high, low. you know.
Oh, yes, yes. I see what you're saying. Completely different concept when it comes to Paigo. But I understand, Your Honor, what you mean by that is yes, when you
The
come to
worst hand. When you say
correct.
low, I thought you meant the worst hand.
Oh, yes. No, no, no. Yes, seven card stud. I played high-low seven card stud where you have two different hands. You're playing for the very low hand versus the actual high hand. No,
Right.
in Paigo, low means something different. Low
I got
means yes, low means just two card and high means three card. That's all.
Right, right. So you still have to have the best low hand to win.
Correct. The best low hand to win. Correct. Yes. And then you
Okay.
have to have the best high hand to win against the high hand.
All right, I get. I'm not a Paigo player, so forgive me for my ignorance.
Oh, no, no. Understood. Understood. Yes. Paigo, that's the good thing about this game is that it attracts a lot of your traditional seven card Paigo players. So they can, the transition, the learning curve is smaller because as soon as they see the game, they can differentiate between the high, the low, the house way, what wins and what doesn't win.
Got it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank
Oh,
you
no
for that.
problem.
Thank you
Oh,
for that
you're welcome.
demonstration.
Oh, no
Member
problem.
Member Sendell, any questions, Mr. Espino?
Thank you for that demonstration. It makes me want to go out and play, but we're not allowed to play. I mean, I guess I'll have to go home maybe. But
You can play for fun on the link online and just to learn the game. It's just for fun.
yeah, no, I need to learn games. My husband used to be a poker dealer, so yeah, I mean, I'm sure he probably knows how to play. Thank you for that. I was curious on, I think, colleagues, Mr. Botsis mentioned the ease of the game playing, that the dealers didn't have a problem dealing it. I think I just want to make sure, get that on the record. I was interested on maybe looking future growth. I know Harris has it, and my understanding is they're going to continue to have the game there for the next couple months during this trial period. And then what's the future plans moving forward should the game get approved?
So Dustin here. I think Angel and I agreed our first step would be to add a progressive to the game so that it would align with many of the other poker derivative and Paigo poker games out on our casino floors. They all have pretty lofty progressives on them nowadays that attract some of our best players. And I believe at least at Harris, the next step is to get that progressive on there and see if we can get another little lift in our hold percentage and then our drop and then our win. And, as the success of the game continues, we look to spread a unit over at the Flamingo. I oversee all three of the properties, Harris, Lincoln, Flamingo. I currently do offer one of Mr. Espino's other games on our casino floor called Three Shot Poker. He's been a great partner to the operations here in Las Vegas. And so I'm interested in any product that he creates or puts out. And Three Shot Poker's done well for us. We had it at Harris, but we supplemented it to field trial this game. But in the near future, for at least my three properties, I do see a progressive going on it with the potential to spread this game over to the Flamingo as well. Angel, you want to elaborate on any additional?
Yes. Well, we're very thankful for Dustin Brown and Lucas and their managers. They've been very helpful, very, very easy to work with. We are excited to expand the gaming library, CGD gaming library into all the Caesars properties, hopefully in the future, and the games do well. But yes, we're excited about applying a progressive system to this poker variant, Paigo poker variant. I believe it's going to give it a lot more play, it'll attract more players with a progressive jackpot on it. I think that's the future of most Paigo and poker derivative games. So we're excited for the future and what the game can bring for the Las Vegas clientele.
And what was the hold percentage for the house?
I believe we landed at what, Lucas, 33% during the trial period?
32 and change, rounded up to 33%. Yes,
it's pretty high.
Yeah.
And so, what's the best game in all of the casino industry for a player to bet percentage wise?
I guess it depends on the skill level of the player. The best game for non-skilled or player, I would say Paigo has a really good very low house edge. It's almost like a flip of a coin, except for the tie. So it depends on what game you're playing and how skillful you are on the game.
How about skilled and everything? Roulette,
Craps with full odds.
blackjack.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely craps with full odds.
Yes, craps with full odds because the player doesn't have an advantage on the odds in the back. So the odds paid true odds. So somebody with a good bankroll, with good skills, and taking advantage of full odds, I would say craps is your best bet.
About 1.4, give or take.
It depends on how high the house allows the player
10
to
times odds.
Correct.
Oh.
10 times odds. I've seen 100 times odds, and players take advantage of that. Here in Colorado, we offer 100 times odds on craps at Ameristar Casino. That's where I work. I'm a dealer, a craps dealer. And we offer 100 times odds, and we've seen some players take advantage, and they chip away at the house edge, sometimes less than 1%.
Right.
So
Good deal.
thank you, Judge. Just to clarify, the reason that the hold was so high was, I imagine, because players played suboptimally as they're learning the game, correct?
Yes, I would guess that's the key right there, is kind of getting familiarized with the game, knowing how to play, what to play. You can strategize the game in different ways. You can play the main wager, and then you can add an insurance wager to kind of like hedge your bet. So as players get familiar with the game, they're going to want to play certain bets and play a certain style. But yes, it's like any other game. Once you get familiar with the game, you kind of modify the way you play and get smarter and get a little bit learn how to play the best odds on the game.
Very good. I appreciate that. Any other questions from my colleagues?
I appreciate the presentation. That really helped. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
And I can say, Mr. Spino, keep on innovating and keep on bringing it to Nevada. We really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
And look forward to visiting with you as you create many more games in the future. So I'm in full support of moving forward here.
Thank you.
I got one question for the was he a casino manager or the shift manager?
Yeah, please. Judge, please.
Are you're the casino manager? What was it?
I am, yes.
The casino. So let's talk about card counters. Normally blackjack, if you're playing basic strategy, give or take 5% or so for the house, roughly.
What advantage does counting cards give somebody?
Yeah, and then if you're just a basic strategy player, the house only has maybe 4 or 5% edge, right? Something like that.
Technically a little less, yeah.
Little less. So if you're a card counter and you're very good at counting fives, and just a basic card counter, 2 through 6, +1, 7, 8, 9, 0, aces and tens -1. What does that drop it to?
Oh, it can drop the house edge to 0.5%, or even move it in their favor if there's a good enough count for them and they have enough money to bet. So it can, if they're a really good player and they don't get that, that moonshot great count, and it'll reduce the house edge to about 0.5%. But if they can get a lot of tens left in, and then it can move into their favor.
Right. And what's Harrah's policy on card counters?
Card counters. Well, we have the right to refuse service to anyone for any reason, and if we think someone is counting cards, then we'll exercise that right.
Great. Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you, Judge. With that, I believe we're ready for a motion on this item.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval of new game number 1, 5-card Paigao, as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sindall?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good luck. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. There's
Congrats,
one more.
Angel.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's one more item. I guess. believe our next item is the casino patron dispute appeal.
Yes, you have one casino patron dispute appeal. That item is Rain Pastor versus the M Resort Spa and Casino, case number 24LV00957. The hearing examiner recommends that the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Very good. Do we have anyone appearing on this matter?
Yes, Robert Nersessian for the petitioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Necessian. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you for having me here today, and thank you for the extension, giving me time to review the recommendation.
So I guess leads me directly to my first question. So confirm then for the record, because I know there was a question last time as to whether you have received and reviewed the recommendation.
I have now. I received it physically at the last meeting.
Very good. Okay, and you've had time to review it, of course. I'm
a slow reader.
Fair enough. Took a couple of weeks. So am I. So let me ask a threshold question to you, Mr. Necessian. Having reviewed this matter, is there any evidence, new evidence, that you care to put on the record at this time?
Well, I understand, as was mentioned at the last one, I'm limited to the record that was before the hearing examiner, and only certain things were discussed. And now that I have reviewed the recommendation, yes, there are new things that I was frankly quite prescient in understanding what had happened and what the recommendation entailed. But certainly, having reviewed the recommendation, I now see that there are additional items that certainly warrant comment and should be brought before the board.
I just want to make sure that we're, making the proper record and certainly respecting you to present what you feel you need to present. But the specific question is, do you have new evidence that you want to present for the board to consider today? That's my first question.
The answer to that would be no. And okay. I would understand that at this point, I would be restricted from presenting new evidence nonetheless.
Well, if the answer is no, it's no. And we will accept that answer. So with that, is it the nature of what you'd want to discuss a legal argument? Is that what you're looking to make?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are legal arguments based on the record and that which relate directly to the recommendation of the hearing examiner and our position that it is in error.
Okay, so for the record, it's clear that there's no new evidence that's being presented. I will give you an opportunity, Mr. Necessian, briefly to present very briefly why you feel that the hearing officer is in error, and then at that point, the board will consider the matter. So please proceed with a brief explanation of your view of why the hearing officer erred in her decision.
The big thing here is that Mr. Pister had already won, and the recommendation says, well, your win is irrelevant. You don't get to capitalize on that which you won under their rules, meaning the M's rules. And what did he won? He won 10 vouchers for 3 times pay on a suited blackjack on a given date. For both the qualifying play and the play on that date, he had consistently and always bet, and the evidence showed, and there was a video played at the hearing as well, so that's part of the record, which showed that he always flat bet the maximum allowed to capitalize on the vouchers, which was $100 per hand. And with that consistency, he won 3 of those vouchers. He succeeded on 3 of those vouchers, which all he had to do was get a suited blackjack, and then it paid 3 times rather than 1.5 times for a profit of an additional $150 relative to each voucher, which he had already played for and paid consideration to win and had won. On that day, after winning those three, they approached him at the table and they told him, no more play, you're done. You can't play blackjack here and your vouchers are worthless. Mr. Pister, I played for them. You handed them to me. They have value to me and they have value to anyone. And the answer was, we don't care. So a gaming dispute ensued. From there, the recommendation, a couple of things are shown in that recommendation from the record as even reflected directly in the recommendation. And I'd like to point some of those out. One is there's an allusion, that's with an A, that Mr. Pister is looking for more than he could have expected because he would have needed 560 hands to meet the expectations of winning the 7 vouchers, which the M's action canceled and rendered valueless. Those, if you watch the video and if you read the literature in the area, he was playing at over 150 hands an hour. He had to play on that day, and this is evidenced by the video shown at the hearing by the respondents, by the M. He would have played that 565 hands or that 500 and whatever hands before 7 p.m., leaving him an additional 5 hours to make up whatever he wasn't played. So one of the allusions by the recommendation is that he had no expectation to even win this. Well, he won 3 out of 7 in less than the first hour of play. And even by their own testimony, he would have cleared out the remainder of the 7 by all expectations by 7 p.m. And so, yes, there's an error in the recommendation, that allusion. Another is that it is clear that so there's one thing there. Another is that the recommendation literally says that a waiver of damages or a waiver of enforcement of the contract before it's finished is enforceable up front. That is, and let me give you an example, if I might. Had he won a hand of blackjack with that wager on it, nothing in the recommendation would differentiate them coming up at that time after he won and saying, no, we decided to disqualify you from the game. We're not paying you. Go away. That's theft. And that's what happened here because he had already won those vouchers. And he was going to play them off. At the last hearing, Chairman Hendricks raised the issue of whether or not we contended there was a property right in these vouchers. And I said, I don't know. I expect there would be. And my answer was they have value and he's holding them. That would be a property right. Well, I've now researched that, and I would cite to the board the case of Burns versus Loftus, 32 Nevada 55. And under that case, an expectation is a valuable property right. And he had and has met that expectation. So yes, this was a property right. Is there a question?
No, Mr. Necessi, I'm going to have to start to come to a conclusion here because, again, you're not producing any new evidence, which is agreed and understood. I'll give you another couple of minutes. I want to respect your wishes to speak on the matter, but we need to understand where you are.
Well, I think you understand where I am. Where I am is the M was sitting there looking at the south side of losing $1,050 from the vouchers that Mr. Pister had already won, and they were canceling his ability to capitalize on what he won. The recommendation speaks as to what constitutes a contract. An offer, they said, if you play and you get a suited blackjack, we will give you a voucher for 3 times pay. That's an offer. He accepted with performance. He played and he won. He won 7 of them. And now, after he has succeeded in exactly what they asked him to do, and after he accepted it, they said, oh, never mind, we're going to go away. This recommendation leaves the reservation, leaves the rule of law, and allows casinos to steal. And I don't think the board would want to sign on to that. And that's our position here. I would also point out that the entire card counting thing raised in the recommendation just doesn't fit here at all. Card counting, and I understand from Judge Assad's questioning of the last person speaking here, that card counting changes the odds. Well, to change the odds in favor of the player to be card counting, and this is well known, and I think you all know this too, you have to, it is reliant on wage variance and playing a multiple of wagers, a multiple of your base wager when the count is favorable. And Mr. Pister never did this. This is not a card counting issue, and I don't know why the recommendation went into it. The video played at the hearing showed that he was consistent. His testimony showed that he was consistent. He was what is called flat betting, and without varying his play, it never became, or without varying his wagers, it cannot become a wager positive to the player. Finally, or not finally, but the record shows that there was a big discussion about a drawing that Mr. Pister was in. If you look at the initial petition and the hearing and everything else, Mr. Pister was not contesting anything about that drawing. That's not part of this. I don't know why the hearing examiner went off on this. I have nothing else to call it. It's a sideshow that just didn't have to do with the case, as was the idea about card counting. Going back to the laws that apply here, looking at 463.0129, and there was a bunch of testimony about card counting being disfavored or not liked by casinos. Well, we do know, 1, it's legal. 2, if you read the cases of Skipper, Childs 1, Childs 2, Childs 3, Lyons, there is no illusion by the Supreme Court in any of those cases that would give somebody an ability to look at such play as opprobrious and card counters to be doing anything wrong. Instead, all it shows is, and this is the truth too, if you're a card counter, casinos take issue with that because you're a better gambler than they are on that game. That's yes.
That's understood. I want to focus, if we can.
And why is it in the recommendation?
No, I understand that. Please finish up. I'm allowing you as a courtesy to go forward and present your thoughts as to why the hearing officer erred from your perspective. You've not offered any new evidence. We agree that there is no new evidence. So what else?
I don't know. My burden is not to produce any new evidence. My burden is to show the error on the record, and that's what I'm doing. I don't know why we return to this new evidence thing. If I were to offer new evidence here, as happened at the last hearing, and what Chairman Hendricks said, this seems like new stuff. We can't consider that. I don't know why the board seems to be inviting me to
I'm not
inviting
into
you to an area that I've already been told I can't go into.
I'm just asking. I had asked at the onset because Mr. Chair Hendrick was correct. We don't consider new evidence at this level. We don't. So okay,
then,
please
but
finish.
back to the record and what this person, what the hearing examiner wrote. She writes about this opprobrious perspective that casinos have of card counters, and at the same time, when she's doing that, we seem to leave the reservation and forget what NRS 463.0129 says, which is part of the job of this board and part of the job of regulating gaming is to make sure that the players and the casino are both playing fairly and under the expected benefits of competition. And what the M is asking for here is to take out the competition between the player and the casino. And if a player is sitting in a favorable position because they took us up on our offer, we should maintain the right to destroy that favorable position, to destroy that competition, and to put that person out of our games and to eradicate that which he won. So as a bottom line, the biggest error in this case is the concept that he literally won something and they took it away from him. And then the error is in the recommendation saying that that's perfectly fine under our regulations, which are supposed to be construed favorably. As you all know, part of your jobs and part of the hearing examiner's job is consumer protection, and this is the antithesis of consumer protection, and it is asked that you not sign that recommendation and turn it into an order, but do something with it, such as return it for consideration under different rules. And as I said, this was an executed agreement because he had already won those vouchers. You can't call it executory. So by taking them away at the end, the recommendation literally ruins valuable property that has already been earned in a fair game in a casino licensed by this state, and that's not correct. Let me just throw in that the regulations were and the statutes were all enacted as part and parcel of making sure that things are conducted fairly, that players are not treated, that you don't run into a skewed roulette wheel that is fixed in the beginning. And if we allow casinos to promise people something, and then when they win it, take it away. Imagine a drawing where somebody has won a chance to put a key in a car door, and if it opens out of 10 people, they win the car. And the casino says to them, well, you don't get to use your key because we decided to disqualify you, but the other 9 people get to play theirs. Is that something that cannot be something that this board would sanction? And yet that is what the recommendation recommends that be sanctioned: the literal taking away of value and the destruction of play that has already occurred to the benefit of the player, to the profit of the casino. And that's antithetical to the entire reason and rationale for the rule of law applying in Nevada to gambling. Any questions?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Here to go to my fellow board members to see if you have questions, and then from there we can go to discussion.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Narcissian. I, had a couple comments, but I don't know if Judge.
Let's do
if you
that
had
in
any
the
questions?
discussion.
Oh, discussion. Okay.
No questions.
No questions. Okay.
So
go ahead.
Mr. Narcissian, we appreciate your point of view on this. I can say now we are in board discussion, and I'll tell my fellow board members and the public where I am at on this. Mr. Pastor was observed by a trained table game supervisor to engage in erratic play. And from my perspective, when Mr. Pastor won the underlying hands that suited, he then got those vouchers. But the vouchers, from my perspective, are not a property right because it is a promotion that's contingent upon the rules which Mr. Pastor agreed to. The main rule that applies here is that the M Resort reserves the right to disqualify any person at any time for any reason without notice, and Mr. Pastor agreed to that. So when he did the underlying blackjack wager, he was paid for that blackjack. He was given these vouchers, and these vouchers at all time were promotional, subject to the rules which he signed, and therefore was not a property right in and of itself that was not subject to these rules. They was subject to these rules. So therefore, it's my view, board members, that I would affirm the hearing officer's recommendation in this matter.
I'm happy to, I second your comments. That was the exact same line I was gonna looking at the official rules for the event that Mr. Pistor played in. Multiple of these rules stated that by participating in this event, participants agree to abide by all rules, and M Resort explicitly in its rules reserves the right to disqualify any person at any time for any reason without notice. And it further states management reserves all rights. And also there was evidence in the reports provided that it was erratic betting was observed and confirmed by surveillance. So for those reasons, I feel comfortable moving forward in affirming the hearing examiner's decision, and that's where I'm at, Chairman.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Dreiser. I agree with my colleagues.
Okay, so Mr. Necessian, we're going to take a motion on this. You feel free, of course, to pursue the rights that you have to appeal on behalf of your client. We appreciate your time and wanted to afford you the respect and opportunity to give your points of view, which we have. So,
Can I have an opportunity to give you a little perspective on my points of view? You may say, no, I understand this is done. I get that.
Mr. Necessian, yes, and we can only address the matters before us as a matter of courtesy, even though there was no evidence, no new evidence, as agreed. We allowed you to state your position as to the legal, whether or not the hearing officer was correct, and we took that in and you made the record, and now the board is ready for a motion.
I understand. Now this is a takings case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Dreitzer. I move to recommend approval, or Chairman Dreitzer, based upon consideration and review of the recommendation reached by the Gaming Control Board's hearing examiner and of the record of the hearing before the hearing examiner, I move to affirm and sustain the recommendation of the hearing examiner in the matter of case number 24 LV 00957 as read into the record by Madam Secretary Rupert.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Dreitzer?
Aye, the motion passes. Mr. Necessian, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Narcissian.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I believe our next item is our informational item.
You have one informational item. That item is the administrative approval of a field test of the TCS John Huxley Big Six Mega Money Wheel.
This item is for informational purposes only pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14, and no action or vote is needed as it is merely to let the public know of a field test approval of the game. With that, Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. But we're happy to hear comments from the public as well as my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's first go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone in Las Vegas wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium. Seeing no one in Las Vegas, let's turn to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make a public comment? Please step forward to the podium and state and spell your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Stalls. Okay. Hi, my name is Stephanie Salzwimmer. I'm Member Sendall's assistant, and I was informed today that it is Judge Assad's birthday. So we have presented a cheesecake for you, and we're going to light the candles.
Very good. Happy birthday, Judge. We're glad you spent it with us.
Yeah, happy birthday, Judge.
Thank you, thank you. Is this on the record?
Yeah.
Well, for the record, I can think of no other place I'd rather be than here with all you great people. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Seeing no one else wishing to speak,
Well, I would just like to also say, welcome, Chairman Dreitzer. I didn't get to in the beginning of the meeting. Obviously, very happy birthday to Judge Saad. And welcome to the board. Looking forward to working with you and your leadership. And yeah, looking forward to more. Your first meeting's done, so congratulations.
thank you. And it almost as if the first meeting was ending as the second one's about to begin. But thank you for that, Member Sendall. Look forward to it. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of July 2025. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, at the